Ball is in the bowl to Ross Powell. He picks up the line. No need for him to follow that. Umpire Reefer and Nigel Duguid are the umpires today. And the score is 4 without loss.
I remember my introduction to Rampal was a game at the recreation grounds. Was bowling an over to, at the time, Derek Pretty Boy Edwards. And he roughed him up with a few short pitch deliveries. That time he was a raw, young 18 or 19-year-old fast bowler. And he was really letting it go, you know. And he excited us, certainly at that time.
Rampal is in the bowl to Ross Powell. He stands up length delivery, can't score. And the fielder in catch or not, they coming in there from cover, picks it up, 4 without loss.
And it's a Paul could not have had a more consistent career, and I think injuries would have curtailed his career somewhat. But and then he started personal issues, put on some weight and so forth. But he certainly was one that excited us at that time of his career.
6-team tournament, 4 teams quarterfinal, 2 have already qualified. Here's Ross Powell coming across stylishly and defending. Can't score, and the score remains on 4 without loss. We know that Trinidad and Tobago have qualified. We know that the Guyana has also qualified. Windward Islands, after 3 games, they're 8 points in 3rd position. The Leeward Islands, after 3 points. And Trinidad and Tobago have certainly booked themselves and Guyana in the semi-final. We now have a tussle now as to who are going to be the other 2 teams between Jamaica, Barbados, but we're back with this one. Stands up straight, punches it again, can't score. There's a good link delivery here from Ravi Rampal. The score is 4 without loss. And so we have, as we would say, Jamaica and Barbados, they're yet to get on to the leaderboard.
Yes, and when those 2 come together to play, they certainly will be, I'm not sure who they'll be playing. Both of them are unbeaten. When they face each other, they certainly know that one of them will be coming out in the win column.
Rampal into bowl to Powell. Powell is back and punching, it can't score. It's been a windy day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Over number 2 completed. The latest score here in the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Leeward Islands Hurricane versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Leeward Islands, who have won the toss and are batting first, they're 4 without loss. Kyron Powell is 2. Ross Powell is 2.
Yes, a very steady over there by Rampal. But however, both batsmen are very watchful, keeping a keen eye on the action. They know that they are one of the both of them are keys to the Leeward Islands putting up a good score, so they certainly would want to be there as long as possible. I was just going back to the point standing. As poorly as the Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions have played, they're still in with an outside chance of making it into the playoff rounds of the tournament.
Good observation. Let me say congratulations to you, Vincy. I saw that Liverpool won a game in the Champions League. No, I'm not going to let him get away with that, Garfield. You know he can't get away with that one. Here's Powell picking line and length right there from a flighted delivery by Carrie Peer. 4 without loss. Just hold on. We'll talk. Don't get carried away yet. We will talk, Vincy. Powell comes quietly forward. In this championship, Powell has scored 125.94.
Oh, no, I'm not. All I wanted to say was, good or bad, they will never walk alone.
Oh, my. What a line. Pairs into ball to Powell. Powell is driving up to the short cover fielder, and he can't score. Looks like it's Jason Mohammed right there. He'll maybe have to do some bowling today. Powell looks focused. Kyron Powell waits for Carrie Peer. Not for 3s into his second over. Pairs in now to bowl to Powell. Powell is sweeping. You see what I was talking about, Garfield? I was telling you that's something that Ross Powell is going to have to work on.
Well, that's actually Kyron.
Yes, I know, but I was saying to him, that's something that Ross Powell will have to work on. You see earlier clock Kyron Powell deciding that he's got to dismantle the field around if he wants to be able to get some score. Made an attempted offer to sweep at that.
Exactly.
He comes back and across and just turning that past Pollard, and we'll get an easy single. Are they thinking about 2? No, Ross Powell has already signaled that he's going to go for 1.
And this is what we're talking about. That easy runs had you been running aggressively.
Got a touchdown. So again, at the end of over number 3, the latest score here in the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 5 without loss. Kyron Powell is 3 from 9. Ross Powell is 2 from 9.
Yes, 2 from 9. Still, I would have liked to see them turning over the strike a little bit more at this early stage of the game. But it's still early, very early in the game. 3 overs completed, score 5 runs, well below the scoring rate that we would like to see.
Ross Powell has had a good start. He made his list A debut here. Waits for, in fact, he's on the non-strikers end. Here is Powell back on hitting this one down the ground. He will pick up a couple of runs.
Looks like 4.
And it's gone into the boundary, the mid-on boundary for 4. So Powell just getting a loosener from Ravi Rampal. We were unsighted a little bit by the side screen, but in the end, it's gone across the boundary rope. So the first boundary for the Leeward Islands. And Powell, the score goes up to 9 without loss. 9 without loss.
Yeah, it's a very good offer there from Kieran Powell. He got a shortish delivery. He saw the mid-on was up, pulled it. Didn't get as much timing as he would have liked on it, but certainly cleared the field at mid-on, raced away to the boundary. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, a number of international players have been bowling with their watches on the hand. So too is Ravi Rampal. He's in now to bowl to Powell, tucking him up, looking for a single. Certainly not on. Imran Khan coming around in the short mid-wicket area. And the score remains a 9 without loss. 9 without loss.
Yes.
Kyron Powell is 7. And in this championship, he scored 125.94. Ross Powell on debut for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 46-21-66. So he's had starts, and today he would really want to improve and turn ones into twos without even trying to get the boundaries. KP, as they call him, Kyron Powell in the Leeward Islands Hurricane dressing room, waits for Rampal into both him. He's back and stands up straight, punches that.
Well
Pass cover. He'll get a couple of runs. Jason Mohammed is after that. He's laboring at it. I think they could have got 3 there. And maybe Kyron Powell maybe just relaxing and just decide that he maybe wants to strike. 2 runs to Kyron Powell. He goes up to 9, and the score goes up to 11 without loss.
Yes, I'm not sure if they could have gotten 3, but certainly they should have run hard enough to give themselves the opportunity to explore 3.
The reason why I said that to you is that Jason Mohammed didn't look his athletic self.
Yes, he was taking his time.
Going in. So that's why I was saying that, you know, put him and get 3. That was my only observation. Ravi Rampal wearing the number 14. He's going to bowl to Kyron Powell. Relaxes, looks focused, waits for Ravi Rampal. Back and just turning it on to the onside. Can't beat Imran Khan at the short mid-wicket area. And the score remains without loss. It's a Leeward Islands Hurricane versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And it's a CG Insurance Super 50 competition taking place here at the Coolidge Ground, which has been approved by the International Cricket Council to host first-class and international matches. So that's really a commendation to the government of Antigua and Barbuda, and is for acquiring this ground. What a collaboration. 11 without loss. Rampal comes in now to bowl to Powell. Powell comes quietly forward. Good defense. If you want to attack, you have to have good defense, and Powell is exhibiting that right here with a well-played delivery right up there to more or less the short mid-wicket area. Imran Khan coming, and the score remains on 11 without loss.
Yes,
it's a windy day here, Vincey.
Yes, I'd like to give commendations to the government and also Cricket West Indies, but we can't sit back here and not give commendations to the vision of the man who started it, Sir Alan Stanford.
Yes, very outstanding property here at the future still lives on. The vision still lives on. Rampal into bowl to manager Kyron Powell, looking to run it down past the gully area. And the score at the end of over number 4, 11 without loss. Kyron Powell is 9 from 15. Ross Powell is 2 from 9. And Ravi Rampal at the end of completion of his second over, 6 runs coming off the over, not for 7.
Yes, and even going back, the Trinidad and Tobago team, along with the Guyana team, would have fond memories of this ground, because the first 2 Stanford 2020 tournaments having been played here were won. I think the first competition was won by Trinidad and Tobago. The second, by Guyana, and the second one won by Trinidad and Tobago. And in both of those tournaments, they pulled in the big cash money, $1 million.
Here comes Ross Powell, pushing hard at that delivery. So he can't score. The Leeward Islands team, Devon Thomas, Captain Nidish Kumar, Sheena Berridge, Terence Ward, Casey Carty, Quinton Boatswain, Colin Archibald, Hayden Walsh Jr., and Ashmin Ned. Pair is in now to bowl to Ross Powell, exercising his hands, hitting it down between long on. Good piece of fielding there by the fielder down there. Looks like it is Kejon Otley. Might have saved 2 runs quite easily down long on. He had to get across, and he did some excellent work as compared to what we saw up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Vinci.
Yes.
Bigger effort from Kejon Otley this time around.
Yes, very, very good effort there. Certainly, saving 2 runs as the batsman ran through for 2, but it could have been 4 easily had he not showed the effort.
Kyron Paul are just making the adjustments to tell him get a little bit straighter at long on.
Right.
So you won't have to work so hard the next time. Ross Powell comes quietly forward. He's 4. Score is 13 without loss.
And he's shown a punch and carry pair. Has not been successful going over the top in terms of scoring boundaries, but he has scored some runs by electing that particular tactic.
Here comes carry pair. Ross Powell trying to sneak a single in front of Ravi Rampal, a short third man, but is sent back by 13 without loss. Ross Powell is 4 from 13. Kyron Powell 9 from 15. Good start by Trinidad and Tobago's bowlers. Pairs in now to bowl to Ross Powell is back and turning, and the man himself, Sunil Narayan, the legend, comes around a short fine leg, saves a single.
Yeah, I think they missed an opportunity for getting a single there. Had Kyron Powell been backing up positively, I think there was a single there. The fielder certainly had to cover some ground before he fielded the delivery.
To abort his run, didn't get, as Vinci said, his rhythm right, so he had to turn back very quickly. Good start here so far from the Hurricanes. Also good start by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Pair is in now to bowl to Ross Powell is back and turning it past the short leg fielder of Kyron Pollard up to. So over number 5 completed. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after winning the toss, they're 13 without loss. 13 without loss. I continue with the Trinidad and Tobago team. Kyron Mohammed, Dinesh Randin, the wicketkeeper, Evan Lewis, Imran Khan, Keshawn Otley, Sunil Narayan, Nicholas Poran, Ravi Rampal, Jaden Seals, a debut, carry pair. Akil Hussain and Anderson Phillip, the 2 players left out, and Darren Bravo and Lendell Simmons instead, as they would have been nursing a couple of injuries.
Yes, and I think they're in such a comfortable position that they are comfortable that they can rest these players.
Rampal is into bowl to Kyron Paul. He stands up straight and punches this up to Jason Mohammed, who scored a century in the last game. Very controlled, very constructive up at the Survivor Stadium. It was a masterclass from Jason Mohammed.
Yes,
and even though Poran and Pollard and company would have failed, he took big over the line.
Yes, he was the glue that kept the innings together, and he just missed out on having the highest score so far for the tournament.
Rampal, big foul, the ball to Kyron Powell. He picks up the line, good take by Dinesh Ramdin. Ramdin is due for some runs. You know the thing about it, Vinci, that whenever Rampal is playing for Trinidad and Tobago against the Leeward Islands, he always, you got Trinidad and Tobago in trouble, and Rampal steps in.
Yes,
and holds up everything.
It's a magic arm.
13 without loss.
But I just mentioned about the highest individual score so far for the tournament. That was scored by the Leeward's Casey Curtis, and Leeward's would certainly be looking forward to him raising his hand up today.
Providing he gets an opportunity, Powell sneaks a single down to the short third man era. Keshawn Otley can't stop it. He goes up to 10, and the score goes to 14 without loss. 14 without loss is the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, their run rate is 2.55, and they really need to step that up. We want to take some time out on behalf of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board to salute Mood and Caribbean Alliance, who have again come in support of Leeward's cricket. Big, cool and smooth, Mr. Amir. Keen on those guys. Thank you very much for your support. Rampal is into bowl to Ross Powell, into bowl to Powell. Powell is having a go at this one and is caught by Jason Mohammed. He position and the ball rushed. He just stood up and was going for an elaborate drive, looking to hit it somewhere into the pool. Never got into position. He never looked himself. And the Leeward Islands losing their first wicket. 14 for 1. Ross Powell caught Jason Mohammed. A shot that really was not on. There was no movement at all from him, Vinci.
Yes, it looked as if the ball stood up a bit. He was trying to play a pull shot, sort of a pull shot. The way he was positioned for that shot, it looked like he would not have gotten it past the mid-off fielder. If it was played with any level of execution, it would have probably gone in the mid-off position or maybe over the bowler's head. But he certainly wasn't to the pitch of the ball. The ball hit at no timing, and it just lobbed up into the offside of the field for Mohammed to come in and take a very simple catch, a very soft dismissal there by the batsman.
But there really was no movement in the depth of the crease by Ross Powell. And, you know, you still can't be able to take your eyes off Ravi Rampal because even at his age, he's still got a little bit of pace.
Yes, and as you said, he's always put his hand up when he's playing against the Leewards, and we were talking about the golden arm. He has made the breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Out comes the century maker, Casey Carty. And he's got a good platform, Casey Carty, so far. So he would know that this, he's now batting with one of the most senior players in the Leeward Islands team, former captain, Kyron Powell. 14 for 1. Casey Carty steps out. And the ball that got Ross Powell out, there was a little bit of extra pace, extra effort from Ravi Rampal. Casey Carty's listed career, 437 runs, 2 half centuries, 1 century, a high score of 123, averaging 23.27. That by his standards, he's way better than that. And I think the stage is set. Jason Mohammed is getting some treatment as we speak, so there's a little hold-up in play. Cartier scored 1,923 not out, 11. And he's not here, so he's due for, if not a big score, somewhere maybe another half century.
Yes.
So the conversation maybe can start in, if I was him, I would be thinking about a big one here because the stage is set. It's not too hot here. It's a day-night encounter game. And he's got a perfect platform to be able to set himself up, Casey Carty. So good afternoon to the folks in Anguilla and St. Martin, the home of Casey Carty. You know, he's a hero in St. Martin and Anguilla. His father is a commentator, Keith. Keith Rampal comes in to bowl to Casey Carty Jr. Into bowl to him. He's backing across and stylishly playing it up to the short mid-wicket fielder. And the short mid-wicket goes to mid-on. And Sonny Narayan rubbing away the number 74.
Yes, and he would want to repeat his performance that Barbados Pride when he scored that 123 not out magnificent innings that ensured that the Leewards got their first win in the tournament.
14 for 1. The Leeward Islands Hurricane, after winning the toss, deciding they're going to bat against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Rampal is in now to bowl to Carty. Carty comes stylishly forward. Got a little frustrated, but that was a good confident shot. He got his stride out early. Completion of over number 6. A successful wicket for Ravi Rampal. 1 for 8. The Leeward Islands at 6 are 14 for 1. They lost the wicket of Ross Powell. Caught Jason Mohammed bowled Ravi Rampal for 4. 14 for 1. The score is still on 14 for 1. Ross Powell and Kyron Powell is still there. He's on 10. And Casey Carty has only faced 2 deliveries so far.
Yes, a very successful over there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Ravi Rampal, the veteran, showing his worth to the side still with that wicket.
I think the objective here is for all 50 overs. There's an appeal for a leg before, but that certainly would have been going down by Carey Pear. He's into his 4th over, none for 6. And Powell just tentatively coming forward. Like to see him just put the bat right there. There's no pressure, no short leg, no silly point, nothing. Because he's got to be very careful these days. You know, he's almost caught on the crease. Here is Powell driving, can't score up to mid-off. Aggressive shot there. Ravi Rampal had to get down in the execution. Not Ravi Rampal, Evan Lewis.
But that was a good shout with that LBW appeal there by the Trinidad team.
Carey Pear is bowling a flighted delivery, and Powell just more or less, you know, tuck it down to long on. Kejan Otley get 1 run. He goes up to 11. A little chatter coming from Kyron Pollard. He never stops chatting. He's always buzzing. 15 for 1. Carey Pear is into his 4th over. Good start so far. Not for 7. It is 2.31. Not by the Leeward standard that this is what they would want. Casey Carty will maybe just need to get his eye in, and then, as we would say, Vinci, get on his bike.
Yes, and you can see Pollard putting himself now at the city point position.
And he will be chatting into Casey Carty's ear.
Oh, yes.
A slip. Waits now as Carey Pear is in now to bowl to Casey Carty's back, and almost in a little tangle to get past Sonny Narayan there, but he got across. And Narayan is not moving as fleet-footed as he would like. Saw that one there. Maybe could have punched him for the single there, Vinci, because he was to his left.
Would have been a chancy one, I believe. But again, as you said, to his left.
Leaving alone the delivery right there is Casey Carty from Carey Pear. Some 5 legal deliveries bowling the over. 1 single out of it so far, which went to took it up to 11. Nicholas Powen is at first slip. Rammed in behind the stumps. Pears into bowl to Carty's back and just stroking it down to long on, getting an easy single. And the score is 16 for 1. The completion of over number 7. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes in a quiet start here. Kyron Powell is 11. Casey Carty is 1 from 5.
Yes, see that last delivery looked like Pierre got a bit of bounce there, but Carty was to the measure of it, just standing up and punching it straight, getting it past the mid-on fielder down to the long-on position. But again, what I think they're soaking up a lot of dot balls at this time of the stage of the. You really don't want to put yourself under pressure to try and build a total coming on towards the end. So I think it's incumbent on them to start to pick up a few more runs.
I think out of the attack, Casey Carty's got the best strike rate for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Here's the Rampal delivery. Can't beat Caripea. He's got 154 runs in this championship here so far. Nidish Kumar is leading with 158. Kyron Powell 132 and Ross Powell 131. So in terms of the runs, Ross Powell is back in the pavilion. So it is important that Casey Carty and Kyron Powell bat as deep as possible. Right down, 16 for 1. Casey Carty has looked real fluent. He's looked really an accomplished player. Feet moving, everything. Paul is in now to bowl to Carty. Carty is looking for a single not on. Up to mid-off. Kyron Powell charges in. And he says again to Kyron Powell, listen, young man, don't venture out.
Well, here we see that the veteran is bowling very straight, attacking the stumps are just about. And you remember we have been speaking about the variable bounce. What is happening here is that the batsmen are not taking too many chances, and the captain, Pollard, has protected the V. So even if they were to get in that position, he has quite a bit of protection in the V.
16 for 1. Carty waits for Rampal. He's in both to him. He comes quietly forward. But the good thing today, Vinci, about Carty's innings is that he's coming out onto the front foot. One of the things which I found in the batsmen in this tournament is that they're afraid to come out. They're just being trapped onto the crease looking to play from the crease on their back foot. With Rampal's pace, with the length that he's bowling, you got to get that stride out. You got to get the left foot out as a right-hander.
Got to get it out. And also you've noticed that even in this tournament, a couple of batsmen have gotten bowled playing over the line. They were playing down the right line, but completely over the delivery and were bowled. So coming out is certainly a good technique to negotiate those deliveries.
Yeah, Carty coming out, a little inside edge there onto that one. Sort of went hard at it. Leading run score so far for Trinidad and Tobago also will be Evan Lewis and Jason Mohammed, and they are playing in this game. And we look back at the replay right there. I thought that one, Casey Carty really sort of caught him in a standing up position. They like to see that left knee staying low as possible to the ball.
Yes.
Something we saw from Jason Mohammed up at the Survivor Stadium. He got right over the ball.
Yes, while he was playing it, he was still on the move coming towards the ball, whereas he could have established his position before playing a shot.
Balanced, Poe and yapping away. Here comes Pollard. Not Pollard, he's bowled him through the gate. The same shot that we were speaking about, Vinci. The big gap between there, Casey Carty going hard at the ball. You got to get that stride out and the bat close together. Inside edge. And Hurricane, they've lost their second weight. Let's look at it, Vinci. This is what we're talking about. You see where the left foot is? It's not doing anything at all. Got to be able to come out there to be able to close off that swing, and he was going hard, rather than playing with soft hands. And so Ravi Rampal has struck again, picking up the second wicket.
Of inward movement, but also it appears as if Carty played a little early, so the bat was already almost through the line of the delivery. So what happened is that it came off of the inside portion of the bat straight into the middle stump, and I'm sure the young man would be very disappointed. Not only are they not scoring fluently enough, but they also have lost 2 wickets, which is going to put them under a bit of pressure throughout the rest of this innings.
So one century maker goes, the next comes in. He was a century maker who, in the first game, he scored the first century of the CG Super 50 competition for 2021. Nidish Kumar, an acquisition from Cricket Canada, and he steps out. He's in good form. He's maybe kind of gone off the boil, but today could be his day. I like his work ethic. Very, very, very professional. He's got some over 2,000 runs. He's got 10 400s. 1 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and 3 for Canada. And Casey Carty is back in the hut. Nidish Kumar waits for Rampal. You see the difference that I'm talking about, Vinci? The bat right there coming right out.
Head right over the ball.
You learn anything, Garfield?
Head right over the ball.
I still know a thing or two, Garfield. I try something now and again. Completion of over number 8. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are in trouble. 16 for 2. Ross Powell back in the pavilion, Casey Catty for 1, Ross Powell for 4, Kyron Powell is 11 from 21, and Nedish Kumar has just faced 1 delivery. Vinci.
Yes, not only it for 2, but 16 runs off of 8 overs. I mean, the pace is already slow, and you're also losing wickets. And the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have been bowling a lot of unplayable deliveries. It's just that the batsmen have not really been applying themselves in turning the 3s and the 0s into 1s.
Well, I had to sneak an over from Garfield Burford to introduce your good friend, Jaden Seals. So sorry, Garfield. Yes, because Vinci has been talking about this young man from the first game. He feels that Kyron Pollard got it wrong, and he would have preferred to see Jaden Seals rather. Age 19. Another good prospect. No, I didn't mean anything, Vinci. Don't get, the Liverpool fans, Garfield, they always get defensive.
No, I'm not getting defensive.
I really don't understand.
Just trying to clarify that, not that he got it wrong, but I would.
But you would have just loved to see him in the first game.
Yes.
No problem, Vinci. Here comes Seals. Your man of the moment. He's in now to bowl to Kyron Powell. Just turning this down to the vacant final boundary, into the boundary for 4. So he started a little offline, but that's okay. That's life. This is his first delivery in List A cricket. Pollard says, don't worry about that. Keep coming. What I like about Kyron Pollard and handling this young man, Vinci, is even when you looked at him during the CPL, the way in how he handled him and he kept talking to him, and you realize there at mid-on, you know, you would have seen the whole stuff. Yes, Vinci, you know, I know a thing or two still, Vinci, so I can be able to still talk in terms of what is happening. I might not be active.
I was just showing you what happened on the delivery before when
but we did speak about it, right, Vinci?
Mention it, so I was just showing you that how in your analysis.
No. Here comes Jaden Seals. He comes in now to bowl to Kyron Powell, who's 15. He stands up straight to a back of the length delivery. And coming around is Jason Mohammed, who's enjoying himself here in this tournament. He was the captain of the West Indies team that was swept in the Bangladesh won the series. And he sure would be in a couple of days' time. We'll hear the announcement of the West Indies T20 squad that will be taking on Sri Lanka.
Yes.
And those 3 matches will be played right here, cricket ground. What a moment. What a special day that will be. 20 for 2. Kyron Powell is 15. Nitish Kumar is not. Seals, 19-year-old bowl to Powell. He's back and just turning this, looking for a single, certainly not on. Kajan Hartley coming around quickly and making sure that they stay in the crease. Ramdin looks a little bit sharper today. He's put a little weight on. Can't help but, you know, overemphasizing that. He's got a lot fatter. I think the older you get, you put some weight on, Vinci? What do you think?
It suggests that your metabolism slows down a bit, and so some weight may come on. But some people are trying to blame their weight on COVID.
Do you think that is the reason why Liverpool is not performing? Maybe they've been found wanting in that area. We wait for a while. Seals is in out to bowl to Powell. He stands up straight looking for a single, certainly not on. And the fielders, including Carrie Pear, Imran Khan and Jason Mohammed, they have decided that they're going to keep some pressure still on Kyron Powell. The run rate is 2.31. 2.31. We're into over number 9. Kyron Powell is 15 from 25. And like I said, I think that Kyron Powell will have to bat all 50 overs today.
If the Leewards want to put on a challenging score, he certainly needs to be in the middle at the end.
Here comes Seals in out the bowl to the big man himself, Kyron Powell. He pushes it up to Kyron Pollard. He can't score at mid-on. And the score remains on 20 for 2.
KP to KP.
Yeah, 20 for 2. That's
now,
it.
What do you think of Seals so far?
Well, it's one for the future.
It's early yet, but
yeah.
I
he's
like,
got pace.
Like his action,
his strike pattern,
rhythm,
and his rhythm.
Everything it seems to be very good, and he certainly looks like he's probably not even at peak pace yet, just getting himself in of things.
2 good fast bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, and Anderson Phillip and Seals. Short delivery back and just turning this back of a length delivery. Don't want to say it kind of reminds me of a Marlon Black, but you know, Trinidad has produced some outstanding fast bowlers over the year. So the completion of over number 9, Vinci, the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. Leeward Lions Hurricane, they are 21 for 2. Kyron Powell is 16. Nitish Kumar is not. More comments from you, and then with the voice of Garfield Burford.
Yes, they certainly, Leewards picked up a bit, getting 5 runs from that over. Yes, first over from young Seals, the first delivery just straying a bit on the pads, and Kyron Powell was able to take advantage of that first delivery. But after that, a fairly steady over from the youngster, and certainly showing some class. I believe that there is still something to build from. started out with a fair amount of pace, and I believe he's not at peak pace at the moment, but certainly looks like he's going to be a good youngster and Leeward Islands batsman.
Yes, indeed it is. And good afternoon to you, Vinci. Good afternoon to all listeners right across the region. Good afternoon to Vernon. Here comes a new over started by beaten outside the off stump was Ravi Rampal beating Kyron Powell comprehensively outside the off stump. That one seemed to have kept low as well, because we must remember that as our listeners who have been following us ever since the tournament started on the 7th of February, we've been talking about the fact that from the southern end, the ball seems to keep low from this end, and that one seems to have kept low as well. Not to indicate a very good line, very corridor uncertainty there for Ravi Rampal bowling to Kyron Powell, who stays on for 2. This is the 10th over. So far, Ravi Rampal with figures of 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs, 2 wickets. He's up to the wicket again to bowl, and this one is stroked into the offside, but fielded in cover, in the cover region by Jaden Seals. There is no run. The score remains on 21 for 2, 21 for 2. So both wickets going to Ravi Rampal so far.
Yes, both wickets. He's certainly been the golden arm so far for the day. Bowling quite consistently, bowling, keeping a very steady line and not giving much away to the batsmen.
Indeed, Ravi Rampal will be looking to perhaps get even more wickets. He's been impressive in this championship so far. I'll tell you about his figures so far. Here he comes to bowl to this time Kyron Powell. Back behind that one solidly, just pushing it back along the pitch to be fielded by the bowler on his follow-through. There is no run. 21 for 2. Powell remains on 16. Kumar yet to get off the mark. Let me just remind you of the teams. Vernon would have told you. But just to remind you if you're just joining us, Kyron, this is for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Kyron Pollard, the captain. By the way, Darren Bravo and Lendl Simmons out of the... we'll tell you about the team after this delivery from Ravi Rampal. He's up to the wicket to bowl, and this one is driven nicely into the offside through extra cover. And here for Sun and Ryan, they get 2 runs. The score pushes up to 23 for 2. Nice flowing drive there through extra cover. Chase on for Sun and Ryan. Pulled it back in just about 3/4 of the way to the long off boundary. They were able to get 2 runs.
Yes, 2 well played runs there by Powell. Not overextending and not trying to hit hard, but getting it into the gap and getting 2 runs. And if they can continue getting the balls in the gaps and just running the 1s and the 2s, they should be able to pick up the scoring rate much so far in the innings.
They're scoring at just a tad under 2.5. A chase around there for, let me just tell you the field. So it's Sun and I'll tell you about that after this delivery from Ravi Rampal in again to bowl, and this one is us looking to guide that one down to third man, but only succeeded in getting to gully there by Nicholas Puran. There is no run, 23 for 2, so there is a gully in the form of Nicholas Puran. There's a third man, a backward point. There's a cover mid-off. There is a mid-on in the form of the towering, imposing figure of Captain Kyron Pollard. And there is a short fine leg and a deep, looks to be Evan Lewis on the boundary at the backward square leg. Here comes Ravi Rampal. He starts to move in again to bowl to the left-handed Kyron Powell. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one pitched up. Get the impression that it was a little bit of a slower delivery. No, he didn't quite get the timing right, and that one he was looking to play it into the offside and came off a thick inside edge and went over to the onside. At the end of the 10th over, it's 23 for 2. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes winning the toss and batting 0.30 runs per over, with Kyron Powell on 18 and Nitish Kumar yet to get off the mark. The partnership just worth 7 at this point after 10.
Yes, and the variable bounce and also the variable pace of the pitch came into play there, where Kyron Powell thought he had the ball, he had it measured for expansive off drive. However, he was through the shot a bit early and it only came off the inside edge going into the mid-on area. So the batsmen from that end have to be a lot more circumspect, have to be a lot more cautious when playing their shots. As we have been talking, the variable bounce and variable pace comes into play.
We're going into power play 2 as Jaden Seals prepares to start a new over from the northern end. The batsmen out so far: 2, Ross Paul, the opening batsman, the left-handed opener, caught by of the bowling of Rampal for 4. He faced 16. Here comes Jaden Seals up to the wicket to bowl to Nitish Kumar, and this one is an edge taken. It will run very close to the boundary, stopped with his foot back into the boundary. So stopped with his foot there. Good footwork by Sun and Narayan, and then the ball just spun back onto the ropes. So 4 runs for Nitish Kumar. You could say that it was an intelligent intelligent, educated edge, they call it, Vernon. But that one just steered into what would have been a controlled, intelligent edge past Nicholas Puran at first slip.
But if there was a second slip, it might have been a catch.
But that was if there was. There was not. So that
But
makes it intelligent.
I think it was a very poor work by the fielder
Sunil
Narayan on the boundary.
Here comes Jaden Seals bowls, and this one whizzes outside the off stump, left alone to be taken by the wicket keeper, Danish Ramden. Danish Ramden wearing number 80 on his shirt. Standing beside him at slip is Nicholas Puran, who could easily have been the keeper as well. Embarrassment for riches the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have in terms of 2 wicket keepers.
Not just an embarrassment of riches in terms of 2 wicket keepers, but they have 2 frontline batsmen out, and they're still able to maintain a solid batting lineup.
Talking about Karen Pollard, the captain, Jason Mohammed in the last match. Let's get that after this delivery. 2 slips now in. As here comes the delivery there, stroked brilliantly through the offside, through the cover. Get 2 runs as a chase there on for Kijon Otley. They come back for 2 runs. So Nidish Kumar now pushing on to 6. So after that educated edge down to third man, he's gotten 2 runs. This one was driven through the offside. Far more in control of that one. 29 for 2 now. And Nidish Kumar moves on to 6. So let me give the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So Karen Pollard, the captain, Jason Mohammed, Danish Ramden, Evan Lewis, Imran Khan, Kijon Otley, Sunil Narayan, Nicholas Puran, Ravi Rampal, Jaden Seals, and Carrie Peer. Here comes Jaden Seals, the aforementioned, up to the wicket bowls, and this one outside the off stump, well left by Nidish Kumar. But that one was a bit closer to the off stump, but he judged the line well. So there are now 2 slips in place. Captain Kyron Pollard has planted himself at first slip. There is Nicholas Puran. Yes, there's also Sunil Narayan with a third man boundary, a wideish third man boundary, as well as a backward point cover. And nobody in the mid-off region, so there's a gaping gap there. If he just drives in the feet,
there's a mid-off.
Have Lendl Simmons and Darren Bravo, both of whom are injured. And we'll get before the end of this match in terms of the status of those 2 players, because those are 2 key players for them. Notwithstanding the fact that they're able to assemble a powerful team nonetheless, I'm sure that they'd want them. And here comes Jaden Seals, is up to the wicket to bowl to Nidish Kumar, and Nidish Kumar is just opening the face of the bat and turning this one to the backward point position. Kijon Otley, that's the end of the 11th over. At the end of 11, 29 for 2. Kyron Powell on 18, Kumar on 6. The latest score at the Coolidge.
Yes, 6 runs coming from that over. I think he was a bit undone by the fielder there on third man. That could have saved 2 extra. Could have saved 2 runs. But what I'm very impressed with of this youngster is that he's starting to generate a bit of pace out there, and he's maintaining a very good. And we spoke about embarrassment of riches. Here we have them replacing 2 of their frontline bowlers also, Akil Hussain and also Anderson, and coming in with bowlers that are pretty much Kyrie Peer replacing Hussain, and the young Seals replacing Anderson, and they're still pretty much the pressure in their attack with 2 quality bowlers replacing the 2 that they started with.
Talking about replacing, we're starting over number to change in the bowling attack from the southern end, the commentary box end. It's Sunil Narayan, the mystery spinner. He'll be bowling from the southern end, coming into the attack now. So far, Ross Powell, Colt Mohammed, bowled Rampal for 4, having faced 16 delivers. Casey Carty bowled comprehensively, well, off the inside for 1, having faced 10. The bowling figures so far: Carrie Peer, 4 overs, no maidens, 8 runs, no wickets. Ravi Rampal, impressive, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs. Jaden Seals, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. It's the 4th bowler being used now. Sunil Narayan, he's up to the wicket to bowl to Karen Powell, one off the back foot into deep cover. There is 1 run for Karen Powell. He moves on to 19 now to 30 for 2. 19. Nidish Kumar, the right-hander, comes on strike. So there's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Kyron Powell, left-hander, the opening batsman, and the right-handed Nidish Kumar, who was a century maker in the first match. Here comes Sunil Narayan, number 74 on his shirt. He's up to the wicket. A big step forward was Nidish Kumar, just making sure that he got as close as possible to the pitch of that one, just stroking it down to Imran Khan at mid-off. There is no run. He just has to retreat to his crease. There's a slip for him. Nicholas Puran is a lone slip. There is a backward point, and there is a cover mid-off. Here comes Sunny Lermine. He's up to the wicket and bowls again. Another decisive step forward as he defends this one. Does Nitish Kumar. Plays it into the offside. There is no run. Fielded at extra cover, a short extra cover position. I did get earlier. That one is, of course, Carrie Peer, who's in that position. I got him mixed up earlier. Here comes Sunny Lermine. He's up to the wicket and bowls in this one. Just playing this into the short mid-wicket position. Fielded by the captain, Kieran Pollard. There is no run. 30 for 2. Nice sunshine, very nice conditions. A few clouds around, but no hint of rain at this point. Very breezy here, very stiff wind. Here comes Sunny Lermine. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one turned down to square leg, fielded by Kijon Otley. There is no run. He wears number 30 on his shirt, Otley. That's
Keon.
So,
Yes.
So it's 30 for 2. Kieran Powell on 19. Kumar taking strike. He's on 6. So far, no. Actually, there's one run in this over so far. Here comes Sunny Lermine. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Nitish Kumar, who goes off the back foot and just steers this to square cover. And coming off the boundary, the field is does appear to be Evan Lewis at the sweeper on the boundary there. That's the end of the over from Sunny Lermine, an over in which he conceded 2 runs, kept things tight, and he was probing. 31 for 2 after 12. That's the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds with Kieran Powell on 19. Kumar taking strike. He's on 7. And that's the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yeah, it's a very steady over there from Narayan to start. However, I think that it doesn't matter who is bowling at this moment. The Leeward certainly have to take their chance. I wouldn't say take unnecessary chances, but also play a lot more positive, because they certainly need to get a move on in terms of speeding up the scoring rate. Too many dot balls at this moment.
2 slips as in, and Vinci will be now replaced by Colin James in the Commons position as Jaden Seals prepares to bowl a new over from the northern end. There are 2 slips, Captain Kieran Pollard and Nicholas Puran in the slip cordon. Here comes Jaden Seals. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Nitish Kumar, who comes forward again, and this one is stroked elegantly in the V down to mid-off. Kumar stays on 7. He looks a very fluent player. He strikes the ball very cleanly. And certainly he's been a revelation in this tournament so far. So both these two teams, it's a 4th match for them. So for the Hurricanes, it's a win and 2 losses. They lost to the Volcanoes by 31 runs at the CCG on this inaugural match. They won against Barbados Pride, chasing down 301, winning by 4 wickets with 3 balls remaining on February 10. Here comes Jaden Seals. Up to the wicket, the ball to Nitish Kumar, places back along the pitch, fielded by Jaden Seals, no run. Again, very nicely stroked by Nitish Kumar. Then the Hurricanes lost to the Guyana Jaguars by 13 balls remaining on February 12th. So they have 4 points from their 3 games for the Red Force. It's a perfect record for them. Won by 5 wickets against 54 balls remaining February 11. Then they won against Volcanoes by 4 wickets with 27 balls remaining on February 13. And then won against Barbados Pride by 3 wickets with 5 balls remaining February 15. 12 points, maximum 12 points from their 3 games. Here comes Jaden Seals, up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is punched elegantly off the back foot. A chase on here for Jason Mohammed. It will run very close to the boundary, pulling back just inches inside the boundary. They come back for 3 well-run runs. So very good shot there off the back foot as we welcome Colin James. Good afternoon to you, Colin.
Good afternoon to you, Garfield, and good afternoon to listeners wherever you may be in the Caribbean. I believe in other parts of the evening, or even good night or good morning, because we're streaming live on YouTube. We're also on Facebook Live, I would want to believe, and ABS coverage could be carried just about anywhere in the world.
Absolutely. ABS has amassed a global audience. ABS has reached global proportions. Jaden Seals now will be bowling to the left-handed Kieran Powell. There's a slip in place, and he's a wide-ish, almost in a second slip position. That's Nicholas Puran, the left-handed Powell from Jaden Seals, up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is punched into the vacant cover region. And coming off the boundary is a sweeper, Evan Lewis. They get 1 run to the score for Kieran Powell and 1 run for the Leeward's Hurricanes. And by the way, in terms of the team standings, Guyana with 12 points. Both those teams have qualified. Guyana just ahead on net run rate. Both have a perfect record so far. 3 wins from 3 matches. In 3rd place, Windward's Volcanoes. They are on 8 points, 2 wins from 3 games. As here comes Jaden Seals. I'll tell you about the other point standings after this delivery. Bowls, and this one is driven to Captain Kieran Pollard at a short extra cover position. Fielded, and there is no run. 35 for 2. Powell on 20 and Kumar on 10. There is a little, yes, indeed, and some rain is actually coming very strongly from our right, which is the east here, and the players will have to come off. So there's a rain delay here, and it was just only a few minutes ago, that I said that there were a few clouds around, but no immediate threat of rain. But then within the last few minutes, I think it is even taking the ground staff by surprise, because this one just came almost out of nowhere. It's almost as if we're going to say out of the blue. That would have been too much of a pun. But that one does a sharp shower that's coming across the grounds. Colin James, I think they're gambling to make sure that the pitches are covered, and they're running on now with the small cover for the playing pitch, and they're of course getting the big for the playing area, all the pitches, the playing surface, and of course they'll have to get covers as well for the practice pitches on either side of the wicket. So a rain delay here. We're hoping that this is a passing shower. It does appear to be so, because to our right, immediately to our right, which is where I think most of the rain comes from, it's clear at this point, coming almost from a kind of northeasterly position, and let's hope that's a passing shower, Colin.
Yes, it's going to be a passing shower. The Met Office is just next door to us here at the VC Bird International Airport, and I believe if we had just talking cheeks really, that I'm just saying that they would have said while the drizzle was coming over to say that it's going to be a passing shower, but nothing of that nature whatsoever. But interestingly, Garfield, I want to maybe just engage in a little discussion here. The Leeward Islands won the toss. It was somewhat of a cloud cover, not overcast. There was some rain likely in the atmosphere. Also, it's winning the toss and batting first. And if you win the toss and bat first, what is your first intention?
Obviously, to put a score on the scoreboard and put pressure on your
and take
opponents.
Advantage of the first power play.
Absolutely.
First 10 overs.
Absolutely.
Did they do that?
Well, not quite, because they were pegged back, I think. I think the kind of intent wasn't quite there. I mean, certainly you didn't quite see the attacking intent and the aim to, for example, put the ball into the gaps and run, pressure, for example, the fielders. I think the running was not as urgent as it needed to have been. I think that was a big takeaway from the first power play. Certainly Vernon and Vinci mentioned that the running was a little bit lethargic, almost pedestrian. So perhaps they could have put more pressure on the fielders. And I certainly remember, for example, one case where Ross Powell, both openers were batting Ross Powell and Kyron Powell, and I think that there was an opportunity to possibly get a third, to pressure the fielder for a third, and they actually settled for two. So that the kind of urgency wasn't shown, especially in terms of the running between the wickets. Perhaps not as many four balls, you could call it, perhaps not as many bad balls, long hops, or so on. And by the way, we should tell our listeners that the covers are being taken off, as it was indeed a passing shower. Up to our northeast is starting to clear away, so it was a very, very quick and just ephemeral, thankfully, and let's hope that that's the last for the afternoon. But yes, I agree with you, Colin, that there was not as much urgency especially in terms of the running between, and they did not pretty much capitalize on the power play opportunity when there are, of course, fewer fielders in the outfield to try to score as many runs as possible.
And trying to make, since this tournament has started, maybe with the exception of maybe the Trinidad team when they batted first in one of the games, we don't see the batsmen trying to not necessarily get after the bowling, but try to get on top of the bowling. They have allowed the bowlers to settle on them, as opposed to trying to dictate how the bowlers bowl. The bowlers have dictated how the batsmen are batting. Or in other words, most of the batsmen have been in somewhat of a defensive mode, especially towards the spinners, and not trying to get out of the crease.
And using their feet and so on.
And play the spinners.
Yes.
And trying to use their wrists now and turn balls behind square into the open gaps in the offside, and get, instead of one, maybe getting two. And sometimes they're playing attacking shots, and the balls are going directly to field to angle the bat to get it away from the fielders. And I just believe that if the Leeward Islanders went in with a mindset that they want to score upwards of 280 and over 300, that they should have looked at the situation and said to the openers, you guys got to go out there and not just beat ball, but try to rotate the strike and try to manipulate the bowling in such a way that you're always keeping the bowlers guessing. You know Trinidad is going to open with a spinner. So you have to have that mindset that whatever comes, you know what is going to come to you early up in the innings, and you know that you have a fielding advantage in the first 10 overs. You have to go there with a mindset and try to get runs on the board, as opposed to just trying to bat and keep your wicket. And in the end, well, I don't know if the instructions are to get a score. Each individual batsman get a score. Well, that is good. There's nothing wrong in telling the batsman to get a score, but you must also be telling in terms of the think tank in the Leeward team that they must at least score at least 4 to 5 runs and over, or even better, so that you can have a healthy score coming down to the last 10 or 15 overs.
If you're just joining us across the Caribbean and beyond, no, you're not missing any action. In fact, we just had a delay in the action because of a passing shower. Thankfully, that shower has passed on. It has now moved to our left, and places certainly in possibly Old Palm Road and possibly New Winthorpes and so on would now be getting that passing shower. So the rain has passed. The sun is pretty much struggling to come back out. So it's cleared, so we should get back to some action in a short while. I agree with you, Colin. I'll get back to your comments in a short while. 35 for 2, the Leeward's Hurricanes, after just one ball shy of 13 overs, 35 for 2, and the batsman at the wicket at this point. By the way, they're scoring. They won the toss and it chose to bat the batsman at this point. Karen Powell, he's on 20 of 35, 2 fours. He's striking at 57.1. Nitish Kumar on 10 from 16 with 1 boundary, an educated edge down to third, striking at 62.5 runs per 62.5 per 100 balls. That's his strike rate. So at this point, the bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Kari Peer, 4 overs, no maidens, 8 runs, no wickets. Ravi Rampal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Seals, 2.5 overs, no maiden runs, no wickets. And Sunil Narayan, who was just brought into the attack, having bowled 1 over, no maidens, and conceded 2 runs off his first over. So that's the bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The batsman dismissed so far, Ross Powell. Court Mohammed bowled Ravi Rampal for 4, having faced 16 deliveries. And Casey Carty was just dismissed for 1, bowled off the inside edge by Ravi Rampal, who's been the pick of the bowlers. Casey Carty faced 10 deliveries and 4 Ks 1. So it's 35 for 2, the not-out batsman, as we said. Karen Powell on 20 and Nitish Kumar on 10. I agree with you to a large extent, perhaps in relation to the approach that's taken to the batting. The side batting first. They have to take a far more insightful look at the situation and to pretty much construct an innings, essentially to focus on which bowler they're using their feet to the spinners, because we've seen a lot of spinners in this competition, and in fact we can have a discussion about that. I'm sure that when Vernon and Vincy as well come on, Colin, they're going to be talking about the almost the plethora, the overabundance of spinners that we've seen in the competition so far. Is it a new trend across not only the region but across the world as well that we're seeing so many spinners? We're back in the action here, the field. And we're about to resume the action. 35 for 2. The last ball of the 13th over coming up. Jaden Seals into ball to Nitish Kumar from the northern end balls, and this one left alone to be taken by wicketkeeper Dennis Ramlin. The end of over number 13, the end of which the Leeward's Hurricanes winning the toss and batting 35 for 2, and they'll be looking to push.
So that's 4 runs from that over, and the scoring rate is below 3 runs and over, and we're already in completed the 13th over. We were moving into the 14th over, and this is not the scoring rate that the Leeward Islands would want at this stage. They're in a situation where they must win this game. They have to pursue. It's a case where the Leewards cannot play catch up. They have to be always in front. They have to be on the front foot from ball 1 in terms of the batting, and when they get into the field, they have to be on the front foot from ball 1 when they bowl. This partnership has to get things going. You have to get moving.
We're going to look at the calculations, the permutations, and the metrics in a short while. Southern end, here comes from the southern end, and that one is taken on the pad. Loud appeal there as Karen Powell was facing up to Sunil Narayan and knew over the start of the 14th from this southern end. That one seems to have gone straight on. Let's see, as we look at the replay, was it height? Inside edge, it does appear that he got, yes, he got an inside edge. That saved him because that was hit wicket on wicket. Sunil Narayan coming again to bowl to, this one is just dropped actually at short, straightish mid-wicket. And that was Kari Peer in the number 18 shot. That one should have been taken at this level, catchable height. And Kari Peer put down Karen Powell. He gets a single. He pushes on to 21 to score 36 for 2. It should have been 35 for 3. And Sunil Narayan has been troubling the bat. The resumption from the break. He'll be bowling now to the right-handed Nitish Kumar. Here comes the mystery spinner. Sunil Narayan bowls, and this one is stroked nicely into the covers. Kari Peer runs to his left, does the fielding, not before the batsman take a single. So Nitish Kumar pushes on to 11 to score 37 for 2. But the left-handed Karen Powell certainly having some trouble with Sunil.
Certainly, Narayan is troubling Karen Powell, and he has to. See how much he can negotiate what Narayan is doing, but yet still get runs, as he's doing now.
That one was turned off the legs and turned to fine leg, a very fine leg. 4 runs to Kyron Powell, so he pushes on to 25. The score now in the 40s, 41 for 2. Pitched on the leg stump and is perhaps turning a little bit away, and he just got into line, got inside of it, and just turned it fine to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4, almost in a long leg position that the ball ended up in the boundary. So 41 for 2, Kyron Powell on to 25. He's facing up now to the mystery spinner, Sunil Ryan, hiding the ball behind him as he going for a heave over deep mid-wicket and missing, taken by Danish Ramdin. So that one going for the shot, that ball seems to have kept a little low, but he obviously didn't line with that one. Missing, he has to be careful here. The ball is keeping low from this end, the southern end.
He's not getting his right foot to the pitch of the delivery.
Indeed, here comes Sunil Ryan. He's up to the wicket, balls. Getting inside the line is Kyron Powell, turning it onto the leg side. Fielded by Danish Ramdin, running around to field. That's the end of the over. That's the end 14th over. And at the end of the 14th, it's 41 for 2 with Kyron Powell, who had some trouble with Sunil Narayan, but got a boundary in that over. He's on 25, Kumar on 11. That's the latest score of the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
That was an over that could have been a successful one for the Trinidad and Tobago team. The first delivery striking Powell in front, adjacent, but he escaped because he got an inside edge onto his pads. And the second delivery, he was trying to show Narayan that he could get on top of him, and he almost hold out to a catch at short mid-wicket, and then getting a boundary 2 balls later, and then again trying to swing again and missing completely.
Here comes Jaden Seals bowling to Nitish Kumar, starting a new over, the 14th from this, actually, my bad, it's actually the 15th over he's starting, so it's 41 for 2. This is the start of the 15th over. That one was driven into square cover. Fielded, there is no run. Nitish Kumar has really been striking the ball very, very cleanly indeed. And his timing looks impeccable at this point. He'll be certainly considering repeating what he did in the first match when he got a century. So far, the top 5 run scorers, Evan Lewis, 3 matches, 205 runs. Sonny Lambris, 3 matches, 163. Here comes Jaden Seals from the northern end. Up to the wicket, to ball to the right-handed Nitish Kumar, who is just coming forward and stroking this one very neatly to a point. There is no run, 41 for 2. Jason Mohammed, he's 3rd on the Taurus. 3 matches, 158 runs. Of course, there's a century in that, in the last match. As well as Barnwell, Christopher Barnwell, 3 matches, 158. So 158 tied with Jason Mohammed and Nitish Kumar, who is taking strike now from Jaden Seals. He's so far played 3 matches, 155 run scorers. I'll tell you about the top 5 wicket takers so far. As we look at this delivery coming in from Jaden Seals from the northern end. He's up and bowls, and this one just seeing up Nitish Kumar a little bit. He was looking to play that one square on the offside, but that one was just tucking him up and just trickled into the onside. There is no run. The top 5 wicket takers so far. Gudakesh Moti from the Ghana Jaguars, 3 matches, 9 wickets. Quinton Boatswain from the Leeward's Hurricanes, 2 matches, 8. He's played in 2 matches, 8 wickets. Larry Edward from the Windward's Volcanoes, 7 wickets, and Kyron Pollard, 3 matches, 6 wickets, including a 5-for in that match recently. We'll come back to that after this delivery from Jade Hearn to mid-wicket. There is no run. Looking to Ravi Rampal, they're fielding and threatening at one point, simulating a kind of throw down on the stump against it. 41 for 2. Niall Smith from the Ghana Jaguars, 3 matches, 6 wickets. So Gudakesh Moti, the spinner, and certainly this has been dominated by, certainly we've seen 2 spinners on the top 5, Gudakesh Moti and Larry Edward. Quinton Boatswain is pretty much medium pace. Kyron Pollard, a bit of, you could call it military medium. Niall Smith, medium pace. Here comes Jaden Seals bowls, and this one is driven into the covers, fielded by Kyron Pollard at the count, 41 for 2. Jaden Seals has kept this over quite tight so far, Colin.
Yes, he has kept the batsman relatively quiet. 5 dot balls in this over, but you don't. In a 50-over match, and you're batting first, you can't allow the bowlers to keep a stronger hold on you. You have to get a single or 2 or the occasional boundary. You have to show that you can manipulate the bowling.
This is the 15th over, the last ball of the 15th over coming up. Here comes Jaden Seals. Is up to the wicket to bowl to Nitish Kumar. And Nitish Kumar goes for the shot there, and they run. It looks like it will be a bye. Let's see the So 1 by Ran as Dennis Ramdin had a little bit of trouble taking that one. The ball actually seems to have cut back in off the seam and went between bat and the stumps. Dennis Ramdin having some trouble taking that one. So after 15 overs, 42 for 2, Karen Powell on 25, Nidish Kumar on 11. And we should tell you that coming up in the innings break will be his comments and his perspectives. Noted cricket commentator and analyst will be talking with us during the innings break. Orville Higgins, my good friend from Jamaica, will be talking with us. After comments from Colin James, it will be time for the voice of the ever sagacious and perspicacious Vernon Springer.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to break down those two words, Garfield, for the benefit of the listeners who may not be too familiar with them, except to say that Seals continues to do the job for his captain.
Here is Nidish Kumar on driving, down to the middle wicket boundary for 4. Relaxed balance shot by Nidish Kumar. Flighty delivery right into his pads, and he had to be able to put that one away. A boundary needed by the Leeward Islands Hurricane. The score goes up to 46 for 2. They lost Ross Powell, caught Jason Mohammed, bowled Ravi Rampal for 4, 14 for 1. Casey Kati bowled by Ravi Rampal for 1, 16 for 2. Partnership motoring on here. Narayan into bowl to Kumar. Is on driving down the ground to Jason Mohammed, gets a single, and so Kumar quietly goes up to 15. 15 from 25. The score is 47 for 2. 16 to Kumar. And Karen Powell is 25 from 40 deliveries. Narayan is into his third over. None for 13. The run rate is 3.07. 47 for 2. And Sunil Narayan from the media center end. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Karen Powell. Into bowl to Karen Powell. He comes quietly forward. Bat right in front of his pad. This maybe might be off to a slow start. These two are going to have to bat as deep as possible. Narayan not for 49, not for 24, not for 37 against the Leeward Islands, not for 13. He's not been able to pick up any wickets so far in the championship, but he's been economical. Powell is just turning this into the leg side area, picking up an easy single, goes up to 49. The first 10 overs for the Leeward Islands, they would have lost some 2 wickets, 23 for 2, 15, 42 for 2. So which means that they're really trying to rebuild and would need a partnership in a very big way. Run rate 3.06. Narayan not for 14. 6 runs off the over so far. Back and punching that out to the cover fielder, and they get an easy single. Evan Lewis comes off the boundary. It's more or less having a stroll there. Lyman. Narayan has been very economical, and even though he's not picked up wickets, psychologically he's played mind games in this championship so far. Not for 15. He's into his third over. He's in now to bowl to Kyron Powell. He's back and cracking that. Out to the sweeper. Jaden Seals comes off the sweeper boundary and just hurls a 1-bounce throw. Completion of over number 16. The Leeward Islands have finally brought up their 50 in 16 overs. 50 for 2. Kyron Powell is 27. Kumar is 17.
Good over for the Leewards in terms of the fact that they got, 8 runs from it, and this is what the Leewards would be looking for, getting runs, but not taking any chances, not taking any risk in those runs. And the first delivery was played away by Kumar for a boundary, and that kind of just eased it on board batsmen, and then they were able now to get 4 more singles. So 8 runs off and over is what the Leewards would want to be looking for. That will certainly take the score. And I'm just being reminded by the president of the Nevis Cricket Association, none other than the Venerable Carly Powell. The Leewards were 152 without loss and made a final score of 244 in their last game. He's asking me to let the team bat. Push them and the batting will collapse in spectacular fashion. Sorry, Vernon.
Here comes now to bowl to Kyron Pollard. He's just turning this. Powell, he's just turning this, and Kyron Pollard picking up the delivery right there in the short mid-wicket area. 51 for 2. 51 for 2. Powell is 28. Nidish Kumar is 17. 17. The run rate is 3.15. 3.15. You got 2 capable batsmen, and Nidish Kumar has already scored a list A 100 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So if these two can bat as deep as possible up to 35 overs, even up to 40 overs, they still have the final power play. 11 to 40 is going to be crucial for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Duguay just stopping Carey Pear's. Kyron Pollard was right there. But Nidish Kumar has looked really an accomplished player so far. Pear comes in to bowl to Kumar. Kumar is driving out to the sweeper, getting an easy single. 2 runs so far off the over. Pear is into his 5th over. The score is 52 for 2. 52 for 2. Kyron Powell is on 28. He comes back into strike. Nidish Kumar on 18. He's on the non-striker's end. Carripier glides away. Is in now to bowl to Kyron Powell. Powell is turning this, but he can't beat Kyron Pollard. Hurls the throw back to Dennis Ramdin, the wicketkeeper, who flicks it over to Nicholas Puran. 52 for 2. 52 pair is into bowl to Kyron Powell. Into bowl to Powell. He's down the outside, turning it. And a tumbling save. They're looking for a single, but he's got to get back because Pollard, he dived and Kyron Powell was looking to sneak a single here. But the big man recovered and recovered nicely. Rakeem Cornwall is the test bowling's first 50 for a very long time, so that's good for him. Here is Powell getting a little cheeky and trying to beat Sunil Narayan in the 30-yard circle at short fine leg. Score is on 52 for 2. He remains on 28. 2 singles off the over so far. Pair is into his fifth one. Into both him is back and whipping this. Can't be pulled out again to the left. This has been excellent pressure so far by Carripier. So the completion of over number 18 completed. And so the score continues to tickle on here. Colin, 28 to Kyron Powell is 18.
Just 2 runs and not what the Leeward's batsmen would have hoped for at the start of this over. They would have maybe be looking maybe for 6 more runs, but Pierre continues to bowl well. He continues to keep the batsmen in check, but somewhere or the other, the batsmen have to find a way to free them to get runs on the board. We're not saying that they have to go gay abandon, but just find a way to score runs.
52 for 2. Narayan. It comes with a flighted delivery to bowl to Nirish Kumar. And Pollard just keeping Kumar on check in terms of what's happening. At 4, if they continue this rate, they will score 184. At 6, they will score at least 256. At 8, they might get up to 316. So we still got a lot of time in the game. Here comes Narayan into bowl to Kumar. He's on driving down the ground. Jason Mohammed wearing the number 3, and he just lobs the return. In fact, he hurdles one down to Dinesh Ramdin to kill the ball. 53 for 2. I did say over number 18th over now. 17.2 overs bowl. Leeward Islands have lost Ross Powell. Caught Jason Mohammed bowl. Ravi Rampal for 4. 14 for 1. Casey Carty bowled by Ravi Rampal for 1. 16 for 2. So good afternoon to Donga Farrell in St. Martin. One of the hardest working non-cricket administrators. Here's Powell down to mid-off. And Jason Mohammed comes off the boundary again. He's a short guy. And so he's scored 100 in the last game for Trinidad and Tobago. That really helped them. The score is 54 for 2. Powell goes up to 29. Nitish Kumar is 19. He now comes in to strike. And really an accomplished player. Class. Really class player. He's back and cracking that out to the sweeper. Evan Lewis will have to come off with the boundary. When he gets there, just lobs a quiet return in. So a quiet period of play. I think these two will be trying to consolidate in terms of what they want to do. Next is the Leeward's captain in Devon Thomas. Average of 25.6. He got over 2,000 runs. And Colin Archibald will get an opportunity hopefully to bat today. Here is Kyron Powell down the onside looking for a single. Certainly not on. Sent back very quickly. And he was just looking to just get a little tickle onto that. Missed it out completely. Narayan is into his 4th over. None for 19. 55 for 2. Kyron Powell is on strike and waits for Sunil Narayan. No wickets at all yet for Narayan in this Super 50. Organized by Cricket West Indies. Kyron Powell comes quietly forward. There's a big stride out. He's given out leg before. He is given out leg before. And I'll maybe have to look at that on the television replay again. He got a big stride in on that. Narayan looks up to the heavens. He's finally got his first wicket. Let's see how that looks on the screen. Kyron Powell didn't get bat onto ball. It hit the pad. It maybe was a straighter one, and it was a judge leg before. And now these days, Colin, even if you get forward and you don't get the bat right there, and the umpire feels that the ball was going to go on, then it's going to be a critical one. He's been a judge leg before. Let's look at it, Colin. It's pitched between wicket and wicket, and I think he's plumb. The bat is just hitting it just below the knee roll, and Kyron Powell gone back for 29 runs, Colin, or 51.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that he did not get any bat onto it. Not that I'm saying he did. I'm just wondering why he didn't put the bat to the the bat closer to the pad, or in front of the pad a little bit more.
But I think that rushed him more than anything else. And even though he's just picking up the wrong line, really, if you could see in terms of the rehearsal there. So the Leewards have lost their third wicket, a wicket that they really did need to lose at this time. 55 for 3. Kyron Powell, he was a judge leg before to Sonny Lorine, his first wicket in this championship for 29 deliveries. The Leeward Islands captain Devon Thomas comes out. He's due for some runs. Nitish Kumar is there on 20 from 31.
Well, it's going to be a big ask for both Devon Thomas and Nitish Kumar to see if they can get on top of this Trinidad and Tobago bowling.
Here comes Gary Pear. Bowling more or less a stop delivery to Nitish Kumar. He sort of stopped on him. It took a long time to get to Nitish Kumar. He was back onto the back foot and looking to beat Jason Mohammed. Devon Thomas has scored over 2,000 runs in list A cricket. He comes out now. He's got to be able to get going. No helmet. He's come out in his Leeward Islands cap. And he's due for a score here. He now faces first delivery as Kumar goes to 21. The score is 56 for 3. The last wicket, Kyle BW, a judge leg before wicket to Sonny Lorine, his first wicket for 29 or 51 deliveries. And Thomas would really have to start to get onto his bike. The last couple of games that he batted, he really didn't look himself. And let's see what type of Devon Thomas we will get today. Carry Pear is in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is back and punching that, looking for a single, gets a single. Jason Mohammed picks up, and he threw the non-strikers in. If he had hit, would it have been close? We got to maybe wait and find out. We're not in a good position to judge it, so we have to wait for the television replay to see in terms of what's happening. But straight away, Devon Thomas is off the mark, playing with nice offhands. Let's look at this, Colin. Jason Mohammed came around. If he hit the stump, he would have been out. Yes, it certainly looked that way, Colin. He was just lackadaisically just run into the non-striker's end. 57 for 3. Carry Pear comes in to bowl to Nitish Kumar. Kumar is driving beautifully down to mid-off. And Keshawn Hartley comes off the boundary, gets an easy single. Ready, we could say 3 singles over the over so far. Carry Pear is into his 6th over. None for 13. This has been an expressive spell so far. The run rate 3.11. Consolidation will have to take place. And Devon Thomas has got to understand there has to be a little bit more urgency. At that hit, it would have been curtains for the Pairs in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is driving, can't beat Pollard. The big presence right there in the short extra cover area. He can't score. But him know I'm still here. I'm the big man. And so you got to respect me. Here comes Spear now to bowl to Thomas. A little late cut, but the kind who's down on the short third man boundary. So the completion of over number 19. The Leeward Islands are batting first here. They're 58 for 3 at a run rate of 3.05. Nitish Kumar is 22, and their captain Devon Thomas is 1.
Well, it seems as if Captain Kyron Pollard has worked out some chink in the armor of Devon Thomas, because he's placing himself in that silly mid-off position whenever he's facing up Devon Thomas's batting. When Kumar is on strike, the silly mid-off is not there. So it's either case because Devon Thomas is new to the crease why Pollard is employing that fielding strategy, or is a case where he thinks that he drives the ball in the air to the spinners.
Narayan is into ball to Nitish Kumar. He's back and punching this for an easy single out to the sweeper, Evan Lewis. And the score goes up to 59 for 3. 59 for 3. Kumar goes to 23 from 35 deliveries, and Devon Thomas, who's 1, comes into strike and is into his 5th over. 1 for 20 so far. His first wicket in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. 1 for 20. Turns, Fen. It's going to bowl to Devon Thomas, into bowl to Thomas. Thomas is driving beautifully. That's a good positive shot. Got the stride out there. Went past Imran Khan, and he will go into the boundary. That's a lovely shot right there. Good timing. He got the stride out. And as Colin was talking before, and he was facing to Carry Pear, that's one of the things maybe that Pollard was deciding, that Devon doesn't come out very early. Stayed low this time to that ball and punched it beautifully past the mid-off fielder for a lovely boundary. And Imran Khan, that, you've got to be able to make sure you cut those off. So, we off and running. Another boundary there for the Leewards. Here comes Narayan, is in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is leaving alone a nice flighty delivery. Some 6 boundaries hit so far, Colin, in the Leeward Islands innings. 63 for 3. 23 to Kumar. We'll get Colin Starts and Jaden Seals bowling so far. We wait for a little while. as Kuma comes in now to bowl to Thomas. There's a appeal for a leg before, but that one would have been going down, clearly. If you look at the bat face of Devon Thomas shaping to square leg, Thomas is going to have to be very, very careful. You got to stay as low as possible. There's no silly point, no short leg, and you got to keep your eyes on Narayan. There was a little gap just open right there. He's got to keep your eyes still low as possible once you're facing Narayan. Here is it. As I was talking about Colin, there's no short leg, no silly point. Tentatively coming forward. And you know for sure that Kyron Pollard is going to try to see if he can exploit that. He was thinking about it, but he decided no. Score remains on 63 for 3 for 20. Narayan 1 for 24. 5 runs off this over so far. Narayan is into both to Thomas. Thomas is back and steering this pass. The first slip and the third man fielder. Ravi Rampal as a chaser to pick up a couple of runs there. He was sort of ambling after that, Colin. Completion of over number 20. The Leeward Islands are 65 for 3. The latest score here at the Coolidge ground. Kuma is 23. Devon Thomas is 7.
I don't think Narayan would mind that he conceded 7 runs from that over because he had Devon Thomas in all sort of bother. I believe, you know, that shot that Thomas played for 4, but he drove the ball was when he played the drive. The ball was in the air for some time. Had there been maybe a silly mid-off, maybe he would not have been tempted to play the shot. If he had played it and the silly mid-off was in place, it could have been a chance for a catch. And then the follow-up delivery from Narayan after that boundary was wide of off stump, tempting him to drive at a full pitch delivery. So he seems to be working out something against Devon Thomas in Narayan. Carey Pearce into his 7th over, and Nitish Kumar sneaks a single of Carey Pearce's first delivery. Coming around there was Jason Mohammed in the cover area. The score goes up to 66 for 3. 66 for 3. Kumar is 24. Thomas is 7. He comes in to strike. The current run rate is 3.27. 3.27. Pearce comes in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas is looking to undrive. Just needed to just lean into that and hit that down to Ravi Rampal. He was just casually coming down. Need to see a little bit more urgency from Devon Thomas. Just needs to get a little business-like here. He's got to be able to put on his game face, get business-like, get onto his bike and start moving. Comes quietly forward, sneaking a single. Can't stop that is Jason Mohammed. That's well run. Played with nice soft hands. 67 for 3. Thomas goes up to 8. And good running, good communication between Nitish Kumar and Devon Thomas. Nitish Kumar, the man who's been in form for the Leeward Islands, he now comes in to strike. And what a class player he's looked. 34 from 36. Like his work ethic. His approach to batting, to fielding, you could see he looks organized. Dot ball as he comes forward to a carry pair delivery. Some 2 singles in this over so far. The run rate 3.24. Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting first after winning the toss. Pear is into his 7th over, not for 15. Pear comes in now to bowl to carry pair. He's out caught behind. Nitish Kumar playing an awful shot. A naughty one, and Ramdin took an excellent catch, and the pressure continues here. Nitish Kumar comes back for 24. Nice, neat catch by Dinesh Ramdin, the former West Indies captain. And the Leeward Islands Hurricane, they fall further in the doldrums. They're 67 for 4. Well, he was neither forward nor back in terms of that shot he was trying to play in terms of Kumar. It was almost like a lackadaisical attempt to drive the ball into the offside. Ball just coming off the face of the bat and through to the wicketkeeper. Let's watch it again. He's coming forward. He looked as if he was trying to pull back the shot and then went at the last moment. By that time, the ball that was spinning past him, took the edge of the bat and threw to the wicketkeeper. That's a very disappointing and poor dismissal with Islands, and especially coming from a batsman of Kuma's ability. So the bowler bowling a good line right there. Carey Pear, really good, impressive line in terms of what he would have bowled. Lured him into the shot. And good slight delivery. But what I was impressed about was the glove work of Dinesh Ramdin standing up. Because one of the things that I've found so far is that a lot of the keepers are struggling when they're having to face spinners. So 1 for 50 Pear is into his 7th over. Terence Ward comes out. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're almost down to what we say, this will be us recognized batsman based on the lineup in terms of Terence Ward. And he's really not had a good tournament so far in the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. He's got 1 list A half century, 415 runs, a best of 71. And by his standards,
He's a much better player than that. He gets his first delivery from Carey Pear, and he picks up the line, leaves that alone. Completion of over number 21. Leeward and Hurricanes, they're 67 for 4. They're in trouble here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're large and in control here. More comments from you, Colin.
Very successful over there for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Not only did they got a wicket, the run rate crept back down to just below 3 runs and over. The 2 runs the Leewards scored in that over, and the stranglehold continues. And Thomas, Terence Ward, and the rest of the Leeward batsmen have got to find a way to score runs.
Here comes Narayan. Is in now to bowl to Devon Thomas. He stands up straight, but can't beat Narayan. The score remains on 67 for 4. The Leeward's captain, Devon Thomas, he's due for a big score. And a big score is well if his team is going to get out of this rut. So 50 over game, and he'll have to bat all 50. Narayan into bowl to Thomas. Thomas comes quietly forward, gets a thing, looking for a single, but certainly not on. Carey Pear cut that one off. And very quickly coming around was Imran Khan. It's going to be spin and more spin, because to come next could be Imran Khan, Jason Mohammed. Even Karen Pollard might come and bowl a couple of medium pacers. So they're going to have to really bat deep today. Conversation taking place between the captain and Pro at first slip. Narayan is in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas comes quietly forward. They played for a leg before, but he would have played that. I think they were maybe just more frightened. Umpire Leslie Reefer. Leslie Reefer is looking around as if like, are they speaking to me? I'm certainly not interested. Could have heard a big sign. 2 songs there, loud and clear. Narayan into bowl to Thomas. Thomas stands up straight and looking to punch. Can't score. Or going down to the field at backward point. The score remains on 67 for 4. This has been 4 dot balls so far, 1 for 26. This is Narayan's first wicket in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. 67 for 4. Into over number 22. 1 extra so far. Very disciplined. Here comes Thomas back and punching it. Can't out extra cover. And Devon Thomas, the right foot, the balance. He just needs to be able to, that right foot going back rather than square. He wants to stay as much side on as possible. The toe is pointing to cover. He's got to stay side on. 5 dot deliveries so far in this over. 67 for 4. Narayan comes in to bowl to Thomas. Blocks the delivery right there. Maiden over from Sonny Narayan. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. The run rate is 3.05. At the end of over number 22, 67 for 4. Thomas is 8, Ward is not.
Well, the Leeward's batsmen are really knuckled down. They just seem not being able to get a single here and there. And good bowling from Narayan. But despite the fact that Narayan is bowling well and Pear is doing a similar job from the opposite end, this is a 50-over match. It's not a 4-day game. You have to find a way to score runs. And if you're being paid as a player to bat, you have to score runs.
67 for 4. Ward comes quietly forward to a lovely delivery in the 3rd over. So he's faced some 2 deliveries so far. Carey Pear has been beautiful so far. 1 for 15. And Shamila Connell comes into the comments position. Here is Ward standing up, more or less bending his knees. Needed to get that right foot, get deep, and play the ball as late as possible. 67 for 4. In the Leeward's innings so far, there's been 94 dot balls. 94 dot balls. They just broke that stranglehold as Ward is off the mark into the vacant square leg area. So Ward is 1, and the score goes up to 60. 69 for 4. 69 for 4. Keep going ahead of myself, Shamila. 68 for 4. 94 dot balls so far. 6 boundaries. Got to do a lot better than this. Thomas is looking to go for a paddle sweep and was coming back up rather than staying right down. The ball brushed his pad. We not to try that too early because Pear is getting a little bit of bounce. There's a lot of room in front of him. He's playing with soft hands. Just sneak and get a single. Looking to get fancy there. Almost got a leading edge and we'd been caught at first slip. Carey Pear in ball to Thomas. Thomas is driving beautifully past Pollard. And we'll have the legs to get into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot by the man. So if he has that shot in his armory, why is he not playing it? 72 for 4. Thomas goes to 12. Ward is 1. I say good afternoon to Shamila.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
How was training today?
It was okay.
Well,
I just ran this morning.
You just ran this morning.
Yeah.
Head out to bowl to Gary Page, pushing that. He could have been able to get a single there. He's got to be able to hit that ball down to long on and get a single. Completion of over number 23. Some 5 runs coming off of that over. Gary Page 8 over, 1 for 22. Latest score here at the Coolidge ground, 72 for 4. The Leeward Islands Hurricane batting first. Thomas is 12 and Ward is 1.
Start from the right force. As you can see, they have the Leeward batters on the control here. The captain will have to play a responsible innings here today.
Run rate is 3.13, Shamila. What do you think? They should be beefing it up to at least 4 for the meantime?
Yeah, but they have to rotate the strike. They have to find the singles.
Yeah, well, Narayan is Gary Payer's bowl well so far. And even though there were 5 runs out of that over, you would realize the strategic move in terms of what would have been happening. The amount of dot balls in the first half of the innings is going to be 72 for 4. And when you win the toss, there has to be a master plan. You're either going to score 50, 55, 60 in your first 10 overs, and then you'll be looking to increase, and then, 40 to 50, this is what you'd want to do. But Narayan is back into the attack. 1 for 26, his first wicket. That of Kyron Powell, who's a judge leg before. 1 for 26. Who's facing? It's Terrence Ward, who's going to face Narayan. There have been changes ringing all around. This time, Kyron Pollard now comes to short leg. And here comes Narayan in now to bowl to Ward. Ward is back and going down the onside. Wide delivery. Good piece of work there. Brandon coming around nicely. We now have the man himself at slip. In Puran, Nicholas Puran at slip. It's almost like a short mid-wicket. Feeling the short fine leg area. Looks like Ravi and Paul. Protection on the mid-wicket area. Long on area. And on the offside, we wait for a while as punches is Terrence Ward. Don't like that approach from Terrence Ward. He looks a little bit square. He's got to stay side on, and he's got to be careful because Narayan tends to get the ball to skid on. 73 for 4. And Ward has really not looked himself in this tournament yet. He's 1 from 5. Narayan is into bowl to Ward. Ward stands up straight and punching it. Looking for a single. Coming around the mid-off was the man himself, Imran Khan. A little bit more urgency. Yes, no. And then in the end, it is 73 for 4. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Their century makers have been back in the hut. Kati and Nedish Kumar. Narayan is into bowl to Ing. He's bowled him! He's bowled him through the gate, and Ward driving loosely. And Narayan strikes again. Ward can't believe it. He looks in amazement as if like, I'm really bowled. Shamila.
A very good delivery from Narayan, as you can see. Ward just playing. Ooh, way in front. No need to play at this stage, just to put a single.
And his left foot never really got out anywhere to the pitch of the ball. In fact, there was a big gap between bat and pad, and he played all around that, lost that. And like I said, Ward never really looked himself in this tournament. The Leewards are in trouble here. 73 for 5. 73 for 5. And it could be an amazement where they could be bowled out. Shamila.
Yeah, very much so. The right fourth bowlers will be looking to put some pressure on these new 2 batters here. But as I said earlier, you have to play a responsible innings. You have to take the responsibility and take this right to the end.
Well, it's not over yet. And I think for the Leeward Islands, coming out right now, it is Hayden Walsh Jr., and he's quite capable by his standards of really trying to make sure. Now, there has to be a little bit of aggression and a little bit of temperament now in terms of how they go about trying to repair the damage here. There are at least about 26 overs to go, and they have to now be able to start to think about what they're going to do in this partnership, because there needs to be a construction of a partnership here. Hayden Walsh is quite capable of 57, averaging about 19.67, so he's really no rabbit to the bat, as you would say. This partnership, I think, is going to be critical, along with the debutant, Colin Archibald, who he himself also can bat.
Yeah, this partnership is very important for the Leeward Islands team.
So all of a sudden, Shamila, Narayan looks like a 27 in his 7th over. Before, he never got any wickets. Now he's picked up 2. Comes quietly forward, sneaking that one. That's gone past first slip. Almost at a 3rd wicket. Down to the boundary for 4. Hayden Walsh lucky to get away with that one, but sometimes in life you just need a little bit of a luck. I don't think that the fielder was at first slip. Had he been at first slip, Nicholas Puran, he'd have snapped that one up, Shamila.
Yeah, as you can see, Nicholas Puran is at the way first slip, but that one was 10 edge. Ooh.
And I will never understand, Shamila and Garfield. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. You can't be at first, second, third. You're either at first slip or yeah, you can't be all over. And I find these days everybody wants to go to another position when you're supposed to be at first slip. If you're first slip, you're first slip. You know what I mean? You can't think about everything else. And that was guilty there with Narayan. If you had the first slip, maybe Hayden Walsh should have been maybe walking back. Maybe Narayan into bowl to Walsh. Walsh all ends up. Good take by the man himself in Dennis Ramdin. Now, Leslie Reefer comes up and says to the umpire, you are encroaching on the danger area, Mr. Narayan. So please get off when you finish bowling. 77 for 5. Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Narayan 2 for 30 over. In now to bowl to Walsh. Picks up the line, leaves that alone. Completion of over number 24. The Leeward Islands Hurricane. They're 77 for 5. Thomas is 12. Hayden, more comments from Shamila as Narayan has completed his 7th over, 2 for 31.
A very successful over for Narayan. As you can see, the bowlers are bowling very well, but the Leeward Island batters need to rotate the strike. They need to find some singles. You can't allow for the bowlers to continue to bowl well and not look for the singles.
We've seen Kyron Powell LBW to Narayan for 29. That's the top score so far. Nidish Kumar caught Ramdin bowl pair for 24. Ross Powell caught Mohamed bowl Rampal for 4. And Casey Catty bowl for 1. And Terrence Ryan for 1. The Leewards are in trouble. 77 for 5. Imran Khan comes into the strike. He's going to replace Carey Pair. So a little bit of pressure, more or less. Narayan, 7-0, 2 for 31. And the Leeward Islands Hurricane, they lost wickets at 14, 16, 55, 67, 70. They need a partnership, and a big one, if they're going to have any chance of making anything out of this game. But cricket is a funny old game. Devon Thomas, nothing to do, a lot of responsibility. Khan is into bowl to Devon Thomas, and he's trying to play a paddle sweep there. And they were, for a moment, looked like it might have been coming off of the glove or something. Imran Khan for a moment was going up. Ramdin didn't collect cleanly, and the score remains on 77 for 5. Imran Khan has got some 58 wickets at this level, best of 4 for 25. Stroked down to mid-off, getting an easy single, and a little pressure being by Imran Khan. He didn't bowl well, similar in the last game up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
No, he didn't. He was a bit off his line.
But he's a good bowler. He's a seasoned bowler. He's been around regional cricket for some time. 78 for 5. Thomas goes to 13 from 21. And Hayden Walsh Jr., who's just faced 3 deliveries, will now Imran Khan. Imran Khan is into bowl to Walsh. Walsh is driving beautifully down the ground. That's good cricket. We've been able to get 2 singles so far in this over. Keshawn Hartley coming off a long off boundary. Restrict them to 1. There needs to be some intensity. They have a rebuilding partnership. These will have to bat for at least 5 overs. Like the bad balls come, you got to be able to put those away. Khan is in now to bowl to Thomas. Thomas should have done a lot better with that. That was in the air too long, Shamila. He should have been able to stroke that down to long on and get an easy single. Thomas just looks out of form. He doesn't look himself at all. Imran Khan, flighted delivery to bowl to Thomas, and again he can't score. Coming around nicely there is the feeler. Who is that? Ravi Rampal feeling a short mid-wicket? Oh my gosh. Certainly in the game. He's picked up 2 wickets so far. 79 for 5. Imran Khan comes in to bowl to Thomas. Lot of arts, and he's turning that one, getting an easy single. So that's good cricket. That was a lot better off of that over. So the completion of over number 25, Shamila. The latest score here, the Coolidge ground, is the Leeward Islands are 80 for 5. Their cast is on 14. Hayden Walsh Jr. is on 5.
Yeah, after the halfway stage, the Leeward Islands are 80 for 5. They have to take a next step into the game now.
Next step, at the end of this over, the voice of Garfield Burford will be stepping into the hot seat. Imran Khan's first over cost them 3 runs. Count run 0.20. If they go at 6, they can get 230. If they go at 8, they can get 280. So which means that they really need to start moving on and get onto the bike. But Kyron Pollard is not easing up the pressure at all. Not easing up the pressure. In fact, he's decided now that he's going to come at the short leg area for Devon Thomas. Narayan is into his 8th over, into bowl to Thomas. There's a P for leg before. He's out leg before. Caught on the crease. The Leewards are in trouble. Devon Thomas. The pressure from Kyron Pollard coming at short leg. He played all around it. 2 feet caught on the crease, and he's out leg before to Narayan. Narayan bowling him a slider. He missed it. And he's on his way back to the pavilion. Devon Thomas walks back, a dejected man, and the Leeward Islands are in trouble here at Coolidge.
A very good delivery from Narayan indeed. As you can see, he's been mixing up his lines. He's been making the batsman play, and this one decided. Thomas.
And let's look at that one. A little marginal, but we don't have the television. That maybe might have looked kind of high, but the umpire is in the best position. He's adjudged leg before to Narayan, 14 of 25. And in times like now, this is when you need a miracle. Is this a miracle time for the Leeward Islands? 80 for 6. Last wicket, Devon Thomas adjudged leg before to Sunil Narayan for 25. And now the two left-handers, rounders in this team, having a conversation. Colin Keswan Archibald making his list A debut. And he will be able to run to his bike. No, in fact, it's not his debut. It's in fact his debut game in this championship. So he would really want to be able to get a good score. He's a good all-rounder. He's a good cricketer. Really lovely athlete from the island of Nevis. And one for the future. He's played some 4 innings so far, best of 3, so an average of 19.50. So he's quite capable. Let's see how he'll handle Narayan. Archibald is driving beautiful at your cover. He just eased into that. He won't get a boundary. Jaden Seals will put it back. No. So a lovely shot there from Colin Archibald. He just leaned into that, stayed low, flight Narayan, and he stroked it past the field at the 30-yard circle. And once that goes out of the 30-yard circle, you could say goodbye here on the Coolidge ground. 84 for 6. 84 for 6. And that would be a very, very, very critical. Guess Devon Thomas maybe might feel a little bit undone, but when you like Sunil Narayan, things always go your way. 84 for 6. Here comes Narayan. Is in now to bowl to Archibald. Archibald is coming quietly forward. Good positive shot. He looks organized. The young man, these two will have to consolidate and start again. Hayden Watts Jr. is quite capable. He's 5. 1 strikers in. Narayan in down to bowl to Archibald. Archibald stands up straight and punches it. He looks relaxed. Shamela, what do you think?
Yeah, he looked very confident. You see, in the first shot he played for the whole day.
Well, that's the difference. He's a man on a mission. Think he could be one of the new all-rounders that West Indies have to start thinking about to invest in. Quietly forward. His appeal for a catch. Not out. That would have come off of his pad. Come on, Kyron Pollard. Please get off the square. And he knows that. They've got to try something. Trying to put Mr. Reefer under some pressure. 84 for 6. Narayan 3 for 35. He feels like he can get 5 wickets against the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Narayan feels like he's back to his normal self. 84 for 6. The count 183.25. Archibald is 4. Waits for Narayan. He's sweeping that one beautifully down to the deep backward square leg field, and he get 1 run. And so the completion of over number 26. Over number 26. The lady score here at the Coolidge grounds. 85 for 6. 85 for 6. Both batsmen on 5. Keswan Archibald is 5. Hayden Watts Jr. is 5. More comments from you, Shamela, and then it will be the voice of Garfield Buff.
Successful over from Narayan again. I like the approach from Archibald. He's looking to score. He's looking to rotate the strike. So his intent is good.
Early good afternoon to you, Shamila.
Good afternoon,
thanks to
Garfield.
Vernon earlier. Vernon is the ever perspicacious. And good afternoon again to all our listeners across the Caribbean. Glorious sunshine back with us after a passing shower earlier, which delayed play for about probably 5 to 7 minutes. We're back on course. Beautiful conditions here, picture perfect, picture kind of a postcard kind of setting here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, which is on the verge of hosting international cricket. Here comes, this one is looking for the sweep shot. There was Colin Archibald as we're starting a new over here. Imran Khan bowling from the northern end. 85 for 6, the Leeward's Hurricanes. The Hurricanes have lost strength considerably. Here comes this one is turned down to short fine leg, fielded well there by Sunil Narayan. There is no run. Colin Archibald, he's on 5, as well as Hayden Walsh Jr., he's also on 5. This is over number 27, 85 for 6, power play 2. Pretty much almost a moot point to talk about the power play because the Leeward's Hurricanes are looking now to how many of the overs they can bat. Not really focus on the power play. Here comes Imran Khan, bowls in this one, going for the shot there, beaten outside the off stump was Colin Archibald. Good. Certainly with the first stroke that he made, the first 4 that flowing off drive, beautifully done through extra cover. That was gorgeous. But he's been beaten outside the off stump, and it's over. Goes for the sweep shot again, taking on the paddle out, appeal not out, says the umpire. And well, he's been given some C over so far. and Colin Archibald is having his own challenges. Of course, Sunil Narayan from the southern end has looked, it's almost as if he's gotten his mojo back with wickets do. Shimil, I'm going to talk to you about what wickets do for a bowler when you're bowling and you get a wicket in terms of the kind of drive and motivation that it gives, because obviously he'd looked a little tepid. But now he's gotten wickets and he's looking dangerous. Here comes this one, another delivery from Imran Khan, stroked down to pitch, fielded by Imran Khan on his own bowling to Colin Archibald, stroking that one very nicely. He's 5 of 10. Hayden Walsh Jr. 5 of 4. This is the last ball on 27th over coming up. He bowls this one flighted, hit in the air, and a catch will be taken, brilliantly taken at deep mid-wicket. Colin Archibald goes, another wicket goes towards Hurricanes, and they're pretty much weakened to not even a tropical depression at this point. The Leeward's Hurricanes are in further trouble. 85 for 7. Colin Archibald going, caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary for 5.
Very disappointing out from Archibald. As you can see, he was you can't get out from the last delivery. You already done all the hard work.
And he was beaten significantly in this over. He was beaten all ends up. He was caught by Jaden Seals on the deep mid-wicket boundary of the bowling of Imran Khan. And this is a wicket maiden. So a wicket maiden for Imran Khan. He certainly troubled the batsman earlier and set things up for it reached a crescendo when he looked to loosen the shackles, went for that shot. I think it was a brilliant attempt. It was brilliant work by Imran Khan to flight that delivery. So put more air on it. And I think Colin Archibald's eyes lit up when he saw that one. He went on his knees looking for that slog sweep. Only succeeded in finding Jaden Seals on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So another wicket goes. 85 for 7. This is just 27 overs gone. So just over half the innings, and they're already 7 wickets down. That's extraordinary. They're scoring at 3.15 and over, but it's just a matter of how many of these 50 overs can the Leeward Hurricanes bat at this point. So 85 for 7 after 27 overs. If you're just joining us, the Leeward Hurricanes won the toss and chose. And perhaps now the captain, Devon Thomas, might be ruining that decision. What do you think, Shamila?
Well, I believe it was a very good decision, seeing the conditions out there earlier. But as you can see, he might be very disappointed with this decision now.
Well, it is what it is. The decision has already been made. Sunil Narayan, the mystery southern end, up to the wicket, and bowls beaten outside the off stump is Hayden Walsh Jr. By the way, the new batsman is Ashmead Ned. He's at the non-strikers end, though. Hayden Walsh Jr., another spinner in Sunil Narayan. And Sunil Narayan with impressive figures, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 3 wickets. Here he comes again. He's got his mojo back. He bowls in this one, left alone to be taken by the wicket-keeper. And Hayden Walsh Jr., perhaps the only one now who can really push things along. But he'll be certainly looking to see how much of the bowling he can farm and to see how many of the overs he can bat out here. Here comes Sunil Narayan. He'll be left 4th wicket. He's up to the wicket. Bowls, and this one is taken on the pad. Loud appeal. A bit stifled, though, as that one seems to either been hit out or stump, or either that or an inside edge. But he might have been pitched outside as well. So, as I said, a stifled appeal. They kind of withdrew that. It was pitched marginally outside leg stump, marginally outside. It's a good decision by the umpire. Here comes Sunil Narayan again, 85 for 7. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Hayden Walsh Jr., driven back down to Imran Khan at mid-on. There is no run. And this is so far 4 dot balls in this over already. 4 dot balls. Narayan 3 for 36. This is his 9th over. Will he get a maiden here? He's up to the wicket to bowl to Hayden Walsh Jr. Bowls. This one is flighted. This time Hayden Walsh Jr. picks up the line, leaves it alone to be taken by Dennis Ramden. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force swarming around the bat now. They're circling. They're almost as if they smell figurative cricket blood, because they're really swarming and swirling, and the predatory instincts kicking in. And there is a slip. There's a captain, and this one is stroked uppishly into the covers, fielded. There is no run, so that's a maiden over from Sunil Narayan, an over in which he troubled Jr., an over in which the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force started to really put on the pressure even more, and the predatory instinct started to come out. It's 85 for 7 after 28. Ned yet to face the ball. He and Hayden Walsh Jr. on 5. That's the latest score. They're scoring at a shade over 3, and now in trouble of being bowled out long before their 50 over, Shamila.
Very much so. Another good over from Narayan, as you can see, bowling a maiden. But I feel like when a bowler is bowling good, pick up the singles. You can't allow for the batter and the bowler to keep containing you all the time. Still pick up the ones and two, respect him, but still pick up the gaps.
You're absolutely right, Shimile. And we're going to talk about what does a wicket do for a bowler. So you run in your bowl, you're bowling on a good line and good length, and you're hitting that consistently. You get a wicket. What does that do for the level of your motivation?
Well, I guess it just builds the confidence. It start to back yourself a bit more.
A new over here from Imran Khan bowling from the northern end, and this one is just turned down to the leg side into a short mid-wicket area. They get one run, they run through for a single, so Ned is off the mark. He's on 6 for 7. And under the helmet there now at short leg, forward short leg, is Captain Karen Pollard, and he's calling in some fielders here. He's calling in the long off, and who is coming into a mid-off position. So there is a forward short leg in the captain. There is a slip. There is a cover in Ravi Rampal, or Sunny Lorraine actually. Here's this one is turned down into the leg side, fielded by the forward short leg, Captain Karen Pollard. So there is a mid-off. There is a deep backward point. There is a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Here comes Imran Khan bowls, and this one is stroked back along the pitch, fielded by Imran Khan off his own bowling. So he's 1 for 4, Imran Khan. This is his third over, 1 for 4. And his figures are looking mightily impressive, Imran Khan. The spinners are doing it here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. A very strong team for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, even without Lendl Bravo. This one is turned into the onside, and running off the deep mid-wicket boundary is Jason Mohammed. Fields, they get 1, and the score moves on by 1. Pedestrian scoring rate here, just over 3 and over. 87 for 7. 87 for 7. Ned, who is on walk, Walsh Jr. is on 6. He's perhaps the last hope for any sort of respectable total for the Leewards. And this one, probing delivery outside the off stump, left alone to be taken by the wicket-keeper by Ashmead Ned. Certainly Imran Khan has been asking questions here, Shimila.
Very good spell from him indeed. He's a little better from his first game.
Here comes Imran Khan. He bowls, and this one tucking up Ashmead Ned. That one spinning in. He played it on the back foot, caught on the crease there, but he got some bat onto it. That's the end of over number 29 after 29 overs. The Leewards Hurricanes winning the toss and batting 87 for 7. Power play 2, scoring at an even 3 and over. Ned on 1 and taking strike in the next over. The last over from Sonny Lorraine is Hayden Walsh Jr. He's on 6 from 13. That's the latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Very good over again from Khan. As you can see, the captains he's applying pressure. He's not easing up, and that's good captaincy by him.
Absolutely. So we're now in this is the last over for Sonny Lorraine. He's going to be bowling now to Hayden Walsh Jr. as several fielders are on the bat. So there is a slip as this one, and by the way, they didn't run for that one. I'm wondering why not. Perhaps he's trying to farm the bowling now, Hayden Walsh Jr. So there's a slip there in mid-off in the Captain Karen Pollard. There is a cover, a short extra cover. There's a long off. There is a backward point in Ravi Rampal, a deep cover. And I'll tell you about the leg side shortly. Here comes Sonny Lorraine. He's up to the wicket and bowls and left alone to be taken by the wicket-keeper. No run. Dennis Ramday, the wicket-keeper. On the leg side, there's a mid-on in Imran Khan. There's a deep mid-wicket. And there is a deep backward square leg. As here comes Sonny Lorraine. Up to the wicket to bowl to Hayden Walsh Jr. Bowls, and this one playing on the back foot. As stroking that one square on the offside. There is there by Ravi Rampal, whose figures have also been impressive. Because so far, let me just give you the bowling figures. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force restricting the Leeward so far to 87 for 7. The bowling figures are going to be looking mightily impressive. Here comes Sonny Lorraine. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and on the back foot, standing up straight, just dropping that one on the offside of the pitch, fielded by the Silamidov in Captain Karen Pollard. No run, 87 for 7. This is the 30th over. They're the last for Sonny Lorraine. There's 2 balls left in his last over. So far, 4 dot balls, and he's calling in another fielder. So another fielder comes inside the circle. So he's putting on the pressure. He's calling them around to swarm the bat. Here comes Sonny Lorraine. He's up to the wicket. Bowls the Hayden Walsh Jr., tugging this one into the leg side. Fielded at that mid-wicket position. It does appear to be Evan Lewis at short mid-wicket. He's been on the boundary for a long time, Evan Lewis, but called in by his captain. So he's at mid-wicket. Here comes last ball for Sonny Lorraine in his quota. He bowls, and this one is quietly played into the square on the offside. That's the end of the 10 for Sonny Lorine. A successful 10 overs, 3 for 36 in his 10. Brilliant on the wickets, brilliant on his economy. There's 3.6 on his 10 overs. A maiden to end. They're now scoring at 2.90 after 30. The Leeward's Hurricanes, 87 for 7. Ned on 1, Walsh Jr. on 6. The latest score at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
A very good finish for Narain. As you can see, he looks like a lot better. He looks like a different bowler in this innings.
Extraordinary. Kari Peer, so far 8 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Ravi Rampal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Seals, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wickets. Sonny Lorine just completed his 10 overs, 3 maidens, 36 runs, 3 wickets, and Imran Khan, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, 1 wicket. Here comes Imran Khan bowling again, a new over from the northern end. He bowls to this time Ashmead Ned, who turns this one into the extra cover region. Fielded, no run, 87 for 7, the score remains. And you heard right, they're scoring at 2.88 runs and over. Pedestrian by any means. Here comes Imran Khan, bowls outside the off stumble, slashing there was Ash, and whizzing past the outside edge to be taken by wicketkeeper Denish Ramdale. The score remains on 87 for 7. He remains on 1. He's faced 5 deliveries so far. As the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they sense here that they can really wrap things up quickly. Bowls, and this one off the back foot, punching it into a short cover, a short extra high. Does appear to be Jason Mohammed there at that short extra cover position. No run, 87 for 7. 87 for 7. Imran Khan, as we said, 3.2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, 1 wicket. He bowls, and this one again playing on the back foot. There was Ashmead Ned turning that again to Jason Mohammed at short extra cover. There is no run. So far 4 dot balls in this over. They're really turning on the maidens significantly, and that's what wickets do for you. They give you so much confidence. Here comes this is Imran Khan bowling to Ashmead Ned, stroked back along the pitch, fielded by Imran Khan off his own bowling. There is no run. 87 for 7. The partnership, just two in the partnership. And this is the 31st over, the last ball coming up in the 31st over. As they're actually giving him the one, you know. They're pushing out to a deep cover to give him the one. To say, you can keep the strike. But anyway, he obliges. Doesn't oblige. He turns this one into the offside, fielded by Imran Khan. That's the end of the 31st over. And the 4th for Imran Khan. He's 1 for 5 from his 4. His figure is getting increasingly impressive. 87 for 7. A maiden over there from Imran Khan. At the end of 31 overs, the Leeward's Hurricanes winning the toss and batting 87 for 7. Ned on 1. Hayden Walsh Jr. next over. He's on 6. That's the latest score from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yeah, as you can see, some heavy pressure being applied on the Leeward Islands batters. In the last, I believe, about 3 runs has been scored.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. So Jason coming into the attack, wearing number 3 on his shirt. As we say, after this over, we'll be hearing from Vincey Bourne, who will be replacing Shimile Connell in the Commons position. So he'll be starting 87 for 7, and the batsman out so far. So a bit of a conference here between Ravi Rampal, a little bit of a quick talk. He's actually holding Ravi Rampal, putting his cap on his cap. So he is now, by the way, he'll be bowling to the left-handed Hayden Walsh Jr., Jason Mohammed, Centurion in the last match for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He'll be bowling now around the wicket to Hayden Walsh Jr. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is stroked elegantly by Hayden Walsh Jr. to Captain Karen Pollard at short extra cover. There is no run. 87 for 7. The score remains as we welcome Vincey Bourne back into the comments position. Vincey, the pressure is mounting by the ball on the Leeward's Hurricanes. This one is punched back off the back foot, back along the pitch to be fielded by Jason Mohammed. 2 balls so far by Jason Mohammed. He's been probing, playing on the back foot. The batsmen are doing. They're not really coming out and pushing out to get to the pitch of the delivery. Here comes Jason Mohammed. This one flighted, punched down to short extra cover, fielded by Karen Pollard. No run.
Yes, a lot of pressure, actually. And pressure was initiated by the Leewards themselves. They're the ones who place themselves under some of this.
We'll come back to that as this one is punched off the back foot down to Sonny Lorine at long off. There is 1 run for Hayden Walsh Jr. He pushes on to 7 and the score up to 88 for 7. 88 for 7 brings Ashmead Ned into the strike. Let's see what the approach will be for Ashmead Ned. Let's see a few fielding changes going into effect now. So coming onto the helmet now is at forward short leg is the captain Karen Pollard. He's been wont to do that. He's really been eager to really put himself in catching positions. There's a slip as well, and a ring of fielders on the offside. Here comes Jason Mohammed over the wicket, bowls, and this one a bit of a muted appeal. They run through for what appears to be a leg by, and that will be. Let's see, waiting for the actually no signal from the umpire. So he got backed on that. So he moves on now to 2, and the score up to 89 for 7. So 89 for 7 brings back onto strike Hayden Walsh Jr., who is on 7. He can strike the ball, certainly Hayden Walsh Jr. He showed that in the Barbados match with a successful chase down 301 to win. That's their only victory so far, the Leeward Hurricanes. Here comes Jason Mohammed around the wicket, a ball to Hayden Walsh Jr. Punches this one down to long off. Field coming off the boundary is Sunil Narayan, who is just finished his 10 overs. And getting 3 wickets, 3 for 36 off his 10. That's the end of the first over for Jason Mohammed. He conceded 3 runs in that first over, 90 for 7. The Leeward Hurricanes, after 32 overs, 90 for 7, with Ashmead Ned on 2, Hayden Walsh Jr. on 8. And the pressure is starting to really take a toll on the Leewards.
Yes, it is starting to take a toll on the Leewards. But as I believe that the pressure that the Leewards are under at this moment was initiated by themselves. Now, let's look at the tournament so far. Most of the teams, with the exception of 1 or 2 games, the teams chasing have been victorious. Trinidad and Tobago has shown from the beginning of the tournament that they prefer to chase. So they've been batting first, even though they've won the toss. Sorry, chasing,
Right.
even though they've
Fielding
won the
right. Toss, yeah.
So Leewards won their only game chasing. Why not put in Trinidad to bat and force their batsmen to give you a total?
We're going to start a new over from the northern end. Here comes Imran Khan bowling to Hayden Walsh Jr. Punches this one down to the extra cover region. A little bit of a sloppy work there by the fielder coming around Rampal. He should have done better there because he should have actually, or perhaps it was deliberate, you know. They wanted perhaps Ashmead Dead onto the strike, who knows. But as Ashmead Dead comes back, Captain Karen Pollard asks for the helmet because he's going to be going into forward short leg position, certainly into a catching position under the bat. And then as well, the long on from into a mid-on position.
You know, in every profession, there is...
We'll come back to that after this from Imran Khan bowling to Ashmead Ned, who just turns this one down to the onside of the pitch. No run, fielded 91 for 7.
Yes, in every profession, education process that goes through it. And sometimes your people in the war room have to be able to analyze certain situations and use those. After your analysis, you plan according to it.
Here comes this one. It's edged and just dropping short of the slip there, and single Ashmead Ned not far away from Nicholas Puran at slip, the solitary slip fielder. So the edge was found. It was a little distance away from Nicholas Puran, and they ran through for a single as the ball ran down to short third man position. Coming around from Sunil Narayan, coming around from that short third man fielded. So 92 for 7, 92 for 7. Ashmead Ned now moves on to 3. Coming into strike now is Hayden Walsh Jr. He's on 9. He'll get his 10th run here as he punches this one down to long off, runs through for a single. So they're doing it in singles here. They're trying to rotate the strike, which is good because if obviously if they can't get the fours, they can't get the boundaries. Why not go for the singles? Actually, I try to find out if there's been a 6 so far in this innings. I can't recall a 6 in this innings.
No, no 6s at all.
Absolutely not. Here comes. We're going to get to your point after this delivery from Imran Khan. Vincey, Imran Khan bowling the penultimate delivery of his over. He's up to the wicket, bowls to Ashmead Ned, who drives this one pretty nicely past extra cover, and they run around. They will come back for the second run, so the long off had to just run around to his left after that one rushed past. It seems to be Jaden Seals there at the extra cover position. They come back for 2, so 2 more runs to Ashmead Ned. He moves on to 5. The score moves on now to 95 for 7. 95 for 7.
Yes, we saw the position that the Leewards are in. We saw a bit of a lack of leadership from their leading batsmen at the top of the order, and with that and also the penchant for not scoring runs brought them this in this position.
A new delivery there. That's the final delivery of that over. Punched into the offside. No run by Ashmead Ned. He remains on 5. Hayden Walsh Jr. on 10. 95 for 7 after 33 overs. 95 for 7 after 33. At 2.88 runs per over. The Leeward's Hurricanes in trouble. They've certainly weakened beyond the tropical storm, beyond the tropical depression. They're barely a tropical wave. More comments from Vince Bourne. It'll be time for the voice of Vernon Springer.
Yes, and I just want to add something else, because we've been belaboring the point of the batsmen picking the gaps and scoring ones and twos. But if you watch some of these teams when they're practicing in the nets, they have the net set up with 3 parallel pitches, with nobody on the field to give the batsmen a sense of direction or understanding of how the field is set so that they can play their balls to pierce these gaps.
Hayden Walsh Jr. just coming quietly forward for an easy single. Just to give you a bowling analysis of the bowlers who bowled so far for Trinidad and Tobago. Carey Peer, 8-0-21. Ravi Rampal, 5-1-10-2. We break as here is Mohammed coming around the wicket. Look like he's trying to see if he could get aggressive to hurl one back at Hayden Walsh Jr. In the end. But no luck there from that one. We break for a little while. 95 for 7. Mohammed in to bowl to Hayden Walsh, who sneaks a single onto the leg side. And it's almost like a roller coaster here now. Vinci?
Well, a roller coaster for the Leeward, certainly, because they're not in the driver's seat. You know, I was making the point about the batsmen in the nets, and it seems as if the practice is just to block and keep out the bowler, instead of having a field set or even markers on the field that they can tell themselves, okay, that marker is the extra cover fielder, that marker is the point fielder, and when the bowler bowls to them, they're playing to pick those gaps. And I have a problem with that mode of practice.
Ned waits for a flighted delivery from Mohammed. He tries to turn it, can't score, and the score remains on 96 for 7. 96 for 7. Jason Mohammed is into his second over. The current run rate is 2.85. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're struggling. Really struggling real bad here in this important game for them. Here is Ned looking to sweep that out. In fact, it's a judge leg before.
Not surprised at all.
It was just a matter of time, Vinci?
No, not a matter of time, just the shot. He pushed down the pitch with his pads and tried to, instead of at this moment of the game, you can't try to force. Well, you would want to see them forcing runs, but not in that manner, because you want to see them forcing runs, but not in that manner, because you're already 7 wickets down. Look at that. Now 8 wickets, but that hit him right in front of middle, going on to hit about middle and leg stump. I mean, you can't take those chances at this stage of the game. You have to continue playing straight and see if you can bat out the overs and get as much runs on the table as possible. If it was 1 or 2 wickets, I would not have had a problem with the shot, considering that you have, 30-odd overs bowled and you're trying to pick up the scoring rate. But at this stage, and again, it comes back to cricketing IQ. Cricketing IQ suggests that you understand the stage of the game that you're in and play accordingly.
Well, we got a break, a blue water break, and we'll just give you a recap in terms of what has happened so far in the Leeward Islands batting. Kyron Powell, LBW to Narayan for 29, 51 balls faced, 3 boundaries, a strike rate of 56.80. Ross Powell, he was caught. Jason Mohammed bowled Ravi Rampal for 4. He faced some 16 balls. Casey, he was bowled by Ravi Rampal for 1, faced 10 balls. Nitish Kumar, he was caught. Dinesh Ramdin bowled Carey Peer for 24, 38 balls, 2 boundaries. Devon Thomas was the judge leg before to Sullivan Narayan for 14, 25 balls, 2 boundaries. Terence Ward, he really didn't look like he was here. He was bowled Narayan for 1, 7 balls faced. Hayden Walsh Jr., he is not out on 11 for 29 balls with 1 boundary. Colin Archibald, he had a brief stay. He was caught. Jaden Searles bowled Imran Khan for 5. His first wicket, 11 balls, 1 boundary. Ashmi Ned was just a judge leg before to Jason Mohammed for 5 off 16 balls. And Quintin Boatswain comes out. Just to give you an idea very quickly, Vinci, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would have lost 14 for 1, Ross Powell, 16 for 2, Casey Carty, 55 for 3, Kyron Powell, 67 for 4, Nitish Kumar, 73 for 5, Terence Ward, 80 for 6, Devon Thomas, 85 for 7, Colin Archibald, and 96 for 8, Ashwin Ned. The bowling figures to date for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Carrie Pear, 8 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Ravi Rampal, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Seals debut for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, no wickets. Sonny Larine, he's completed his 10 to date, 10 overs, 3 maiden, 36 runs, 3. Imran Khan, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs, 1 wicket. And Jason Mohammed so far, 1.5 overs, no maidens, 4 runs, 1 wicket.
Yes, and again, the bowling looks rather impressive. But again, the figures are only impressive because of the inept batting by the Leeward's team. Just allowing the bowlers to have their way out there.
I wanted to touch Vinci while you were talking about. We had 3 batsmen that got leg before today, and 2 batsmen were bowled. Says a lot in terms of what.
A lot about the poor technique in which they have exhibited. 2 of the batsmen that got LBW, one of them was playing around his pads, and again they put their pad down the line of the ball, keep the bat in a position where if they're going to have a chance at playing that delivery, they have to bring their bat around their pads to get the bat on ball. By that time, if it's a skidding delivery, they have already been defeated with that mode of defense or that mode of approach to the delivery.
The Devon Thomas leg before decision, that's something that we could talk about a little bit more, Vinci, but we'll break for a little while as plays back here. And Jason Mohammed will be getting ready to bowl to the new batsman in Quinton Boatswain from the island of Montserrat.
Yes, but something has to be said about the batsmen also being prepared to use their feet to spin bowling.
96 for 8, Quinton Boatswain comes in, plays for Pigots in the local league here in Antigua and Barbuda. He comes quietly forward there, P for leg before he was looking to play one around the corner. So the end of over number 34. Number 34 completed. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 96 for 8. 96 for 8, Vinci.
Yes, 96 for 8, and obviously with this, it's just evident that 96 for 8 is just not a good score. At least in any context of the game, for any team that you're playing, much more so the Trinidad and Tobago team, which has certainly been a fool.
So, at least 16 overs to go, Vinci, and it is now down to the area of working out how many overs that the league can bat for this period of time. We see that Imran Khan is eager to go, but Hayden Walsh is making sure that he holds him up for a little while. 5-0, 5-2, 10-1. It's going to come into bowl to Hayden Walsh, who's 11 from 29. Is in now to bowl to Walsh. Walsh is driving beautifully.
It should be 2 runs.
Up the middle off, to long off. And they're looking to comfort too. There's a little hesitation. And Quinton Boatswain had the throw being a little bit more direct. He just might have been run out. The communication to be clear between Walsh and Boatswain.
This has nothing to do with communication. This has to do with purposeful running. Quinton Boatswain was not even showing that he wanted to run 2 runs in the initial, from the initial point of view. He should have been moving already, thinking 2. And let the fielder be the one to limit him to 1.
98 for 8. Walsh is undriving. Can't beat Kyron Pollard. The score remains on 98 for 8. Walsh is 13. Quinton Boatswain is not. He's faced 1 delivery so far. And the current run rate is 2.85. 2.85. Imran Khan. He comes in now to bowl to Walsh. He's back and punching that out to the sweeper. In fact, it's gone past the busy figure of Evan Lewis, and they'll get a couple of runs. It's gone past backward points, so this good shot by it. He goes up to 15, and the 100 comes up for the Leeward Islands in 34.3 overs, Vinci.
Yes, and at this moment, Walsh is batting sensibly, picking the gaps and forcing his non-striking batsman or partner to assist him in getting these 2 runs.
So this 100 up for the Leeward Islands. And this has been real hard going. It's been a grind here for the Hurricanes. 15 to Walsh. Bang on target is Imran Khan. Can't score. The big tumbling Rafi Rampal coming around. Short extra. Having fun here. It's all taking place here in the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. 2 teams have already qualified so far. The Ghana.
Now see what the captain has done.
And Trinidad. Yeah, more pressure.
He's forcing the batsman, the fielder, into positions that they can stop the single.
So the completion of over number 35 is completed. A run rate of 2.86. The Leeward Islands Hurricane, they are 100 for 8. Hayden Watts Jr. is 15 from 35. Quinton Boatswain will have an actual over from Jason Mohammed, and he's no rabbit. If he gets going, he could have a couple of lusty blows.
Yes, but exactly what the captain wanted to happen happened. No run was scored off of the last over, the last delivery of the over, and also it was not a single. So Hayden Walsh is now the new batsman, who he is also the lesser batsman, is on strike, and see what the captain has done. He has put on the helmet and he's gone on there to provide some pressure. So this is exactly what he wanted to do. He's going to provide some pressure and hopefully give Mohammed an opportunity to take a wicket again.
Quinton Boatswain maybe might not like it because he might say to you
Doesn't
that,
matter what he likes.
that he's a better batsman than you think.
Well,
His best is 12. He's choking this one. Look one past Kejan Otley at the short mid-grade area.
and I'm sure I'm not the only one that thinks that way.
100 for 8. Quinton Boatswain is in strike. It's Mohammed. Mohammed is going to bowl to Quinton Boatswain. He's in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is turning this one, looking for a single, certainly not on. And Karen Pollard maybe is just thinking, I wonder if I should maybe just come
Shift
to my
the
left. Boatswain is also having a word with Karen Pollard. He's maybe saying anything short, Skip, you're going to maybe have to get out of this. I'm going to have a go. So let's see Boatswain approaching now to bowl to him. And he sneaks a single. That was well run. So he got off the mark. So,
Only so what?
but that's okay. The most important thing is he got off the mark. He steered one down to Evan Lewis. He was a little hesitant. It was almost like a drifter. But the most important thing is got it. It was nice and straight. And so Boatswain is off the mark. He's won. And Hayden Watts Jr. comes into strike. He's 15 from 35.
Yes, and more importantly, they haven't lost a wicket also.
Very, very important. I want to talk a little bit, Vincey, about having Shamila working with us and the doors being opened by Donna Simmons way back from Barbados. Here is Walsh driving, but he can't beat the presence of Kyron Pollard. He needs to hit that a little straighter. He hit that on the... He almost yorked himself there. He could have stepped out and stroked that a little bit more effective past Pollard. Walsh is 15, waits for Mohammed. He's in now to bowl to him. He's back and turning this on the other runs here. And if they look sharp, I don't know if they'll be able to come back for 3, but they get 2 runs, which is very important. A lot of work there for Evan Lewis. He looks disgusted that he had to chase that one, Vincey.
It's all a part of the game. You're going to have to chase some, and some are going to be more, you're going to have to put in more work for some than others.
103 for 8. Walsh is 17, Swain is 1. Say good afternoon to the folks in Montserrat. Basil, Morgan, all of the folks. Here comes the man himself, Mohammed. Flighted delivery to Hayden Walsh. He can't beat the fielder Jaden Sears at cover, and so the completion of over number 36. 36 overs completed. There's 103 for 8. The run rate is 2.86. Walsh is 17. Quinton Boatswain will now have an opportunity to face Imran Khan.
Yes, I want to suggest or think that Hayden Walsh probably was playing for the single. But had he beaten the fielder, would that have given him a single or 2 runs? Couldn't he have been better served just dropping the ball there into that gap and ensuring that he had enough time to complete the single, and so put himself at the striker's end to face the bowler and ensuring that he can take the majority of the strike?
We're talking a little bit, Vince, women in sports and women in commentary, but we get back a little while to that discussion, Vincey. Imran Khan comes in out to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is playing around the line of the ball. There's a piece, but that would hit it maybe outside off stump as we look back at the television replay. Boatswain is not interested. He's maybe just waiting and saying, Imran Khan, you come again. There's no review. We don't need to worry about anything right here. Umpire Nigel Duguid is unmoved. Let's look at it, Vincey.
It came off the bat.
That's a good call by umpire.
I think that's why Boatswain
Maybe
might
that's
have
why
been
Boatswain was
laughing.
looking at them. Imran Khan comes in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is turning this one and getting an easy single. That's what Hayden Walsh wants. So Boatswain is completing his job down to the short fine leg area. He gets a single. Just to let you know that Orville Higgins will be speaking to Garfield Burford during the break, so we can't forget that one. Special interview. So that's a good one. That's a big one. Orville, Jamaica, 104 for 8, 104 for 8. We into over number 36, and the Leewards are steering being bowled out. Khan is in now to bowl to Walsh down the onside. The appeal for caught behind that came off of his pad, They know that because Imran Khan already turned and came back to his bowling mark.
And yes, the umpire also. You were talking about women in sports. You find that there's once some women have shown quite a knowledge of the game.
Well, I think Donna Simmons, a lawyer, a tennis player in her own right from Barbados, she would have led the way. But I think she time, Vinci.
When men dominated.
Well, not only men dominated, when men decided that they wanted to prove that they were kings. And she got kind of shoved around. So she decided, well, listen, I'm not going to maybe take this, nonsense in terms of what is going to be happening. Here's Walsh looking for a single that's certainly not on. And so it's nice to now see Shakira Selman and Shamila Connell, who is working on the radio. Shakira is on the television here, getting an opportunity. And we just want to encourage them to be able to, think about their next career path. Because it's not often that we have a lot of people encouraging women to be able to get into certain areas. We got Katia in Baltimore and a lot of ladies who are scoring. We want to see them into the commentary booth also. We got Jacqueline Williams, who's umpiring.
And not only that, when you have females that are a part of setup, it also draws in that sex to, that they have an identity there that they can fire it and also listen to the game and also maybe even create opportunities and interest in the sport.
Ladies score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. As Hurricanes, they're 105 for 8. 105 for 8 with completion of over number 37. Hayden Watts Jr. is 18 from 42. Quinton Boatswain is just coming. He's been a little busy. 2 from 6. And Jason Mohammed is into his fourth over, 1 for 7. 1 for 7. Just to give you an idea, the bowling figures so far: Carrie Pierre 8-0-21, Ravi Rampal 5-1, 10-2. Here comes Hayden Watts standing up and spanking this down to long on, getting an easy single. So he's got some confidence in Quinton Boatswain, where he can be able to, if he really means to bat, he can clear the shot, these boundaries here. But he maybe don't need that at this time. He just needs Hayden Watts' support and just sneak around and get a single. And he's quite capable of that. Ravi Rampal 5-1, 10-2. Jaden Seals on debut for the Trinidad and Tobago team, 4-15 not. Son in the line, 10-3, 36-3. Mohammed into bowl to Boatswain, into bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is back on across and just defending nicely. Little cat and mouse game going on between Karen Pollard and Boatswain.
The two big men.
Yeah, two big men. And one is a Mack truck, and one is almost like a wall. So you figure out that one. Boatswain is a powerful guy. He's planting there as if he wanted to go for that one, Vinci.
That one looked like the one that went straight on, and he certainly was fishing.
106 for 8. Boatswain is 2. Kyron Pollard is walking around. He's putting some pressure. Boatswain.
I'm sure he's saying something too.
As usual. You don't have to ask. Comes back into the short leg area. Here comes Jason Mohammed. A pretty long run for an off spinner. He's in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain down there. Oh, and Quinton. And Kyron Pollard drops it.
That would have been a sharp one, but
he set himself up for it.
Yes.
And just turning it to the left of him. It didn't stay in the pocket.
It looked like it may have hit him on his forearm more so than anything else.
And because he was moving.
He was going at the catch. So, but it came sharply.
So Boatswain goes to 3 from 9. Score goes up to 107 for 8. 107 for 8. And Trinidad piling on the pressure here. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 2.84 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Around the Mohammed to Hayden Watts. He comes quietly forward. And the score remains at 107 for 8. We're into over number 38.
Yes, and I think Pollard was anticipating the ball going squarer, and had he not been moving and he was stationary, maybe he would have given himself a better opportunity of taking that catch.
Mohammed is into bowl to Hayden Watts. He's back, but he can't find the gap. And Carrie Pierce saving that. He's upset with himself. A little later, that would have raced away. The run rate is 2.82, 107 for 8. Over number 38 being bowled. Quinton Boatswain is on 3, and Hayden Watts Jr. is on 19. That's the latest score here. The last time they've scored a boundary, Vinci, would have been 76 balls ago.
And that's quite, and that's understandable because the position that they are in the game, they are trying to consolidate, try as possible, even if it's just 1s and 2s out of the overs. If they have 12 overs left. And if they pick up, let's say, 24 runs from the next 12 overs, they at least give themselves another 131, or give Trinidad 131 to chase. Want to pick up more, but the longer they stay out there, the more runs they will accumulate.
Well, Carrie Pierre is back into the attack, and he would want to complete his is overspelled. 8-0-21. He comes in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain picks up the line. No need for him to follow that one, and the score remains at 107 for 8. 107 for 8.
Yes, and Kari Pierre would want to add to his tally of wickets.
He's in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain comes quietly forward. It's well played. He's a powerful guy, Vincey, and he can hit a long ball. Maybe
Well,
he says on another day.
He's certainly big.
Yeah, he's a powerful guy. He can hit the
Okay.
ball. He really, really can hit it. Here comes Carey Pierce in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is getting a little fancy. Be advised to play the ball up in front of him. Hayden Walsh is saying, come on, Boatswain. Pollard again is into his ear.
You don't want to get an inside edge or outside edge on a delivery like that.
Here comes Carey Pierce. Is in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is defending and defending nicely. The last boundary has come the last 80 balls ago since they've got a boundary.
And that's a long, long time. That's over 12 overs.
Very, very long time. Some 45 minutes ago before they've done that. Here's Boatswain getting fancy. He's trying to show me that he knows a thing or two about batting. But the offside field is packed. You've got a slip, a fielder, short third man, a backward pointer cover. And so I don't know if he's going to be good enough to beat those. Here's Pollard giving him some coaching lessons. The captain is really something else, Karen Pollard. It's all fun. It's all West Indies cricket. Pay into bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain coming nicely forward. Correct, well played. So a maiden over here for Carey Pierre. 9-1-21. The score remains at 107 for 8. 82 balls. 46 minutes is the last time that Leeward Iron Hurricane would have scored a boundary. 2.74. Hayden Walsh Jr. is 19 from 45. Boatswain is 3 from 15.
Yes, and Boatswain did very well to keep the bowler out, which is Carey Pierre, ensuring that the Leeward's innings continues without the loss of another wicket. And Hayden Walsh will certainly try to see if he can get some runs out of this Mohammed over.
Here's Walsh back and cracking it, but he can't beat Jaden Searle. What is actually happening is that Hayden's left toe, Vincey, is pointing straight to Jaden Searle. So every time he gets back onto the back foot, he's not saying side on enough so he can be able to beat the gap. Let's look and see in terms of what he uses his feet, but decided not to go for the single as he hit that one down to long off at Sunil Narayan. Can you afford that? I thought he could have maybe given Boatswain that strike. Boatswain can handle Jason Mohammed. What do you think, Vincey?
I think yes, but again, Hayden Walsh has certainly shown that he wants to take the responsibility.
107 for 8. He's back and punching that. This time he takes a single. So pretty interesting there from the young man. Now, Vincey, I wanted to discuss something with you. The second power play from 11 to 40, which is this is the 40th over, the Leeward Islands have scored 85 runs and lost 6 wickets. And that a lot of the teams are not playing well between this over. They've also had 170 dot balls, Vincey. Not good at all.
Not good, and again, I believe a lot of it comes back to how they practice when they're in the nets.
Mohammed is in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is defending. And so that is completed. The final power play overs coming up after this.
If a batsman is comfortable in the nets blocking and just keeping the bowler out and not playing with a particular purpose, then they're going to go out in the game following that same strategy.
This bowling to Boatswain. That one is going down the onside. No appeal from the Trinidad and Tobago bowling team. Pollard clapping away. He's in the ear of Quinton Boatswain. So too is Dinesh Ramdin. And all of a sudden now, Nicholas Pulhan is getting into the act. They're trying to distract Boatswain, but he's focused. Boatswain is driving, looking to go down the ground. They're giving him a single, but Boatswain is not interested because Hayden Walsh is in the strikes. There's a little cat and mouse game going on here. The completion of over number 40. Now, Vincey, from 11 to 40, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would have scored 85 runs with 6 wickets. And during that period of time, also, Vincey, at least 72 dot balls.
The statistics say it all. I mean, you can't bat without purpose, and then when you're losing your way, you try to make it up on the back end, because what is going to happen, you're going to put pressure on your bowling team much more of an advantage. It's almost like a war of attrition. they put you under pressure from the beginning, and then you're now trying to make up what you would have lost at the start. And instead of being successful and productive, you're now falling into the trap of giving away your wickets.
Carry pair is going to do the man himself, Hayden Walsh. He's back and punching that. And so the final power play starts. I think that they have 60 balls. And to be able to get any respectable total, they would want to be scoring anywhere between 6 runs and over and 8 runs over. They started with 1. Walsh goes up to 21. Quinton Boatswain now comes in. And let's see what the approach will be from Quinton Boatswain. He's got a lovely bat, an SS bat. And like I said, I know he's quite capable of getting something going. They're in the air of Quinton Boatswain. He walks away. He's not interested. In fact, Hayden Walsh calls him down. And they're really trying to get under this Boatswain. And good cricket there from Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh just deciding to just call him out of the chatter in his ear. Another helmet come out. Nicholas Puran is going to get a helmet now. So they're going to have a short leg, a silly point. I've not seen this for a long time in regional 4-day cricket. And see this sometimes before the cricket. But in 1-day cricket, my brother Vincey, there's been lots of challenges happening here. Quinton Boatswain is crowded.
Yes, he's being crowded because the captain certainly wants to finish the innings.
Lovely shot there from Quinton Boatswain. He's trying to just go past Ravi Rampal in the short mid-wicket area. And like I said to you, Boatswain can bat. Just needs to apply himself. Here comes Carripier. He's looking for another wicket. He's in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain stands at plate and plays well. That's good cricket by Quinton Boatswain. History, 109 for 8. Carripier is into his 10th over. 1 maiden so far, 1 for 21. Pear is in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is driving down the ground, gets an easy single down to long on.
Yes, and I'm sure the Trinidad captain would not be disappointed with that. This is the 5th ball of the over, is that? And if they could keep Hayden Walsh...
The 4th.
The 4th. If
Yeah.
their deliveries could keep Hayden Walsh on strike at this end, they would have an opportunity to go at Boatswain again.
110 for 8. Walsh, who is 21, he comes into strike. Boatswain is 4, is on the non-striker's end. As Pear is in now to bowl to Walsh. Walsh stands up straight and defend. Trying to push it past Carripier. This will be the final delivery. He needs to sneak a single. In fact, Quinton Boatswain needs to be backing up so that he can get that single very quickly. 1 for 22 with a maiden to go. Carripier could be into his final legal delivery. Here's Walsh back and trying to punch that one. He tried to hit that too hard. Just a little. He made able to pick up a single. The completion of over number 41. The Leeward Irons Hurricanes at 110 for 8. A lovely spell from Carripier. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket.
Yes, 10 overs for 22 runs would suggest a very good spell. However, opinion that the spell was a steady spell. I don't think that it was anything exceptional about his spell except for the fact that he was steady. At least at the top of the order, because he opened the bowling. They would have allowed him to get on top. And so, obviously, if you allow, I'm going to take that and use it to my advantage. And certainly, it has worked out in the long run for him. It has paid dividends for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
With 43 dot balls. Here is Boatswain standing up to a delivery from Jason Mohammed. Looking to spank that past Evan Lewis at Cove. Kyron Pollard and Nicholas Poran chatting away. They going after Quinton Boatswain. Mohammed is into bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is looking to turn this, can't score. But 110 for 8, he's 4.
And I don't have the stats of Carripier at international level in front of me. But you would have noticed that. Continue on that.
Down the onside, Boatswain getting himself into a little tangle right there.
At the West Indies level, Carripier would have looked like a world beater, but as soon as he was introduced to the international level, he looked like he was an ordinary bowler.
We come back to that, Vincey. Boatswain driving beautifully down the ground, getting an easy single. He sort of played that like he didn't want to play it, but
yes.
He can bat.
And a bit uppish too.
Yeah, but that's okay. But the most important thing is away from a fielder. He goes to 5, and Hayden Walsh Jr. comes into strike. He's 21 from 51 balls. With point there, so I've just got to be able to look to put up some stats on Carripier in a little while so that we could be able to make a comparison. We wait for a while. Here, Jason Mohammed to Hayden Walsh Jr. I think he just needs to be able to just stand up and look to just There's lots of acres of land, the leg side of him. Just be able to look to use his hands, use his wrists, get it around and get a couple of runs. He's having a big go and smack this down the ground, and Narayan will have some work to do.
And he goes for
and
four.
He goes for four.
And
sloppy fielding by
He's been
Sunil
sloppy
Narayan.
all day. He's been sloppy all day.
Came across casually with his left hand. You got to, international level, come across and stop the ball. And that really was needless to have gone for a boundary, but a very welcome boundary for the Leeward Islands. Something that they would need, 115 for 8. And the man himself, Hayden Walsh Jr., goes to 25.
Yes, and certainly if I was the Leewards, I'd welcome that. Maybe they'd do a gift or two. But again, just looking at cricket on a whole, from a perspective of cricket, Narayan has been sloppy all day. It's not the first time that he has given away a boundary on the in this particular location. And he has to take stock of his fielding and back up his bowlers, because when he is bowling, I'm sure he expects his fielders for him.
Very excellent point, Vinci. The Leeward Islands Hurricane are 2.65, and right now they have to think about batting out 50 overs here. They are barring an embarrassment to get bowled out, but these two, they're looking good so far.
Yes. And let me see, they're bringing back Jaden Seals. What has been your feelings about Jaden Seals?
He approaches the crease aggressively. Boatswain is backing across and standing up nicely and playing that delivery. He's a good bowler. He's only 19 years old, so like I said, he's learning. You've got Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip, you got Niall Smith. You've got a couple of young prospects so far here in this tournament. O'Shane Thomas, he's got to be in the mix. Preston McSween. I think we now need to be able to get a camp for all of these guys. We got a battery of young fast bowlers that we really need to start to be able to work on. Here comes Seals in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain coming down on this one. And almost went onto his stump there. And they're again getting a little banter with him. Everybody's into his ear right now. But Boatswain is not interested.
Yes, I guess at this point we have to say that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes need a bit of luck here. I mean, make the game a little more interesting.
115 for 8. 115 for 8. I was talking about fast bowlers. Sheena Berridge not on par so far in this tournament. Will this be his game? He's somebody who picked up the most wickets in the Super 50 before. Didn't get a chance to even get a look in. Here comes Jaden Seals, bouncing out to bowl to Quinton Boatswain. He's looking to on-drive, can't beat Kyron Pollard, and the score remains at 115 for 8.
Like what Jaden Seals is doing, notwithstanding the fact that they're ahead and they certainly are on top in this game. He is attacking the stumps of the batsman there, Quinton Boatswain, and he's hoping that the batsman makes a mistake, plays and misses, and that they can get a wicket.
The voice of Vincey Boyne went over number 43. He likes Seals. He's got a good prospect. He's approaching now. In now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain rushed onto him. You can't pull that, Boatswain. He's got pace. So you got to be very, 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 very careful. Again, a little banter between Pollard and Boatswain.
Yes, and the captain is going to seek every avenue to unsettle the batsman while he's on the crease, and sometimes a bit of chatter can do that, can get on their skin, force you to do something irrational while you're batting.
Boatswain has to remain focused. No need for him to get caught into the trap. Carry pair, 10-1, 22-1. Ravi Paul, 5-2. Narayan 10, 3, 36, 3. And that's Gonchu. And says Hayden Walsh sends him back. And so the score, in fact, they finally go for a single. There was a little hesitation there, but in the end they got it. The runs that they needed, it's a bye of Dinesh Ramdin. 116 for 8. 116 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago just going through the motions, Vincy. If somebody came here today and told Kyron Pollard that he bowled out the lead was under 150, he would say no way.
No way, but he probably say he'll take it also. And that was a very good delivery. Looking for the Yorker length delivery between bat and pad. Missed, but also missed the leg stump and exploded out of the keeper's gloves, giving away a bye.
19 years old. Looks like a real natural athlete. I like also the look of Anderson Phillip. He's got some pace also. Seals comes in to bowl to Hayden Walsh. Sharp delivery. Oh, gosh, he had to get under that one there. A little smile, a little chatter. Number 43, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after deciding to bat first after Devon Thomas would have won the toss, they're 116 for 8.
Yes, and I was talking about Kyrie Pierre, right? And in Liste, right, his average, his economy rate is 4.65, averaging 28.3 wickets per wicket, right? 28 runs, 28.3 runs per wicket in list A cricket. However, when you take him up to the one-day level or the international level, he jumps up to 6.07. He has a strike rate of 158, meaning that his average per wicket is 150. His strike rate is 156, meaning that he takes a wicket every 156 balls. And so I'm saying, you know, he looks impressive at this level. But when you get to international batsmen, your effectiveness certainly is diminished. And I think it's inept batting by the Leewards today that allowed Kyrie Pierre his figures to look that impressive. But I don't think that the bowling merited such impressive returns.
I think we'll have a rain break, Vincy. I don't know if Colin called the showers, but the groundsmen are lining up very fast and furious. Rampal is into bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain, I don't know if he's looking over. If he's looking over, he would know that rain is coming. And so there might be a little break that they really need, and you could feel the rain clouds getting on their raincoats because they look like they know that this will be a little long afternoon here. 116 for 8. The Leeward Islands, after deciding to bat first, I think Colin James will get into the hot seat alongside Vincy, who will do ball by ball. Here comes Ravi Rampal in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is driving down the ground for 4. That's a beautiful on drive by Quinton Boatswain. Half volley, put away. That's a lovely shot by Quinton Boatswain, the man from Montserrat. 20 for 8, he goes to 9.
Yes, and certainly it was served up by Rampal. Full length, looking for the Yorker length delivery. But Quinton Boatswain was to the better of that and said, that's a gift. I might as well take it. And show the top order batsmen what they should have been doing all along.
That's a lovely shot by, in fact, I think that's the day.
It looks like it. It looks like
120 for 8. Boatswain waits for Rampal into bowl to him. He's back on the course and turning it. Oh, he looks so organized. I told you that he can bat. He plays for Pigots in the competition here in Antigua and Barbuda because, you know, there's not much local cricket happening in Montserrat. The groundsmen are signaling to the umpire that they think that they maybe need to have an early call.
Yes, we see some dark clouds.
But it's really coming around, and the breeze is also kind of pushing it. So let's hope that it will push it around the mountain. But it doesn't look so. They're moving into position. 120 for 8. Boatswain is delaying a big drive right there out to cover. And the score remains on 128, 20 for 8.
And I think sensibly delaying the big drive because that ball was a slow delivery. And I think it was intended to man off guard.
Well, we've called it. Colin has called it. And the rains are coming here at the Coolidge ground. The groundsmen are moving. The breeze has picked up. And can just say to you that there's a halt in play here at the Coolidge ground as the groundsmen get themselves organized. It's almost like a mini hurricane.
Yes, and part of the entertainment is watching the technician sprint onto the field to collect his mic the stump cameras and the stump mic. It usually provides a bit of entertainment when he has to rush onto the field to remove those expensive pieces of equipment from the pitch area. And
the wind is so strong that it's giving the groundsmen a little hard time because the main one onto the square.
Yep.
They're now going to get that covered. But it's really strong here. The wind, those guys are doing an excellent job. They've got to be able to get that on very, very, very quickly. But they're safe.
Yes.
They're in control,
So
large and in control. So just before Colin comes in and you guys have a discussion as to who you think will be the West Indies Test captain going forward, Vincy, let me just give a recap very quickly for the folks who just tuned in. It's an all-important game for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team who have qualified already for the CG Insurance Super 50 semi-final. 4 teams go through. Guyana has already qualified, so too is Trinidad and Tobago. The Leewards are on the fringe, they're outside, and they would need also to try to see if they can be able to get into the mix in terms of what's happening. The batting for the Leeward Islands, hold on Vincy, has not been good at all. So let me just give you a quick rundown as to what has happened so far at the Coolidge grounds. Kyron Powell, LBW to Nara in his first wicket for the Super 50 for 29 or 51 balls, 3 bounds. Ross Powell caught Jason Mohammed, bowled Ravi Rampal for 4, 16 balls faced. Casey Carty, he was bowled by Ravi Rampal for 1. Nidish Kumar caught Ramdin, bowled Pierre for 24. He faced 38 balls, 2 boundaries. Devon Thomas, LBW to Narayan for 14, 25 balls. Terrence Ward bowled by Narayan for 1, 7 balls faced. Hayden Walsh is not out 25 or 54 balls with 2 boundaries. Colin Archibald caught Jaden Seals, bowled by Imran Khan for 5 with 1 boundary. Ashmin Ned, he was LBW to Jason Mohammed for 5, 16 balls faced. Quinton Boatswain is not out 9 from 34 balls, and Sheena Berridge yet to bat. The Leewards, they would have lost 14 for 1, Ross Powell, 16 for 2, Casey Carty, 55 for Powell, 67 for 4, Nirish Kumar, 73 for 5, Terrence Ward, 80 for 6, Devon Thomas, 85 for 7, Colin Archibald, 96 for 8. At the bowling figures for Trinidad and Tobago, Carrie Pair, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And within that spell, goes to 43 dot balls. Ravi Rampal, 5.4 overs before the rain came down, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Seals on debut for Trinidad and Tobago, 5-2-15 not. Sunil Narayan, 10-3-36-3. Imran Khan, 7-2-16-1. And Jason Mahdi, 6 not 15-1. Vincy, as Colin gets to get into the hot seat, your thoughts so far? You and Colin have been laboring the point that the Leewards, they really didn't look themselves after winning the toss and coming out here today. And so I'll let you guys continue to discuss, and then we'll maybe get an idea from you as to who you think should be the test captain.
Yes, certainly the Leewards, as we have said, evidence is there on the board. 120 for 8 in a game at this level with the players that you have at your disposal. It certainly is not. But a lot of it is, it has really been mostly the fault of the Leeward batsmen, more so than excellent or exceptional bowling by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Certainly, they have done what they needed to do out there, and the Leewards, having gone out there determined that they're going to bat first, should have gone with a plan to execute and ensure that if that plan is not executed or what they were looking for within the first 5 to 10 overs, that they have a plan B.
Advocated a change in the batting lineup, or you would have stuck with the lineup that came up?
No, I wouldn't have advocated a change in the batting lineup. What I thought that the war room, if you want to call it that, or the strategists would have done was look at the tournament as a whole. You recognize, I think the only team batting first that won the tournament, Guyana, when they played against Barbados, and they may have been blessed with the fortune of the weather at that particular time, but most of the basin have won their games. Leewards, they won their only game chasing. I think the Leewards would have lost the first game chasing. Outside of that, the majority of the teams chasing have won. Trinidad has shown that their preference is to chase. Why not, having won the toss, determine that we're going to give Trinidad and Tobago something different to look at. Let them set the pace for us. Maybe by them trying to set the pace, they also make some mistakes and try to, deal with it from a perspective of attrition. And at that point, you can give yourself a better option in terms of chasing, because your batsmen have certainly shown that they can chase also.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree with you more there with that assessment in terms of the Leeward's approach to this game. One of the things that I've found that have gone out of white ball cricket, especially the ODIs, is the absence of what we knew maybe about 10 years ago as a pinch hitter. Adman, who can come at any time in the innings and really, up the scoring rate when the bowlers are getting on top of the batting.
I understand that, Colin, but I don't know if you've gone around watching these teams practice, even when the international teams come here.
I've seen bits and pieces.
There are 3 or 4 parallel pitches, right? And they have nets set up between them so that you can maximize on the number who are batting at the specific time. What happens is that these guys run in their bowling, but there isn't a field set, so that the individual mind of the batsman, they can get a feeling of what a field looks like, and they can play their shots according to how fielders are placed on that, which in some sense would prepare them for when they go onto the field to actually play their shots. They're playing according to what they... But if I'm practicing just to block the back bowler and keep him out and just push off the wicket, that's exactly what we're going to get out there. And that's exactly what we've been seeing going on throughout the tournament. And hence, we cannot be surprised with the number of dot balls that are accumulated by these batsmen because they're not forced. You and I know one tip. I mean, both of us... I mean, let's just say both of us were classmates growing up while we attended grammar school. And you know, during the break, it's either one tip or some form of cricket. Sometimes there are 20-odd persons on the field. So we have to play shots to pierce or to beat those 20-odd fielders. What do you think that did? It developed our cricket game because we found a way to pierce gaps or hit over the top. And in the process, being successful. And I'm thinking that some of these practice sessions, the coach need to run a one-tip session. Or some persons might not understand what I mean by one tip, but a
once
session
you hit the ball,
once you hit the ball, you have to run. And you have to put a prize on your wicket. So if you don't run, run out comes into effect. If you can't pick the gap, the run out comes into effect. If you hit the ball uppishly, the catch comes into effect and you lose your wicket. All of these, so what it does indirectly, without any particular strategic planning, if you want to call it that, it helps you to develop that focus. To create runs, how to create singers, and how to run between the wicket.
Yes, certainly. And, you know, coaching, whether it be cricket, football, basketball, netball, you name it, there are three components in terms of the principles of coaching. You have your warm-up session, you have a technical session in terms of skill you want the players to develop during that session, and you have a session where now you go into the game itself. So each, and then you have the warm-down or the cool-down, as some people would say. So the main part of the coaching session is the third aspect. That session where you're going to have the players doing, some people call it skirmish, a simulation.
Right.
So there is where after your warm-up, after your skills practice or your technique practice, you got to get into that skirmish part of things. And
or how do you
execute? That's the point I'm making. How do you execute? And there is where that's the most important part of the session. And this is where I agree with you in terms of the point. You have now to say, look, I'm going to get my 3 seamers or my 3 fast bowlers, how many ever, and my 2 spinners, how many ever. And I'm going to ask my batsmen now that they're going to do a particular drill that will improve their ability to pace a pack offside field or invite them to go over the top. The last 2 mornings I was driving up to the stadium for the games, I saw Winston Benjamin, the former Leeward's coach, at the factory grounds with at least 2 or 3 young cricketers. I say they're young because they must be, because they're not. If they're older than 17, they might be working. And from what I saw he was doing, he was basically encouraging the batsmen to hit over the top. He was dropping them on the half volley deliberately and asking them to execute by hitting over the top. And I'm only saying that to say that when there's whatever coaching session you have to have it planned that you want to get something out of your players to do something that you feel that on, and you want them to maximize the session to do that.
I'm going to show you. The players have to be hungry too. 2007 World Cup, right? I just happened to be the transportation coordinator for that event. And I went down to recreation ground where the Australian team were practicing. We had there were a few net bowlers and some local bowlers. Gavin Tongue at the time was at his heyday, bowling with real pace. Matthew Hayden had already completed his stint out in the mixed practice session. And when he saw that Gavin was bowling with such fire, he ran and put on his pads. He wanted a piece of this young buck, as they would say. He wanted a piece because he wanted to see if he could have the upper hand. And I'm saying, if our players don't have that same hunger and desire for the game, also, they're not going to have the hunger out there. If you can't have it in a practice session, You can't have it out there.
In the middle.
It has to be built. It has to be innate. And if you feel comfortable doing what you're doing and continue doing what you're doing, which is counterproductive, you're going to be counterproductive out there. I'll show you another thing. I'm talking about the one-tip sessions and the practice that helps to develop this ability. It also helps the bowlers, because if a ball is running in and all you're doing is blocking him out, then when you are blocking him out, he also comes out with a false sense of security, thinking that length that is, or he's bowling that is in line of keeping a batsman from scoring his shots. But out there, where batsmen now start to pick gaps, start to beat him to the boundary, he has to realize now, hey, my length has to change, my line has to change, and I can only get better when I'm put into adversity and I adjust from those adverse moments.
Certainly. So maybe the point you're making is chiefly responsible for the slow start to a great extent by the Leewards in their last two matches.
But if you look at it throughout the tournament, Leewards aren't the only team that suffer from the dot ball problem. It's all the teams in the region that suffer from the dot ball problem. Evan Lewis, as good as his strike rate is, look at the amount of dot balls that he has. Yes, he makes up for it with 4s and 6s, right? And we certainly welcome that aspect of his batting. But what about when if a bowler doesn't give him what he wants to hit? And I saw it in the IPL. When he doesn't get the ball that he wants to hit, he soaks up a lot of dot balls and sometimes put pressure on the remaining batsmen in the squad. So I'm saying when you can't get your ball to hit, be able to still score, even if it's the 1s and 2s. Look at it this way. If I'm playing a 20-over game, right, and I get a single off of every delivery, that's 121 runs easily, right? Now, in that format, you're going to get your 4s and your 6s. So tell me, you already can put 100 runs on the board. When you add your 4s and your 6s to that, you can easily score 170, 180 runs, maybe even 200. And I'm saying in a 50-over game, you have 300 deliveries. If you can get singles, if you can average a run, a delivery, just getting singles in whatever form, whether it's a leg by, off the bat, whatever the case may be, you easily can score 300 runs, and then you're going to get the bad balls. Sometimes I have made the statement that even off of a good delivery, you can get a run. It's not going to happen all the time, but it can be done, right? You're going to have those good deliveries that you don't score off of, but you must understand also that you're going to get deliveries that you can score off of, that you know your comfort zone as a batsman, and you can say, hey, this is a delivery I can take advantage of, especially when the field placing is placed in a way that advantage of it.
Well, just to let you know that the rain has stopped here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua. This ground nestled between the VC Bird International Airport, what was once known as the Sticky Wicket Restaurant, as well as the Athletic Club on the western side, the Sticky Wicket Restaurant on the and there's also the CIU, the Citizenship by Investment Unit office on the northern side, and the grandstand for the ground, or for the old parking lot for the airport on the southern side. So we're really nestled into a full surrounding here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So the rain came with the Leewards 120 for 8, having won the toss and batted first. 120 for 8, and we're in the 44th over of the Leewards innings. And so far the Leewards would have lost for 4 at 14 for 1. Casey Carty, he made 1 at 16 for 2. Then it was let me give you the fall of the wickets per over in terms of the overs. In the 6th over, Ross Powell, he was out for 4, 14 for 1. In the 8th over, Casey Carty was bowled by Ravi Rampal for 1, 16 for 2. Powell actually mistimed the pull off Rampal to sit in mid-off, and he was out for 4. Carty was bowled by Rampal, attempting and missing the shot. In the 14th over, Kieran Powell, he inside edge onto his pad, but struck in front, and because of the inside edge, the the appeal for leg before was negated, and then he was dropped second ball. He was dropped the next delivery at short mid here. He was on 20. The score was then 36 for 2. The Leewards brought up the 50 in the 16th over. In the 18th over, Powell trapped leg before wicket to Narayan. Puma went in the 21st over. He edged to wicketkeeper Ramden, attempting to drive a full pitch delivery. He went at 4 for 67. Terence Ward, he was out in that same over as well, attempting to drive, and he was bowled. The ball hit the leg stump. That was 73 for 5. And then in the 26th over, we had Devon Thomas, a judge leg before wicket off the ball in the line. A delivery going down leg side and might have struck him a bit high. He went for 14, 80 for 6. Kezwan Archibald making his list A debut he was out slug sweeping and caught on the mid-wicket boundary for 5, 87 for 7. And Ashmead Ned sweeping trap leg before wicket by it for 5, 96 for 8. Since then, Quinton Boatswain and Hayden Walsh Jr., they're at the crease. And the Leeward Islands they can get up to a score of at least 150. They are 120 for 8 in the 44th over. So the Leewards still have some work to do. Vincey Boyd and I have just been talking about the whole question of the Leeward's approach, other aspects of cricket in terms of preparation, in terms of coaching, in terms of execution, and that kind of thing. The ground staff have taken off most of the covers, especially those on the pitch. The covers on the practice areas are still on, but any moment now they're going to be off. The 2 umpires have come out to inspect the proceedings. And Vincey, I don't know how much you follow the weather situation in Antigua and Barbuda, especially in terms of the dry period. But I understand from our senior meteorologist, Dale Destin, that this is the driest period at the start of a year in Antigua in the last 10 years.
Well, huge time of the year is the dry period. And so, you tend to get a lot less rain at this period of the year. However, as you may not have noticed over the past few days, sometimes you get some early morning showers, or you get some evening showers just around when dusk is coming in. And in the game last week between Guyana and Barbados, there was a bit of showers that interrupted the game and actually forced a result utilizing the Duckworth-Lewis system. And also the game between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Jamaica earlier this week also was interrupted by rain closely to the end, but again, just a passing shower. Usually, it's not uncommon for it to be dry during this time of the year.
Yes, but the point is that it seems to be getting more dry and dry over the 3 years. I think last year we had a situation where we had a record-breaking situation where we had less rainfall within the first 4 months of last year, and I think last year was particularly dry, and this year has started off in this mode.
Well, if you're removing trees and not trees that are removed, and a lot of these things that support the
where
atmosphere.
are you going with this one now?
I'm not going anywhere with it. I'm just saying it's a general trend around the world, and it seems to have affected us here in the region also. But if you're removing trees that also help to assist the atmosphere in what we call the water cycle, for those of you who would have studied integrated science and a bit of chemistry, you would understand that the water cycle involves the transpiration that trees provide, and this also assists in the weather patterns around the world. And so, some people refer to it as global warming, and global warming are going to affect temperatures around the world. We need to consider that at our homes that we may not want the trees shedding too many leaves in our yard that cause us to come up. But maybe it is of a benefit to us to having a better climate, better rain patterns on the island.
Well, Vincey, while we are the lack of rain in Antigua and Barbuda and other parts of the Caribbean, I would want to say within the first 3-4 months of the year, we got to remember too, the COVID-19 pandemic. And so many people have been affected by it that sometimes you never know when it's going to hit home to you. Just early Monday morning, we lost, in terms of Antigua and Barbuda, we lost a second health care provider, nurse, Cynthia Love Byers from the John Hughes and Old Road community. We extend our condolences to the family. I understand that she will be laid to rest sometime early tomorrow morning, so we want to send out our condolences to the family. But also too, there are one or two persons that I would have known, that I would know, that are really struggling for their lives in the ICU as we speak. And to the families that have loved ones in the ICU and are affected by COVID-19, my prayers and concerns towards those families. I don't want to call any names, especially because I don't want to cause any alarm among family members who may not, some family member for them might be in the ICU. But I know one or two people that were very close to me. I know one individual who I would have watched football with for a number of years at the Antigua Recreation Ground, another individual who was very popular in the sporting fraternity, someone I would have interacted with for a number of years, and also in recent times, appointment at a particular statutory body in Antigua and Barbuda. And there's so many people affected by this COVID-19 pandemic. We can only advocate and ask people to adhere to the protocols, wear your mask, wash your hands, and keep your social distancing.
Yes, it's quite unfortunate that individuals also could have been affected and were being responsible, but came into contact with individuals who have not been responsible and affected by the pandemic. And what we can only do at this moment is, say our prayers to support some of those individuals, but also encourage those who are listening to also say a prayer or two, for those individuals who are being afflicted and are suffering from the pandemic. I just want to bring something to you, Colin. 43.4 overs have been bowled, right? Which represents 256 deliveries. Okay? 256 deliveries. Out of those 256 deliveries, there are 190 dot balls. So out of the 256 deliveries, only 66 deliveries have been scored from. That says a lot.
And we have been making sure the tournament that Caribbean batsmen, they need to understand that in a limited overs game, whether it be a T20, you got to find a way to make sure that you score at least a runner ball. It doesn't have to be sixes, it doesn't have to be fours, it doesn't have to be, it can be twos. If you get 2 runs per ball in an over, that's 12 runs. That's okay.
Yeah. But even more than that, you're not going to, okay, you have to get into the mindset of wanting to score a run per ball. It may not happen every delivery, but you have to get into the mindset of wanting to score at least a run a ball. And if you get into that mindset, I can almost that positive things will happen.
Yes, so let's remind our listeners that we're covering the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup match between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago here. Cricket ground, the Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting first. When the game started, the conditions were cloudy with a strong breeze blowing from the easterly direction here at the Coolest Cricket Ground. The Leewards brought back into their team Quinton Boatswain, and they also included Colin Archibald for the first time, and they replaced Jeremiah Louis, who was injured in the Leeward's previous game, and also they dropped their wicketkeeper Amit Django. And then Trinidad and Tobago, they brought in for the first time in this tournament Kyrie Peer, and he, along with Jevon Seals, who earned his first cap for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they replaced Anderson Phillip, the fast bowler, and Akil Hussain, the left-arm spinner. We are due a break here at the Coolest Cricket Ground, but to remind you that the Leeward Islands, they are 120 for 8. It's a rain-interrupted period of play. At the crease, it's Hayden Ward Jr. He's on 25 not out from 54 balls, 2 fours. Along with him is Quinton Boatswain. He's on 9 from 34 balls. And Trinidad and Tobago on top in a must-win game for the Leeward Islands. That's the latest position here at the Coolest Cricket Ground.
This is the middle stump on Vibrate Ampion Station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regent.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes us with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-622 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Step on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. My name is Vernon A. Springer. Next to me, Shamela Connell. Play will resume in 6 minutes' time in the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. If you just tuned in to all of the stations who are taking our coverage around the region, and we just want to take some time out to be able to just make sure that we, salute all of the stations who have done an excellent job so far in joining our broadcast. Radio Dominica, they are the folks in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let me make sure that I get that right. TK will remind me about that to tell me that I've got to make sure that the Commonwealth of Dominica. We have the Caribbean Broadcasting Network, the Caribbean Superstation 90.9 FM, British Virgin Islands and U.S. Virgin Islands. Let me say good afternoon in the BVI to Tini Percival and to the Dason, to all of the guys who are glued into their radio. GBN in Grenada, Dr. Dwayne Gill, Real FM also in Grenada, CBC in Barbados, VOB in Barbados, KLS FM in Jamaica, NCN in Guyana, The Wave in St. Lucia, yes, Radio, and their technicians who have done an excellent job here to make sure that we've been bringing it to you live ball by ball. We also want to salute the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, because they're the ones who are we're also going through there to make sure with the coverage that is coming from us. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So if you want to find out anything about West Indies cricket, we got all of these platforms that are bringing it to you. Remember, we're also live on television, ESPN, to view this important CG show and Super 50 competition all around the world. The Middle East, Pakistan, South Africa, Australia, Bangladesh. And we had some good news yesterday, Shamila, where we heard that Cricket West Indies, Sri Lanka tour will be here, and we have 3 ODIs will be played against Sri Lanka right here at the Coolidge Grounds. For the folks who've just tuned in, well, it was like a long time ago. Devon Thomas would have won the toss against the Kairon Polar Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. What happened? The Leeward Islands have lost a number of wickets, and they've lost them fast and furious. And just to give you an update in terms of what has been happening with the scorecard to date, so you get an idea. Kyron Powell, LBW to Narayan for 29, 51 balls, 3 boundaries. Ross Powell caught Jason Rampal for 4, 16 balls. Casey Carty bowled Ravi Rampal for 1, he faced 10 balls. Nitish Kumar, the informed batsman, the other century maker from the Leeward Islands Hurricane, he was caught Ramdin, bowled Carey Pair for 24, he faced 30 balls, 2 boundaries. Devon Thomas, the captain, he was a judge, LBW to Sunatine, 25 balls, 2 boundaries. Terence Ward, he was bowled by Narayan for 1, 7 balls faced. Hayden Watts Jr. is not out 25 or 54 balls. Colin Archibald making his debut for this season in the competition. He was caught. Jaden Sears bowled can for 5, 11 balls faced, 1 boundary. He was trapped playing a reverse sweep. He missed it completely. Not a reverse sweep, a sweep shot. Missed it. LBW to Jason Mohammed for 5, 16 delivery space. And Quinton Boatswain so far, he's on 9, not out, 34 balls and 1-4. The bowling figures for Trinidad and Tobago: Carey Pair, 10-1-22. Ravi Rampal, 5.4 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Seals, 5-2-15 not. Solon Narayan, 36-3. Imran Khan, 7-2-16-1. Jason Mohammed, 6-0-15-1. Shamila Connell is next to me. What should be the objective?
Well, at the current moment, the two Leeward Island batters are staying there. They're frustrating the Red Force bowlers at this moment. Just need to stay there and keep rotating straight.
120 for 8. What do you think will be the final score?
About 150.
Think they can get up to 150, Shamila?
Well, hopefully.
All right, so we got 2 legal deliveries left in this over, and we'll have 6 after that. So you maybe might be on track in terms of what has been happening. But this is a must-win game for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Very much so. They need to at least win this one to at least stay a chance of qualifying.
Yes, and so that's going to be the critical part in terms of what's happening. It's not been a good showing so far from the Leeward Islands Hurricane, and we'll start back with the fivers. The groundsmen have done an excellent job to get this track prepared. Boatswain is 9. Rampal into Boatswain. He's backing across and defending nicely. Plays it up to Khan at mid-off. And the score remains on 120 for 8. 120 for 8, Shamila.
Yeah, very slow score for the Leeward Islands. They've been looking to do a lot better.
When you came today, you really, if anybody told you that this was going to be the score, you would say no way, right?
No way.
But it's happening right in front of our eyes. Rampal is in now to Boatswain. Boatswain is steering this pass. Slipped down to the third man boundary in the air, picking up a single. He goes to 10 and the score goes up to 121 for 8. The completion of over number 44 comes to an end. And Ravi Rampal completes his 6th over, 2 for 15 with a maiden to complement it.
Yeah, very good over from Rampal again. But what I like to see Red Force bowlers now is trying to mix up their pace, take some pace off the ball. As you can see, the Leeward Island batters are using the pace.
121 for 8. Hayden Walsh is not in strike. Win. And maybe they would have had a small team meeting in the dressing room. And Coach Williams and Wilden Cornwall would have said, listen, this back the 50 overs. Save us some embarrassment. If we get 20-30, maybe it might be still a game on here. 190-something dot balls. Shamila, not good at all by the Leeward standard. Jaden Seals is going to move in now to Boatswain. Into Boatswain, picks up the line. No need for him to follow that one. Good take by Dennis Ramdin. It's a good pacey delivery there.
Very much so. He's been hitting his lights consistently over the last couple of overs.
He's a big, strong guy, 19 years old. And Pollard has really managed him very well. Jaden Seals, one for the future. Hope he doesn't go off the boil too quickly. We just need to be able to get a structure in place to be able to help these young guys. Seals comes in to bowl to Boatswain. Down the onside is gone through. Ramdin, think that might be 4 byes. The umpire signals byes. And Ramdin really, like, he didn't want to dirty up his clothes there. He really should have got across a lot more nimble.
Very well bowled by Seals. As you can see, he was attacking the stumps.
He was looking for that leg stump there, and that's the second one he seemed to have missed, and that had some pace. And Ramdin took a long time to be able to get across there. 125 for 8. If you're wondering what's happening, it's the Cricket West Indies CG Insurance Super 50 competition. Boatswain is 10, waits for Seals. He comes in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is getting an inside head shiny cut. And again, the fielder from final. We get 1 this time. So, lovely piece of work there. And Boatswain gets a single. Now brings Hayden Walsh back onto strike. So he's looking for that leg stump. And he just can't get sure. But that's the luck of fast bowlers. Life happens like that sometimes. It's not real. He's bowled some 26 dot balls, 5.3 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, no wicket, economy rate of 2.91. His first game for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the List A competition, and he has been impressive. He comes in now to bowl to Hayden Walsh. Now to bowl to Walsh. Walsh is hooking at one that certainly was nowhere in contention. He'd been better off to be playing an uppercut over third man with that kind of pace for 6 rather than trying to. That was into Ramdin's glove before he even got his bat up. 126 for 8. 126 for 8. Leeward Islands Hurricane versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force have qualified already. So too has Guyana. Sales comes in out the ball to Walsh and just got a little bat onto that. That rushed onto him very quickly. But I guess his left foot really... No, he got runs. He got a little inside edge onto it. Had the left foot got a little deep into his crease, he might have been able to help that pass Sonny Lorraine. We sort of more than just stayed on the top of the crease. 127 for 8. Everyone is important now to the Leeward Islands. Can you believe that? They're thinking about survival. And secondly, they're trying to see if they can be able to get as much runs as possible.
Still have to be looking to get some runs here.
Team who got to the final of the last competition. Boatswain is driving and Sales aggressively looking to throw down Boatswain. Completion of over number 45. Seals completes his 6 over, none for 17. 127 for 8. Walsh is 26 and Boatswain is 11.
Again, from Seals. But these bowlers need to attack the stumps a bit more. When you're bowling to tail enders, that's what you need to do. You don't need to give them any runs.
Be careful, Shamela. Clinton Boatswain might tell you that he's not a tail ender. He's an accomplished batsman. So too will be Hayden Walsh Jr. But you could tell that he's trying. Jaden Seals is the luck is way. He bowled 2 good Yorker deliveries. Let's see what Ravi Rampaula has up his sleeve. 5 overs to go. 5 overs to go. That is going to be critical. 3 batsmen have been out leg before for the Leeward Islands. 2 have been bowled. And that's not a good showing at all. It's 99th list day game. Bongs away from the media center end to bowl to Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh is driving inside out. Kyron Pollard is going to come around. He says, my catch. And Hayden Walsh didn't get this elevation. He sort of pulled away from it. He never got anywhere close to it. Rampal with a slow off cutter. Back to the pavilion. It's almost could be curtains now for the Leeward Islands. Rampal has picked up another wicket and Walsh comes back into the... No way he got close. He was backing away. He really didn't get close enough to the ball, Shamela.
No, he didn't. He was, I just say he was backing away and just threw his hand at that. Very good on Rampal. Just see taking off the pace off the ball.
127 for 9. Walsh scoring 26 out of 57 deliveries. He's got to go back and look at the video analysis to find out in terms of what he did wrong there. Out comes Sheena Berridge. And I will say to you that Sheena Berridge, his batting has improved. Some of the little innings that I've seen him so far, he's got a little forearm guard, so I don't know if you think that somebody's going to bump him. So here, run rate of 2.81. Berridge just fixing the helmet to just make sure that he's on track. He would have maybe faced it in the practice net somewhere because he did go to... He did have a run out with us for the Knight Riders in the CPL last year. That would have been the second time for Sheena Berridge. So he would have had a little exposure around the Trinidad and Tobago team. And Boatswain will be in strike. Let's see how Boatswain will be handling this one. Here comes Rampal. It's in now to bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is smacking that. But he was so slow. It took a year and a million to get to him. He's already into his shot. And by the time he played it, it was just only a little one bounce to Kyron Pollard, who tried to run out Sheena Berridge on the non-striker's end. 127 for 9. The top score for the Leeward so far has been Kyron Powell with 29, Hayden Walsh Jr. with 26, and Nicholas Nidish Kumar with 24. Boatswain in a very relaxed stance. Waits for Rampal having a go. Can't get a single. Struggling. He'd be advised maybe to, rather than if he can't get the maximum, just at least even get a single and put Berridge into strike. But Boatswain has decided, I'm the senior batsman here, so I'm going to play a few shots or two. He's, I keep making that point all the time. I've seen him play some few innings, and he does hit the ball if he really wants to. But I think the change of pace here by Rampal is maybe sort of confusing him. There's no pace on the ball. Rampal with some slow off cutters into bowl to Boatswain. Boatswain is looking for 2. Berridge says no, you can't even think about that. As Jason Mohammed is coming in off of the mid-wicket area. And the score goes up to 128 for 9. Berridge comes down and has a word with Boatswain. What they could be saying, Shamela?
I guess he's telling him to watch the ball. He's taking some pace off to just continue to watch it.
Okay. Good advice. Let's see what Rampal is going to bowl. Is he going to bowl him a quick bumper? to shake him up, or he's going to look to bowl him a slow up. And will Berridge have a go? Let's see what's going to be happening. Feeling deep backward square like boundary is Evan Lewis. He's not right back. Rampall into bowl to Berridge. I did tell you he was going to get a bumper. You've got to wake him up and, you know, let's see if his eyes are open, because the way he walking out there, it looked like he wasn't. Little byplay going on there. You know, Ravi Rampall, he would maybe feel, don't know if he's got the gas to bowl another one again. 128 for 9. 3 for 16 so far. He's got a wicket in the first ball of this spell, of his new over after the wane break. In fact, he bowled 2 balls, and now he's looking to complete his over. Rampall into Berridge, into bowl to Berridge, pitched up, and Berridge driving down the ground. He's a single, so Berridge is off the mark. Good control shot, good on drive, and like I did say to you, Shamela, he has improved. 46 overs bowled, 129 for 9. Boatswain is 12 and Berridge is 1.
Very good over from Rampall, picking up the early wicket of Ian Walsh. Not in a position to play that shot when he got out.
Biomechanics so important, Shamela. Couldn't help but listening to Vincey Boyne and Colin James talking about the analysis in terms of what's happening. There has to be improvement in your game. And the Leeward Islands, the improvement in this game has been very, very, very poor. The run rate alone really affected them. Imran Khan, 7-2, 16-1, 29 dot balls.
Good spell from Khan.
Play continues here. 129 for 9 over number 46. Kyron Pollard just going through the motions. Just under no pressure. He knows that the Leewards, they're not going to try anything. So, you know, almost like a run out for him. They've already qualified, but he would still don't want to lose any games. You don't want to give anybody any momentum. They maybe want to go 5-0 before the semi-final. Imran Khan, he'd want to pick up another wicket, send back Berridge. Khan is in out the ball to Berridge. Berridge is caught at first slip. Berridge goes. The Leeward Islands bowled out for 129 in 46.1 overs. Khan finishing with 2 for 16. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after deciding to bat first, losing their final wicket. Sheena Berridge, brilliantly caught by Nicholas Purran. Easy catch to him at first slip. Juggled for a little while, but the most important to it. And a good execution of fielding today. Very disciplined lineup in terms of bowling by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And even though qualified already, Shamila, the most important thing is that they stayed focused and stayed true to the cause.
Very much so. That's very important. You don't want, as you say, you don't want to give anybody any momentum going into the final games. You need to take that momentum right through.
So we'll give you a recap in a little while to just let you know that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have been bowled out for 129. 129. And in case you're wondering what's happening here, yes, it's regional cricket. So let me give you a breakdown in terms of the batsmen who would have been out for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Kyron Powell, LBW to Narayan for 29. He faced 51 balls, hit 3 boundaries. Ross Powell caught Jason Mohammed, bowled Ravi Rampal for 4. He faced 16 deliveries. Casey Carty, he was bowled by Ravi Rampal through the gate. He faced 10 balls. Nirish Kumar, he was caught. Dinesh Ramdin bowled Carey Pair for 24, faced 38 balls, hit 2 boundaries. Devon Thomas never really looked himself today. He was LBW to Narayan. He might be felt a little bit hard done for 14, 25 balls, 2 boundaries. Terrence Ward, he's certainly not turned up in this tournament as yet. He was bowled Narayan for 1, faced 7 deliveries. Hayden Walsh tried his best. He was eventually caught. Kyron Pollard of Ravi Rampal for 26, 57 balls faced, and he hit 2 boundaries. Colin Archibald, he was caught. Jaden Sears bowled Imran Khan for 5, 11 balls faced, 1 boundary. Ashmin Ned, it was LBW to Jason Mohammed for 5, 16 balls faced. Quinton Boatswain was left not out on 12, 43 balls faced, 1. And Sheena Berridge was caught. Nicholas Purran bowled Khan for 1. The partnerships, and when the players were dismissed, 14 for 1, Ross Powell. 16 for 2, Casey Carty. 55 for 3, Kyron Powell. 67 for 4, Nirish Kumar. 73 for 5, Terrence Ward. 80 for 6, Devon Thomas, the captain. 85 for 7, Colin Kesron Archibald. 96 for 8, left arm spin. 127 for 9, Hayden Walsh Jr. and 129 all out, or 46.1 overs, Sheena Berridge. The bowling figures for Tobago Red Force. Carrie Pear, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Ravi Rampal, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets. Jaden Seals on debut for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. He bowled with real pace. And Sunil Narayan coming into his own, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 36 runs, 3 wickets. Imran Khan, 7.1 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets. And Jason Mohammed, who has been impressive in this tournament, picking up wickets all the time, 6-0, 15-1. I have Shamila Connell next to me. She'll give me her overall personal thoughts as to how she thought, based on the performance from the Leeward Islands, how he came batting, how, her own thoughts on what went wrong.
They never looked like they were looking to score. Their intentions was not there. I just seen earlier in the innings, it was just a bit tentative.
Now, Trinidad and Tobago need 130 runs. What did Trinidad do right today that the Leewards did not do?
Well, as you see early in the innings from the attack, everything there, they were focused. Everybody was supporting and stuff like that.
That would also we also saw the as we would say, the debut of the young man himself, Jaden Seals, today. Were you impressed with him?
Yeah, very impressive. He's a very young West Indies cricket and Trinidad right force, as you can see. He can have a bright future ahead. Just hope that he stays focused and remain fit.
217 not, bowled with real pace.
Very much so. He's a fast bowler, so I would expect him to bowl with pace.
19 years old. So, as you said, you think he's one for the future. You've seen some matches so far. Which are the fast bowlers that you've seen around that you like from the other teams?
Well, Keon Harding, but I'm very impressed with Bo Smith from the Leeward's team as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So those are 3 that I'm mostly impressed with.
What about Niall Smith from Guyana?
I haven't seen much of him, only in the last game. He has some pace, as you say, but it's the first time I'm actually seeing him get a blowout, so I'll just have to keep my eye on it.
Now let's talk a little bit about women in sports and commentary. You know Donna Simmons? She's from Barbados. You never had a real chance to be able to get to talk to her. So hopefully when you get back to Barbados, Andrew, you really need to line up Shamila and get her to talk to Donna Simmons. Donna Simmons would have been a pioneer and started cricket commentary way back in the 80s. Compliments of CBC Radio. She would have paved the way with BBC. She's a lawyer. She's also a top tennis player in Barbados. And the voice, it was so beautiful. But she came at a point in time when, you had this show of men and everybody deciding that we don't want a lady. Where's that lady going? You've come at a comfortable time right now. How have you enjoyed your stint?
It's been good so far. I have the support from you guys. You've been supporting me. You've been encouraging me as well. And you've been showing me the ropes. And it's quite, I hope to continue my stint over the next few years after I retire or something like that.
Now, training. I know you started back training. Did what, about 5 miles today?
No, I didn't. About 2.5 miles. Yeah, about 2.5.
Two and a half?
Yeah.
At Coolidge, or you went to the golf course?
Nah, I had a pass to close to Remsting, so yeah.
Wow. Okay. what was the time?
I ran it in about, it was a bit slow. I ran it in about 24 minutes, yeah.
24 minutes?
Yeah.
And is that the average time you're supposed to be?
No, I'm not getting back into it, so I'm just taking my time.
And just in a little while, when I'm finished speaking to Shamila, we have a special interview coming up with Orville Higgins. But just to let you know, just before we go straight to that interview, all stations, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 129 in 46.1 overs. Top scoring for the Leeward Islands was Kyron Powell with 29, Hayden Walsh 26, Nidish Kumar 24. The successful wicket takers for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Ravi Rampal 7-1, 17-3, Sunil Narayan 10-3, 36-3, Imran Khan 7.1 overs, 2 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets, Carrie Pear 10-1, 20-1, Jason Mohammed, 6-0, 15-1, and we want to be able to just take some time to salute all of the folks who have been continuing to support us in a very big way. We will now move over and listen to a special interview with Garfield Burford and Orville Higgins from Jamaica. It's going to be enterprising. And then when we come back, I guess Shamila and myself or Garfield and somebody will be looking to start. But we never know. We'll be able to bring it live to you. We go back and just let you know that right after, Trinidad and Tobago will need 130 runs from 50 overs.
So speaking here with Orville Higgins, one of the finest minds on cricket in the Caribbean. Orville Higgins is a journalist from Jamaica, somebody with whom I've had several discussions about sport, religion, philosophy, etc. Orville, thank you so much for joining us and talking with us here on Middle Stump. So let's start off with talking about the West Indies, the performance in Bangladesh. What do you make of it, and should Craig Brathwaite stay on as captain?
What do I make of it? Garfield, up yourself, boss. It has been a while we have actually seen each other face to face, but hearing you on the commentary, and as always, you're doing well. What do I feel about the victory? Like every other West Indian, I'm over the moon. None of us gave the West Indies team a chance to beat Bangladesh in Bangladesh, especially based on how we performed the last time when we were there, when we were destinies in the games there. So I never gave West Indies too much of a chance. So as a West Indian fan, I'm over the moon. I'm not thinking that we're going to be the next great world beaters next series, but it's good that that we could win. What do I think of making Craig Brathwaite continue? Absolutely yes. That's my answer to that. I'm still a little disappointed that Jason Holder chose not to have gone to Bangladesh. Another team, I'm a little bit more disappointed for him than anybody else. So that's one reason. And because I don't know if he'll ever opt not to go again, fatigue again, which is one of the reasons he gave. I like the fact that Craig Brathwaite could have decided he's going despite the concerns about the bubble and despite the fact that he was playing quite a lot of cricket. But outside of that, I was not always impressed by Craig Brathwaite, the captain, having watched him captain in regional cricket over the years. But what I've seen of him in the Bangladesh series, there is no need to take it from him. He was innovative, he was creative, he was motivational, and I think his captaincy is one of the reasons, and I'm not saying all the reasons, but one of the reasons why the West Indies did. I keep him on for sure.
All right, excellent. Talk to me about some of the individual performances, Orville. So, Nkrumah Bonner, somebody with whom you had a very close working relationship with. In fact, I understand you are Nkrumah's mentor, essentially. Talk to me about his performance, man of the series. Rakeem Corn, fantastic performance, especially in the second match, but throughout the series. As well as, of course, how can we forget Kyle Mayers? Those three players especially. Talk to me about your assessment of them.
Let's start with Nkrumah Bonner, and you're right. Over the years, we've developed. He was very kind to mentor. I didn't see myself like that. I saw him as somebody that I struck up a very, very, very close friendship, and as somebody who a little bit about cricket and the technical and the emotional and the mental sides to it. You know, I don't want to be too bashful and say that I didn't help it. But what Nkrumah Bonner demonstrated in that Bangladesh series is that technically he's as sound as any other batsman in regional cricket at the moment. Technically means his ability to bat good bowling without getting out, his ability to have a firm defense, his ability to resolute in his character, not to just give up. I feel he's as good as anything we've got. The fact that he could get 231 runs on debut in a two-match series, I was elated. Like I said, anything else. Not just the fact that he's a West Indian cricketer, not that the fact that he's Jamaican, but the fact that, you know, as I've said and as you've said, we've struck up. Kyle Mayers is, I don't know where he got his nerves from. It's not very often that you see a youngster making his debut, to make it in the fourth innings of a test match makes it even more special. To make it in the effort to chase a target to win makes it even more special. It had to be one of the most memorable displays I've seen from a West Indian cricketer in a long, long while. As to Rakeem Cornwall, I don't know if you know, Garfield, that I've taken a lot of flack on my radio program here in Jamaica because I've always felt that Rakeem Cornwall should be playing Test cricket. Many people have criticized him for his apparent lack of fitness and his weight, and I keep telling people, I'm not picking people to go to the Olympics. I'm not picking a beauty contest. I'm picking people who either get wickets or scores runs. And Raheem Cornwall over the last 2-3 seasons, not just in regional cricket, but whenever there's an A team that the West Indies have had to contend with, he's been between very good to outstanding. And I've seen a lot of people get West Indies games without the kind of prerequisite that he brought with in terms of performance. He should have been playing long ago. What do I feel about it? I am absolutely elated. And I've won a few bets here in Jamaica. They didn't think that he could do anything in Test cricket. I thought he could. And they're wrong, I'm right. The easiest way to put it.
I remember your penchant for betting, Orville. All right.
Indeed. It's something that you usually try to talk for another time and place.
Indeed. One of your predilections. Anyway, let's move on to the upcoming series, Orville, which will be played here in a biosecure environment here in Antigua, Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and also at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. All format series announced yesterday by Cricket West Indies. Give me your 1 to 6, Orville, for that series, because of course some of the other batsmen, the regulars, would now be available. Tell me who should come back, if any, from the regulars, and who should stay from those who went to Bangladesh.
Well, you're asking a very difficult. Let me put it this way: of the people who tour Bangladesh in the Test arena, I'm not talking about Pollard and names like that, who are predominantly white ball cricketers. Of the 3 names that you would miss would be Jason Holder, the captain, Ruston Chase, and to an extent the wicket. We have found a wicket keeper in Joshua Da Silva, who is as competent behind the stumps as he is in front of it. I don't think we've missed Dorrit a lot. Jason Holder will have to get in. So it means that the bowling attack would be Jason Holder, Gabriel Roach, and Cornwall, not Alzari Joseph. So the 4-man bowling attack picks itself. Joshua Da Silva picks himself as the wicketkeeper batsman, to my mind. I believe that based on what we saw from Bangladesh, Mosley will not be there. So Mosley can't be batting at number 3. 4, 5, and 6, I would keep 5 and 6 that we saw in Bangladesh. So that's Bonner, Mayers, and Blackwood. So we need a number 3 if trio is going to be 4, 5, 6. And I think of all of the batsmen outside of that trio, it comes down to a toss-up between Darren Bravo, Shamar Brooks, and Ruston Chase. Darren Bravo, obvious class, but who has not been in any form. Shamar Brooks didn't grab the opportunity to stamp a name for himself in Test cricket. I think that he should have gone to Bangladesh, if for nothing else than to preserve. And then we're left with Ruston Chase. Now, Ruston doesn't average a lot in Test cricket, but of that trio, he has played the most important innings for West Indies 3-4 years. And the fact that he bowls a bit, is a decent fielder, he will become part of my quartet from 3 to 6. The question is, I don't know that Ruston Chase wants to bat at number 3. I don't know that Bonner wants to bat at number 3. I don't know that Mayers wants to bat at 3. That news we're getting, Blackwood doesn't want to bat at 3 either. But one of those 4 will have to bat at 3. And I think that because Bonner, Mayers, and Blackwood have had so much success in the recent past, I would say they get to bat where they are batting now if they insist on it. So Ruston may not prefer to bat at 3, but I, as they say here in Jamaica, I would shut my eye and stick him in at number 3.
All right. What about when you said the openers? So do you keep the
openers? I was hoping you didn't ask me that, because Craig Brathwaite, I think he's going to captain. All right. I think he should be made captain, not for a year or 2 years, but I think they should make him captain of this series and see how he goes. If for nothing else, if his renewed consistency with the bat comes back. So I would make him captain for this series, which means he opens. Now, John Campbell is a very special case. John Campbell, I think, has not done enough to hold on to his place. I think that John, certainly when he got out to the sweep shot in the first test, I was like, John, why are you sweeping? He got out sweeping to Moeen Ali. early on in his test career when he played against England, and I said, no, cut the shot out. I don't think he has done a great deal. He's not been embarrassing at the top, but he has not done brilliantly. Now, who do you replace John Campbell with? I would have so hoped that the regional Super 50 that is going on at the moment would be regional 40, so that at least you could look in the regional, you would be able to look in the competition, see who is shaping up, and then you would probably pick the best of the lot of the openers in regional, if it was a regional 40 competition. As it is, it's a Super 50 competition, and I don't know to what extent you can pick a man from his Super 50 form and stick him into Test cricket. So the truth is that there's not an awful lot of people beating down John Campbell's door. People say bring back Kieran back from the Leewards, but Kieran Powell, he's done okay. But his okayness, if I might call it Jamaican term, has always been, or has been of late, in 50 overs cricket, didn't really set the place on fire in 4-day cricket in the last tournament. So I don't know. I think the selectors may very well keep John Campbell out of default, because not a lot of people are beating down the door in their performance in 4-day cricket, as openers that is. Mosley, who they feel was the next best opener in regional cricket behind and Craig and John, they asked him to bat 3 in Bangladesh because he couldn't open, and he didn't make much of that opportunity. So I feel that John Campbell may just by a thread hang on to his place, but it would definitely be a do-or-die series for him.
So it might be that John Campbell is lucky. It's just by virtue of being, it's a kind of serendipitous kind of situation where nobody else really meets up to the bill, so he just continues.
I feel that he may just hang on to his place because there's no other opener in regional cricket in the longer format that puts their hands up and demands a place. And, John, who was a little bit unfortunate after this innings, they may just feel, okay, let's give you one more chance at home in familiar conditions and see if you could either sink or swim.
All right, let me ask you a final question on West Indies, and then we come back finally to regional cricket, Orville. So the management team now, the coach and primarily the coach, Phil Simmons, does the performance in Bangladesh, in a way, take some of the pressure off him? Because some people have been calling for his head. How safe for you think in his job?
He's safe for another series or two. I, too, didn't see anything particularly special. Although Phil Simmons could argue in his defense that he needs time, like all coaches, to set his mark on the team. But based on what we saw in Bangladesh, based on the fact that we were playing away, based on the fact that we had a team that was not our best team against a Bangladesh team that can be formidable in their own back, based on the fact that we were playing at 1.3 debutants, Bonner, Mayers, Mosley, and at that time the keeper had only played one test match when he got to Bangladesh, having made his debut against New Zealand. Based on the fact that we also lost our captain and had to, be using a new captain, I think Phil Simmons, whatever other shortcomings he may have had prior to Bangladesh, I think Bangladesh, he gets a perfect 10. And therefore, even if the powers that be wanted to look at his coaching job with a question, I think coming out of Bangladesh, he has to get full marks and has earned the right to at least another series or two.
All right. Let's talk about regional cricket now, Orville. Finally, the Super 50, the regional Super. By the way, before we come to the Super 50, what are your expectations for the Sri Lanka series? That's the Sri Lanka series coming up early next month. Do you expect the team to win that series?
Sri Lanka, the last time they were here, I think the series was drawn 1-1. They have just come from playing England at home, where they got a walloping there with Joe Root behaving almost like. So they've come off a series where they were beaten 2-0. They are coming into a West Indies team that has just won 2-0, and playing at home, I think the West Indies must start favourites. Whether we will win everything, I doubt it, because consistency is still one of our problems. West Indies, certainly in the Test series, if not the other series, but certainly in the Test series, I give the West Indies the edge in getting the better of our Sri Lanka.
All right, Orville, final question on regional cricket now. The CG Insurance Super 50 going on here in Antigua. Right now we're seeing around about the 10th match, 10 of 19. Leeward's taking on Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Guyana Jaguars have already qualified. They seem by far and away the two best teams in the tournament, certainly in terms of not only on paper but in terms of performances. They've had a perfect record so far. What do you make of the competition from what you've seen and heard?
Well, first of all, I'm disappointed, Garfield, that the Scorpions have lost 3 games out of 3. So as a Jamaican, I'm very, very disappointed in that. I think that the Scorpions did have the quality to have done better than what they're doing now. Three losses on the trot is not good news. Only Andre McCarthy with the bat has demonstrated any real consistency. So I'm very, very disappointed. We may not get to the semi-finals, which I'm way below our weight, and maybe 1 or 2 questions will have to start being asked. I think the Trinidad team is going to be the team to beat. They are, when unsung, the best white ball team in regional cricket. And I believe that they are the team to beat. It's good to see a few centuries in the tournament. Evan Lewis got 100. The youngster I have so much time for. So easy on the eyes, got 100. Jason Mohammed got 100. So it's good to see. Plus, we are also seeing people getting wickets. So that's between bat and ball. It has been a decent tournament so far if you look at it regionally. But as a Jamaican, Garfield may upset. Can I throw in a Jamaican for Nakil and say mid-Bex at the way the Scorpions have basically lost their stick?
Of course, and I think all Jamaicans would sympathize with your argument. I mean, from what I've seen them up close, Orville, and it's been a tepid performance. I think there's no strategy. There doesn't seem to be any sort of calculated approach to the game. The fielding has been awful. For example, Paul Palmer dropping 2 catches in consecutive deliveries. That was it's almost like a spineless performance by the Scorpions. So I agree with you. I think most Jamaicans would agree with you. So you think Trinidad and Tobago is a team to beat? Do you see a kind of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Guyana Jaguars final, depending on how the pairings go in the semifinals?
I haven't yet worked out the permutations in mind, but I think that Trinidad team is a team to beat. You said that Trinidad and maybe the two top teams so far. Maybe on paper, yes. But I also have a soft spot for the Windward Islands. They are being coached by my good friend Andrew Richardson, who is a Jamaican. So since the Jamaicans are looking now that they may not make the semi-finals, barring some, ringo jingo with the rest of the schedule. If Jamaica can't get to the semi-finals, I'm quietly rooting for the Windwards, who won the tournament 2. I was in Antigua, actually, when it happened, 2 or 3 years ago, that is, when Andre Coley was then in charge. Andre Coley now in charge of the Jamaican team, but another judge in charge of the Windwards. So I'm quietly rooting for the Windwards, Garfield, if Jamaica can't make it. Do they have the quality? Maybe not on paper, but they can be a very steely little bunch under pressure, and Andrew Richardson's a good coach. So I'm hoping. All
right, Orville, well said. As usual, very cerebral musings on cricket. We should tell our listeners right across the Caribbean and around the world that Orville Higgins...
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-62. Email info@regent.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Excellent interview with the man himself, Orville Higgins, out of Japan. And we're getting ready to see the second part of this all-important game. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Leeward Islands Hurricane in a game situation. And a small score. Trinidad and Tobago will need 130 to win. I'm alongside Vincey Boyne, and let me just say to Vincey Boyne, good afternoon to the iconic King Frankai, and he wants to be able to just give you some kudos, Vincey. He's enjoying the commentary from you, Colin Bones Cumberbatch, the man himself, King Franca. He's got a big name. I can't really remember all of the titles, but good afternoon, King.
He's an ambassador, you know.
Oh, my gosh.
I think he's an ambassador.
And he's more than ambassador.
To
The game is
Ethiopia.
the names are long. We have to go with all of that.
You know, ambassador says it all, and I respect. When I was very, very young as a youth and started to follow sports, he used to have a sports program, and I tell you, every night I was listening to him and Jack Matthew, and you know, his ending of the program used to be Jag-eyed, keep fit and be a good sport. And I tell you, words to send out to individuals who are involved in the sporting fraternity.
Well, Vincey, the stage is set here. The man who is in a hurry to be able to get some runs off, and let's see what kind of start that Trinidad and Tobago will get here. Evan Lewis. He's got 16 50s, 6 hundreds to go with it. The Leeward Islands starting with spin, not Ned, but Terence Ward from the CIUN. He comes in now to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is back and cracking that, can't score. And Casey Carter coming around there from the backward point area. And already Lewis has started.
Yes, and I need to highlight that he has already scored a century and a half century in the tournament, and he's also the leading run scorer so far in the tournament with, I think, it's 5 runs.
So he scored 107, 37, and 61 in this tournament so far, Evan Lewis. I want to see him really improve on that and get a little bit more hungry and not give away his knock. Evan Lewis, Terence Ward around the wicket to bowl to Evan Lewis, bowl to Lewis. Lewis is back and punching that down the ground, can't score. As the fielder comes across nicely there, cut that one off.
Looks like Hayden Walsh Jr., and he's a live wire out there.
He is. Again, we're looking around to see the groundsman getting into place. So there might be some showers lurking around here at the Coolidge ground.
Yes, some clouds on the northeastern portion of the ground.
This might be the third break here. Here is Lewis looking to punch that, can't score again. And maybe just kind of losing his shape. I'd like to see Evan Lewis use get that left foot across it on and be able to look to find the gap. He's just standing on, you know, he's got real fast arms.
Yes.
Fast hands, as we would say. Back and punching that. Does look better. But if you see where the toe was pointing, it was pointed right to Hayden Walsh, so the ball will go there. If he stays side on, he could play that ball a little later.
And not only that, if you were to come towards the pitch of the ball, he could have just worked it into the onside and gotten a single. A lot of real estate out there.
Ward is into ball to Lewis. Lewis is back and cracking that. There's only one thing, you know, he's a boundary, so he's going to be thinking about that. Score remains a not without loss. The groundsmen are moving into position.
Yes, it seems like there's a bit of a drizzle coming through.
Maybe not as hard as the ones that we would have had before, but we maybe might just have a break. Maybe we might. Ward is into ball to Lewis, who comes quietly forward. So the Leewards have started with a maiden. A maiden from Terence Ward. And is the rain down? The rain. The umpires, are they going to take it? No. Leslie Reefer is looking to there. He's saying no. We don't think we're ready for that. But they're coming.
Yes.
So there's a break. And Vincey.
You know, Vernon, I hate to put this to you, but I believe that the only thing that really will work in the favor of the Leewards is the rain. Simply because if we do not complete the allotment of overs required for a game, Leewards can very well walk away from this game with a no decision and a point. We hate that because really we are here to see cricket, but we are also here to see good cricket overall. And certainly we have been disappointed with Leeward's effort today, the Hurricanes' effort today. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, would feel somewhat hard done that they would have done the good work to limit Leeward's to a small. The elements can come into play. Again, we hope that the game could play out, but pretty much the elements really is the only option that the Leewards have as their saving grace, unless there is a miraculous bowling performance by one or more of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
I don't know if you had a stint to be able to look at the groundsmen here at the Coolidge ground, and I was looking at a masterful piece of presentation in terms of the way they have taken the water off of the main cover onto the next cover, and then diverted out onto the side. It's really class. And in fact, I've been here, Vince, practicing So what Travis does is that they wet down the square.
Oh, okay.
And they have a timing. It's like a drill.
Yes, so not only do they hand, but they have sought to execute the plan, and that's what. And if the cricketers would bring that sort of attitude into their program.
I don't know if you realize. You realize that even there are certain players that bring on the small cover.
Yes, to cover the practice
Then
pitches.
you realize that there's a crew that brings on XYZ, and you realize that somebody goes, there's a set that goes. So they practice.
Yes.
So then you realize that they go to the west, and you see somebody else cover the area.
Yeah, exactly.
And they do all of this. Travis does all of this within timing. So they have a stopwatch. And so they practice. So it's like you're running. So you're running without clothes, you're running with your coat. So you realize some guys would have their coat on, some guys might just decide that they don't want any coat. So within that period of time, they would have already sorted out what the time frame would have been.
Yes, I noticed that. And quite impressive. I wonder if this is the same crew that they use at the Surviving
No,
Richards.
this is the Coolidge crew is different to the Surviving Richards crew.
The Surviving Richards crew can probably learn something from
Well,
this
I guess under Anthony Merrick, they maybe would have their own method.
Well,
but because I've been, I'm always passing around here. So when I pass around here, because Kadim is my friend, and those guys. So when you pass around here, it's just to be able to just sit over there and just watch them work.
Execution.
No, trust me, it's really, really, really commendable.
Well, that's commendable because they're up to par now. They're internationally recognized field.
I don't know if you look now. You see Kadim now will be indicating and educating the umpires in terms of where the rain will come from, right?
Okay.
So it's like a science, and they've got the maths work out. They also have someone, because you know sometimes here it gets dark in the night. So there's a watchman. Who's looking,
giving a signal.
Yes, that is going to be happening. So you get a waiver. So as you can see right here, you got X amount of folks. And so they're lining up here.
And that's important, you know, Vernon, because when you're on the field of play, you cannot really observe what is happening in the sky. But those persons would position themselves outside of where the lights are shining, a view of the sky and what's happening in the sky, whether there's cloud cover coming over, and give an alert to the groundsmen.
So, Vinci, we just let the folks know that Guyana Jaguars and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have qualified already for the CG Insurance semi-final. It is all to play for now. You still have 4 teams outside, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
This is supposed to be a must-win game situation for the Leeward Islands. If they want to stay in contention, they have won 1 game against the Barbados Pride. Scorpions and the Barbados Pride, they have yet to win anything.
Yes.
But this, based on how the competition is going, could still maybe get down to head-to-head. Yes. So this competition is not over by a long shot.
Head-to-head and also net run.
So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, if they win tomorrow, then the gap begins again.
Yes.
It will now lean that the Windward Islands Volcanoes will get in.
A 3-way
and then
battle.
you now have 3 now between Barbados Pride,
the Scorpions,
and Hurricanes. When we look around, you know, today was really, really, really a low day for Leeward Islands. And they would really have to come up with an inspiring spell, as you said, Vinci, to be able to go to the next level. Kadim Phillip, in the meantime, is just indicating that they think that everything is okay. And we're just waiting, just that final little piece where they've given the groundsmen the okay. We can't see over there, Vinci, but Kadim must have known something. They're communicating. The standby umpire will be communicating via the in fact, he's moving across because Kadim has indicated something to him, so he looks as if he's just to make sure.
Right.
Because even though Kadim would have given him the instructions, he still has to make his judgment. I think he's satisfied with what Kadim has said to him, and I think the groundsman will just be waiting now for the all clear now where they can be able to move into overdrive and get the covers off, and so we can be able to get this game completed. Trinidad and Red Force, they already have qualified. Again, he's talking to Travis. And he's maybe Travis and Kadim telling him about the breeze for him, because this is going to be home. Right. So it'll be important for him to also learn in terms of. Yes, you always have to. It's always a challenge, too. You know, one of the things, Vinci, which I take sympathy for the groundsmen. You see at the Surfing Richards Stadium, Vinci?
It's a big ground.
There's a breeze that comes through there, Vinci. Oh my gosh. Vinci, trust me, don't laugh, Vinci.
No, the only reason I'm laughing is I remember a game sometime when the rain came in and the wind picked up.
Oh my God.
And the groundsmen really, some of the groundsmen almost got picked up with the covers as the wind picked up.
Vinci,
so that's why I'm laughing.
The breeze that comes through there, right? It is not.
And I tell you, sometimes when it happens, there's a bit of comedy of errors, and you know, provides a bit of comic relief for us in the box. But I know if we were out there, we would also have have our challenges.
No, Vincey, I salute the groundsmen, and I really take sympathy with those guys. And sometimes, folks might say, well, what noise they're making about this and what noise they're making about that. It's not easy, Vincey.
No, it's not easy. And those covers are not light neither.
No, Vincey, trust me, it takes real energy to be able to do that. If you're wondering what's happening, we have a little rain delay here. The umpire is just making sure that everything is okay. The rain has stopped, actually, but I think there's still some dark clouds on the eastern side just winding around its way. So we got to be able to make sure that we're okay. The target is 130 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they have been given the all clear. So Travis and Kadim, all clear. Now let's look, Vincey. You got your stopwatch on. Look at the execution now, Vincey, in terms of how those guys are going to go to work. And you're going to see what I'm going to be talking about. Look at the mobility and look at the execution in terms of how everybody's going to move, and they're going to synchronize and be able to just start to be able to just get this field cleared and we're in and ready to go. And really, really full cooperation in terms of what's going on. So they start, they've been given the clearance, and the practice areas, those guys are working, they're going to be able to execute and get that out of the way. Very, 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 very impressive, Vincey, in terms of what's happening. They really, really, really work hard to be able to execution. And you were on 100, Leeward Islands Hurricane dismissed. A real, real tough day for them in the office, as we would say. Bowled out for 129 with a top score from Kyron Powell. Yeah, Kyron Powell got 29. Hayden Walsh got 26. And Nidish Kumar got 20. Give you an idea of the main wicket takers in the game. I'm next to Vincey Boyne, and we're just sharing our own thoughts in terms of what is going to be happening. It's a must-win situation if the Leeward Islands Hurricanes wants to be in the semi-final.
Yes, a must-win situation today, but it's rather bleak for them. It doesn't mean that they're completely out of the tournament if they do not win. But there are a couple of things that are going to go against them. One, it's another loss in the column based on how they have performed so far. That is, unless there is an amazing performance by someone, one or more of the bowlers against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So that's the first thing. It looks like it's going to be a loss in the another loss in the losing column for the Leeward Islands. But in addition to that, their net run rate gets affected, and that play later on in the tournament when they have to determine who qualifies and who does not.
So let's give you an idea in terms of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes innings. Kyron Powell, LBW to Narayan for 29. Ravman Powell, not Ravman, caught Jason Mohammed, bowl Ravi Rampal for 4. Casey Kati, bowl Rampal for 1. Nidish Kumar, caught Dinesh Ramdin, bowl Carripair for 24. Devon Thomas, LBW to Sunil Narayan for 14. Terrence Ward, beautifully bowled by Sunil Narayan for 1. Hayden Walsh Jr., the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain Kyron Pollard, and the West Indies white ball captain Bull Ravi Rampal for 26. Colin Kezon Archibald was caught Jaden Seals, bowl 5. Ashmin Ned was LBW to Jason Mohammed for 5. Sheena Berridge was caught Nicholas Puran, bowl Imran Khan for 1. It left Quinton on 12, not out. Wickets fell. Ross Powell, 14 for 1. Casey Kati, 16 for 2. Kyron Powell, 55 for 3. Nidish Kumar, 67 for 4. Terrence Ward, 73 for 5. Devon Thomas, 80 for 6. Colin Archibald, 85 for 7. Ashmin Ned, 96 for 8. Walsh, 127 for 9. Sheena Berridge, 129 all out. And then the bowling figures and the successful wicket takers. Carripair, 122-1. Ravi Rampal, 7. 17-3. Jaden Seals, 6. 17 none. Sunil Narayan, 10. 36-3. Imran Khan, 7.1. 16-2. And Jason Mohammed, 6. 15-1. No Kyron Pollard bowling today, Vincey.
No Kyron Pollard, and he didn't have to bowl today. His bowlers were doing the job, so there's no need for him to take the ball and try and knock over the batsmen.
And Tobago need, Vincey, 130 runs in 294 balls. If the Leeward Island Hurricanes don't come up with wickets, this game could be over in 15 overs.
Could be over very quickly. And just to get back, you asked me to time the groundsmen getting the covers off of the field, and we have 3 minutes and 12 seconds, .91 12.91 seconds. Very, efficient work by the groundsmen today. And as you were alluding to, obviously they didn't have to get as much water off of the covers where they had to execute the other part of what you were referring to. But in any case, very efficient work by them, and you could see that they're well drilled and well mannered and very, very much, how would you say, they're very much aware and adept and efficient in the work that they're doing.
Well, the synergy is here, and one has to give also credit to the manager, Nelly Yates, and her entire staff here. They've done an excellent job, because every time you come up here, they're trying to get something done. And I like the workman-like energy from the guys here at the Coolidge ground. And like I say, I know most of them. You know, I go over there, speak to Kadim and Travis, and so, you know, there's always something happening right here. The umpires are on their way back out, and this is because, as Vinci said, the preparation of the groundsmen being able to back out off the field and back and ready to go. And in any minute now, the Trinidad and Tobago two opening batsmen in Kejon Otley and Evan Lewis will be coming out. They need 130 from 294 deliveries. Here they come. The Leeward Islands fielders, they are ready on the track. Quinton Boatswain, I think, will be starting. Is he going to? No?
It looks like he's going towards the northern end.
Yes. But Berridge looks like he's going to be starting. So
it's Berridge, yes.
They're going to decide to start with Berridge. Berridge leading the attack here. I don't know. I think I might have maybe gone for Boatswain. I think Boatswain, with the conditions and the overcast right here, might be able to get the ball that around a little bit and tail in a little bit. I maybe might have just eased Berridge for a little while and say, Boatswain, come on. You bowl a very heavy ball with the little atmosphere and the ball circling around here, little late swing. I maybe might have just gone for Boatswain, but I'm not the captain. Yeah. I'm just the armchair critic here in the booth.
That's certainly something to consider. Sometimes when you're in situations like this that call for something different and to give you results immediately, sometimes you have to switch it around, move away from your original game plan.
Plus he's the fastest bowler.
Right.
And so you'd really want to strike us early. Sheena Berridge maybe might be the senior fast bowler, but in conditions where it's a little overcast, I think I would have gone for Quinton Boatswain to bowl maybe a heavy ball here. Just tell Quinton Boatswain to run up and bowl direct to the stumps, because he gets the ball to tail away very, very, very late. But let's wait and see what's happening. We're going to bring the ball action live and in living color to you. Kejon Otley would have made his debut for the West Indies in the one-day series against Bangladesh. And so they need 130 runs from 49 overs. 130. Both batsmen are not overs already been bowled by Terence Ward. And Sheena Berridge from the media center end is going to bowl now over the wicket to the big man himself, because it's a wide and is dying in front of Devon Thomas. So Berridge has to be bang on target, and he has not started well. He's really struggled in this championship. He bowled a wide first ball up.
Yes, not a good start. But again, maybe it might be a loosener. He's just trying to get his radar right. Hopefully it doesn't persist throughout the over, and he can just make the adjustment to get it right. Give himself opportunity to take wickets and also to build up some pressure on the batsman.
Berridge is into Otley. Again, just going across the line of the off stump right there. Is Otley, no need for him to follow it. Good take by Devon Thomas behind the gloves. This is match number 23 in the list day competition for Sheena Berridge. And he picked up the most wickets in the chip. He's got 34, a best bowling figures of 4 for 36, yet to get 5 wickets. But he's now become the senior bowler for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in this competition. His arms pumping. He's in now to bowl to Otley. Otley's up on his toes and looking to punch it. Can't score. Hayden Walsh coming around very quickly. We know that on upcoming fixtures here, Thursday, Windward Island Volcanoes versus Barbados Pride. Friday, Leeward Island Hurricanes Scorpions. That's a big game. And on Saturday, back at CCG, Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Sunday, Barbados Pride versus Jamaica Scorpions. And Monday, Winners versus Guyana Jaguars. All set. Action, action, cricket, cricket. Berridge into bowl to Otley. That is going to be called a wide. And also get a bye. Why is Devon Thomas so far back? I will never understand Vincey Boyne?
Yeah, I thought from the first delivery he should have made the adjustment because the ball was dying on him.
Especially from that end.
And he should have recognized that maybe some of the rain that may have fallen on the pitch throughout the day may have caused it not to cause the balls now to be skidding through a bit. And so coming up a little would eliminate that ball dying on him so that he can catch it on the full.
Berry just started not himself. 2 wides already into this over, which means that he's gifted 3. Berridge is in out to bowl to low. Short delivery, and that's gone over mid-wicket for 6. Oh, a tracer bullet. This guy is a power hitter. And a nothing delivery there from Sheena Berridge. He knows that. He walks back. And if I was Devon Thomas, trust me, I would have Quinton Boatswain starting, holding back Berridge a little bit. And Lewis is off. And the last time we saw Lewis, he was in a hurry with 6s.
Yes, he can't bowl Lewis those deliveries. Lewis, those deliveries, potatoes for Lewis. It's lunch, dinner, breakfast, snacks, everything in one for Lewis. And so you have to keep a tighter line for Lewis if you're going to try and contain him, and also if you're going to give yourself an opportunity to take wickets. If you're going to bowl short, it has to be an effort ball, something that gets up around shoulder height and a little outside his left shoulder.
9 without loss. Lewis, first scoring shot over mid-wicket, didn't go into the pool. Otherwise, Sheena Berridge might maybe have to be swimming.
Yes, if it was hit a little higher, I believe it would have gone to the pool because he certainly got good wood on it.
Good delivery going across Evan Lewis. A good comeback delivery by Sheena Berridge. Evan Lewis so far this season, 37, 61, 107. So he's been in good nick. I'd like to see him get a decent half-century here, not out. Find a lot of the batsmen. They're getting good starts. And we maybe could have had a lot more centuries, Vincey, in this tournament so far. We look at Kyron Powell, he would have missed out. And Shamar Brooks, he also missed out too.
King from Jamaica.
Oh, yes. Here comes Berridge now to bowl to Lewis. Lewis stands up and spanks that down to Powell. Long comes off with the boundary. And again, Vincey would have maybe liked to see Hayden Walsh maybe to his left there. And that would have been an easy stop rather than so far around to his right.
Yes. As much as I think that, yes, you could have had Hayden Walsh a little straighter, I think that they basically gave him the single by having the long off. Why I could just bring the man into mid-off and sort of force the batsman to play his shots.
10 without loss. Otley is not. Waits for Berridge. He comes up now to bowl, stands up straight and punches that to Hayden Walsh. The end of over number 2. So over number 2 has been completed. 10 runs coming up. His first over, 10 without loss. The target is 130 and Berridge is... He's struggling, Vincey.
Yes, he's struggling, and he seems to have lost a bit of pace. I don't know what it is, but seems to have lost a bit of pace, and it also appears as if
he's not finishing his action, Vincey.
It appears as if his rhythm also is not. So, as you say, if he's not finishing his delivery stride or going through and following through, he's certainly going to also have the effect where he reduces the amount of kilometers that he puts on the delivery going through.
I just think that the strides are shorter and the stride pattern has to be consistent with the rhythm, as you were talking about, Vincey, and we're not seeing that from Berridge. Terence Ward will start around the wicket. He's going to bowl to Evan Lewis. He's in now to bowl to Lewis. Lewis is sweeping, beats Boatswain in the short fine leg area, down to the boundary for 4. No need for Boatswain to even look to follow that. So 4 runs there to Evan Lewis outside the line of the leg stump. But this is what I was talking about when Ross Powell was batting. This is something that he's going to have to put in his armory.
Yes.
He's going to have to be able to, keep. He's a short player, but he has to be able to work on that.
But Vernon, I'm questioning the wisdom of having Quinton Boatswain as the lone field area, considering he's not the most mobile of all the fielders.
Here is the big man himself, Evan Lewis, driving past the fielder there, Hayden Walsh, a shot, and they're picking up a couple of runs and coming around there. Lots of work there for the fielder. Looks like Ned had some work to do. Couldn't understand why they didn't start with Ned, Vincey. But maybe because of the left-handers, they've decided to go for the off spinner in Terence Ward.
Yes, that may be so, but considering the success that the left-arm spinners have been having from that end, even Trinidad started out at that end with the left-arm spin today. Why not?
Here's Ward now into ball to Lewis. Lewis is just back and turning it into the onside. Kyron Powell comes around. And they get an easy single. So Trinidad and Tobago are off 17 without loss, 1 without loss. Lewis is 14. Kejan Otley wearing the number 30. He's still yet to score. He made his debut for the West Indies in the one-day series against Bangladesh and had a maybe decent season, as you'll say, in the last Super 50. And he'll be looking to try to get his confidence back because he knows that this could be his last game. A fit Lyndall Simmons will come back and partner with Evan Lewis for maybe, if not the next game, maybe the semi-finals, and hopes Trinidad and Tobago, they're staying on the edge because they really don't want to lose any games at all. Here's Otley coming forward, going a little bit hard at the ball there, Vinci. That's one of the things which I find that most of the Caribbean batsmen are doing. In fact, had Otley just played with soft hands, he could have been able to just pick up a single there rather than try back to Ward. Otley waits for Ward, looking to drive. Hayden Watch comes around, but protection there from the fielder who's coming around was Ross Powell. The score remains on 17 without loss. Otley is not. Lewis is 14. Ward in the second over, none for 7. He comes in now to bowl to Otley. Otley's back and punching that, and it's gone past the fielder, Casey Carty, down to the boundary for 4. Badly line delivery by Terence Ward, and there's no inner Terence Ward in his bowling, and he just gave away a boundary. 21 without loss, 3 overs completed. Otley's 4 and Lewis is 14.
Yes, and the body language by some of the players out there is almost as if they've accepted defeat without even giving some sort of initial effort to see what they can do, what they can get from some effort, and see if they can even, by any stretch of the imagination, put themselves in a winning position.
Trinidad and Tobago would need 109 more runs from 47 overs. 109 from 47 overs is a day-night encounter. And it could be an early night for either the Leeward Islands Hurricanes or the Trinidad and Tobago Red. Something special has to happen, and happen fast. Berridge into bowl to Lewis. And Lewis picks up the line of delivery there. It's a good line. Some line he was looking to go across. I'd like to see Berridge come around the wicket and bowl to Evan Lewis. Just try something different.
Yeah, that's one consideration. But also, he's all a little too far away from the batsman. So the batsman is not forced to play those deliveries. Keep it pitching just about middle stump and going across the batsman, or even just about the off-stump line.
He's got one of the best slow balls in the Caribbean, but I've yet to see him bowl it so far. 91 matches, Evan Lewis. He's back and he's just a beauty.
Just as I was saying, just get it in that spot that forces the batsman to play. He easily could have gotten an edge that would have taken it through to the keeper. Look at that. Look at that delivery.
It's a good line right there. Berridge, got to come up big. Somebody has to put their hand up for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. This is a must-win situation. Trinidad and Tobago, the target is 130. They're 21 without loss. And they have 50 overs to get 100. And Berridge is into bowl to Lewis. Lewis is back and across. Can't score. Hayden Watch coming around nicely and picking up the return. And so he just lobs the ball. Evan Thomas, the keeper. Amir Django was dropped for this game. Leeward took a risk, Vinci, by playing the extra bowler and got bowled out for 129.
Imagine that. Imagine that. And again, I guess they've... I don't know what the rationale was behind this selection, but again, that's what the selection was, and they have to play with that.
There is Lewis getting a short ball from Berridge. Why would Berridge want to bowl him that line and spank that into the vacant square leg boundary, down to the boundary for 4? I don't know why Berridge wants a change, because he really just needs to run up and bowl almost a short delivery with no pace. And on any given day, Evan Lewis is going to put that away.
And you know he likes them there, so he's going to try and hit them away. And again, going away from what was working for him earlier in the over, and Evan Lewis just capitalized and took advantage of it. As you can see now, he seemed to have done some damage to his bat, so he's calling for a replacement. You think this one is going to be the one that gets him out, or this is the one that's going to pile on more runs?
He's a power player, and when power players, they go hard. And Evan Lewis goes hard. He's the leading run scorer in the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup with 223 runs. And he's certainly 18 here. Berridge is in out the bowl to Lewis, down the off stump. And no need for Lewis to maybe even go at that one. Mix it up. I'd come around to Lewis and give him something to kind of think about. Play mind games with him, because that's what I think Berridge's got to do. He's accustomed now of Berridge coming down that line.
I haven't been able to because we're not behind the batsman, we have not been able to really get an idea of whether he can bring that ball under. But if he could get it on a fuller length and have it darting back into the batsman, you know, it could be something that could give the batsman some measure of problems too.
Every and a diving save by Hayden Walsh. Completion of over number 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 25 without loss. Evan Lewis is 18. Latest score here at the Coolidge Ground.
Yes, and you know, Evan Lewis is always looking to pick the gaps, pierce the field, or go over the top to score runs. However, as a bowler, you have to find your scouting you have to be able to scout yourself, and your coach, they have to be able to give you instructions as far as the tightest lines you can bowl to Evan Lewis and see if you can put some pressure on him when he's batting.
Just to let you know that what is going to be happening here at Coolidge Ground, Sri Lanka touches down next week right here in Antigua and Barbuda. We break. And fishing at the wide one here is Kejon Otley. He really looked like he made his mind up that he was going to be forward. It yes. Didn't matter. From the time Terence Ward bowled, he looked like that is what he was going to come through with. We break. Here is Otley stroking out nicely. He could have been really able to go through. We got the West Indies versus Sri Lanka. And Coolidge will make its debut on the 3rd of March, 5th of March, and 7th of March with 3 T20s, all-night spectators. Here is Otley driving up to Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh, it looks as if it's a Ward and Hayden Walsh combination.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Otley to, you know what I mean, to Hayden Walsh.
Yeah, that triangle.
Just been going. So here we go. And we see now that Ward is going to come in now to bowl to Otley. Otley's driving, but he can't score.
And again, Walsh. So again, that triangle comes into play.
In the meantime now, Devon Thomas has taken the slip out now.
Would you have done that? I think I would have maintained the slip.
Got to keep the slip for the left hander.
Because there's protection on the long off boundary. So why remove him? Give yourself some
you have to get wickets. You have to get wickets. Ward is in now to bowl to Otley, and Otley's steering that now, and they get an easy single. They get an easy single in the end right there. No need for taking out the slip or even easing the pressure. Just get Ward to just bowl that particular line that he's been bowling all the time. Evan Lewis now comes into strike.
Yes, because you see, you remove that slip and you take the pressure away from the batsman, that if he were to get the edge, that man who is in the first slip position would have an opportunity to take a catch.
But I don't understand why Ward wasn't trying to get behind the stump there either.
Yeah.
He was almost like, in no man's land. 26 without loss. Lewis is 18. He comes into strike and waits for Terence Ward. Ward is into bowl to Lewis. Lewis was almost looking to go there for a while, and in the end he had to defend. So the completion of over number 6, 26 without loss. Well, and James gets a cup of tea. Vincey, you will have to take over the ball by ball, and Colin will fall into the comments position.
Well, that last delivery from Ward seemed to have handcuffed the batsman a bit. He looked like he was trying to play that away into the offside, and the ball may have been the one that went straight on, came off the inside edge of the bat, went away towards the square leg position. And, he was very much in jeopardy of letting that one squeeze through, because he was playing a bit away from his body.
Leeward Islands bowled over 129 in 46.1 overs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force Trinidad and Tobago Red Force need 104 from 45 overs. And Quinton Boatswain, the big man from Montserrat, the home of the former soca king of the world, King Arrow, who rocked the world all around with his soca music. Hot, you name it. Music all around. He's always so excited when you want to listen to Radio Antilles, because Arrow is going to come up with something special. Well, Quinton Boatswain, he's got 28 wickets, 28 list A wickets from 17 matches, an average of 26.21 with a best of 4 for 45, and he's the leading bowler so far in the competition. Leading fast bowler. Boatswain weighing the 25 is in out to bowl to Kejon Otley. He's bang on target and he hits the deck hard. He bowls a heavy ball for sure. Quinton Boatswain, he's off for a short run. He's a big guy.
Yes, a big guy, maybe a little extra pounds.
Yeah, if I had my own way and I was Boatswain trainer, I would like to take off at least about 15, 20 pounds off of Boatswain. And trust me, I think he'll be a handful. First game versus the Windward Islands, 4 for 45. Against Barbados, 4 for 62. Boatswain is into ball to Otley. I rushed onto him. Otley looking to pull that one. But before he could think, that was through him. Very quickly got an inside edge onto that.
Yes.
And the positioning of his feet just a while ago is standing up. You got to understand that Boatswain has got some pace. And he bowls a heavy ball, so he's not a... He's got more pace than Sheena Berridge. So where he might have been able to stand up and just look to wick Sheena Berridge, Boatswain is a little bit more slippery.
Yes, has to be a bit more alert.
Boatswain is into bowl. Otley, he can score. This has been good, 3 good deliveries here so far by Quinton Boatswain. There's a little overcast, a little atmosphere, little overcast conditions right here, Coolidge, and I think Boatswain will be able to get that ball to tail around once he looks at the stump and keeps his head still. Trust me, he has a deadly Yorker.
Yes, a fuller length delivery and maybe a little late movement can cause some problems to the
Boatswain
batsman.
into Otley and right and bang on target again. Ken Otley looking to go hard. You can't go hard when a man is bowling that quick. Got to look to time the ball. And certainly, Keshan Otley, there's no feet movement from him to come out to stroke the ball. He's just looking for power. And I think because he's seen Boatswain coming off of this short run, he's maybe thinking that Boatswain is just an ordinary medium fast bowler, but Boatswain has got some pace.
Yes, when he's on his day, he can really bowl the ball and when he with some pace, and if he gets it on a good length, a full length, he can also damage you with some good Yorker length deliveries which move late.
Boatswain is into bowl to Kejan Otley. Stands up straight is Otley, gets a back of the length delivery, can't score. This is an impressive start so far here from Quint.
Yes, and he'll be following a good line of fast bowlers coming out of Montserrat, namely Lesroy Weeks and Lesroy Irish, who would have played at the highest level.
You can't forget Austin White.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the ones that played at the highest level, but Austin White certainly is another one that puts his name in the reckoning.
And don't forget their test player Lionel. Here is Otley looking to drive past Quinton Boatswain. Maiden over here by the man from Montserrat, Quinton Boatswain. Good start so far, 26 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Lewis is 18, Otley is 5.
Yes, a good steady start by Quinton Boatswain. And as you were saying earlier, why you would have started with Quinton Boatswain instead of Berridge, probably just to give a different look and to give Quinton Boatswain an opportunity to get among the wickets early and see if that early breakthrough can bring some rewarding dividends for the Leeward Islands.
Well, it's about confidence. And Berridge is low on confidence. Both wicket taker, you got to play mind games. And you got to be smart. You got to stay thinking on your feet. And I would have started with Quinton Boatswain. But that is history. Ward will continue. None for 12. He's into ball to Lewis. Lewis is driving inside out over cover 4 runs. He's had enough. In fact, it's gone for 6.
Yes.
Ooh,
very
flat 6.
Flat, very well executed shot.
He hit that with some vengeance.
And
as if, like he said, I'm going to go after this now.
Oh, yes. I remember earlier I was talking about the benefit of their feet to the spin, and he just danced down a little, gave himself a little room, played with very good balance over the top. 6 runs. We thought it was just going to drop one bounce into the boundary.
6.
It was hit with very good timing, very good power, and went all the way for 6.
We're predicting that this game maybe might be over in 15 overs.
I'm wondering if the Leeward's players thought that the curfew hours applied to them.
Oh, gosh. Vinci, what am I going to do with you?
I'm just asking the question. It seems as if they were playing to get home before the curfew hours.
Well, that one can't be a good one, Vinci. Turn it without loss. You caught me there, Vinci. I couldn't even reply.
Well, we have to use the conditions of the day and ask the question. It's not that we expect or we are alleging that that's the case, but who knows?
Here's Ward bowling a flighted delivery, and that's gone down the ground, past mid-on, down to the boundary for 4. And Evan Lewis has decided that he had enough of Ward coming and just bowling these, as we said, flighting up these deliveries.
Dibbly-doubly.
And he's going to go for him. 36 without loss. Lewis, Otley is 5. The current run rate is 5.54. Just as Newen Colin was talking about, you could see that there's a ploy for the first 10 overs.
Right. They are considering that the conditions, the weather conditions, can come in and play against them. So before that, why not play to win the game?
There's a dot delivery right there. I don't think you need to be trying to flight anything here, Ward. You need to put the ball on the surface. Wicket to wicket, that's where you got to bowl. Just like how you bowl that delivery, that's the noise. Do not give him any room
exactly.
where he can be able to use his feet. Put the ball on the surface right there so he can't score. And that's going to be very important. And to What? Sorry, Vinci.
No, you say you. I was just saying, we have had a number of interruptions so far for the day in terms of rain. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force may be considering that also.
And this man really smacks the ball very hard. Completion of over number is 36 with outlaw, 36 with outlaws. Lewis is 28, Otley is 5. Completion of over number 7. Ward, none for 22 from 4.
Yes, none for 22. And I was getting back to the weather conditions. I'm just thinking that after having done the hard work to bowl out the Leewards for such a low score, it would be quite disappointing for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force if at the end of the day all of the hard work was put to naught by the weather conditions that could possibly have a say in this game.
10 runs off that over. Quinton Boatswain started with a maiden. Let's see what to be to Kejan Otley. He bowls a heavy ball and he bowls quick. He's got pace. He might be coming off of a short run. But trust me, he hustles batsman. To Otley. Otley is back and swinging this down to the field at the backward square. Looks like it's Ross Powell who's struggling to get the ball in one bounce. And at the end of this over, Colin James will step into the Cummins position and Vinci will continue the ball by ball. 37 without loss. And as Vinci, you and Colin were talking about there, in your first power play overs, you want to make sure that you looked for the maximum. If I go to my stats, Colin, I think we could maybe look at how many the Leewards would have scored off their first 10 overs. 23 for 2.
Not good enough at all. You have so many opportunities, and I think they were also given many scoring opportunities.
Well, even though Kerry Pear was bowling well, and I think Colin was making the point, somebody needed to take a charge even now and again. Not get recklessly, but be able to just try and just make sure that, you put some pressure.
He was steady, but I wouldn't say exceptional.
Boatswain is in now to bowl to Otley's back and cracking that. Can't beat the field at backward point. It looks like Casey Carty, and that came off. First time I've never seen Kejan Otley this aggressive. Making his debut for the West Indies team, has seen him now that he maybe wants to. And Thomas again is sort of confusing the whole idea. The slip, and now he's
taken out the slip, but he's put a gully with 2 anyway.
Excuse me. 37 without loss, Vinci. Boatswain is into bowl to the man inside Kejan Otley. And he's playing around the line of a delivery, caught by Carty. And Trinidad and Tobago losing their first wicket. Played on the wrong line, played right around it, took a leaning edge, and it lead off to Carty at backward point. Boatswain picks up his first wicket and picks up his 9th wicket. Caught. Sorry, in fact, it's Evan Lewis. Sorry.
That's Evan?
Yes, Evan Lewis, because he did single. So Lewis, very important wicket. There was him. See where the bat face ended up? Leaning edge.
He was actually looking to whip that. And again, I think it was a bit fortuitous that Boatswain got that wicket. And the reason why I'm saying so, the captain took out protection from the onside, brought it onto the offside. It did work out in the long run. But had Evan Lewis played that ball properly, he would have taken advantage of the extra
the fielder that was moved on the leg side to the outside.
And it was just a false stroke, really, because the bowler now, having been given the extra protection, bowled down the wrong line. However, again, fortuitously, Evan Lewis got a leading edge and it went into the offside, effecting a dismissal.
So out comes Mr. Dependable for Trinidad and Tobago. He's a very underrated player, and he sort of reminded me, Vinci, of former Jamaica captain Tamar Lambert. You know, when you saw Tamar Lambert, you'll be looking at Tamar Lambert, but he was consistent for Jamaica. And I thought that Jamaica has lost that sort of leader. You go back to days when you would have had people like Mark Neaton, so those guys there would have been very, very consistent. But Jason Mohammed, who scored his 6th list day 100 in the last game, he's just come in. He comes out at number 3, and he looks very relaxed. He would have captained the West Indies team on their one-day tour to Bangladesh, in which they lost. But Craig Brathwaite, Test team, won 2-0. And the talking point around the Caribbean, will Jason Holder continue as the West Indies test? That is going to be the major talking point. Colin and yourself will have a discussion on that, and our social media page is also open, so you can be able to share your views and tell us what you think.
Yes, certainly a topic for conversation. I mean, I know what I think. However, we are not the selectors, and we are not the administrative arm that finalize or ratifies recommendations or decisions. So it's still left up to be seen. I told you, I think the last time I was on, that Jason Holder was given the captaincy with no particular captaincy track record. So as far as I'm concerned, that's an experiment. The experiment has not worked out, so it's a failed experiment. Do you continue with a failed experiment, or do you look at options that have bid-ins?
Well, Devon Thomas wants to try a new experiment. He's decided to put a short leg. I find that Ross Powell is a little bit far back, but maybe it's a good presser situation. So let's see what's going to be happening here from Quinton Boatswain. And 1 for 1, he's into his second over. This is his 9th list day wicket for the 20 insurance competition. Boatswain is in now to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed ducks on the one very quickly. That was over middle stump.
Yes.
And umpire Leslie Reefer just indicating to his partner and saying to Boatswain, 1 per over.
Well, we have to give Devon Thomas some credit for trying to attack. He recognizes that the Leewards can win this game is through attacking and taking wickets. And so he's certainly trying to attack, be a bit more enterprising to see if he can force out some more wickets.
Down the onside, Boatswain losing his radar. He's got to take his time. I'd like to see him bowl a Yorker. And Vincey is showing me there that there's some clouds around. But Trinidad and Tobago, if we look at the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, are they ahead, Vincey?
Well, the Duckworth-Lewis pass score is not going to come into play until you have the allotted overs bowled. So, yes, they're certainly ahead in terms of their run rate, but we have to wait.
Short delivery down the onside, another wide, and Boatswain has just lost his radar. See, you see, when you have all of these people attacking, I would just prefer to allow Boatswain to just run in and hit the target, which is the stumps. He's got a delivery if he gets it right with his Yorker. Right now, he's looking to bowl express face and bowl short. I would just like to see Boatswain attack the stumps.
Still attack the stumps, because it certainly should bring dividends for you. Especially at this end where we say there's been a bit of variance.
He's into bowl to Mohammed. He stands up, plays and punch that, and Colin Archibald gave away a single there. He should have done a lot more better there. Got to keep attacking the stumps. You hit the target. Could be very important. There's a change now because the left-hander Kejan Otley comes in to strike, but that was a good cricket shot by Jason Mohammed. He stood up tall and punched it. He's a short player. He's off the mark, 40 for 1.
Yes.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Very good timing on that shot. He looked very, very accomplished on that shot.
And he didn't try to hit it too hard.
Maybe, but I think he's also have a bit more confidence, especially after scoring that century in the last game that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force played.
Into bowl to Otley. Otley gets a good delivery. That's good pace there. The completion of over number 8, 40 for 1. More comments from you, Vincey, where you'll be able to take over the ball by ball and Colin into the hot seat.
Yes, another steady over. Successful one there for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, bowled by the big man, Quint. However, did stray a bit from the plan, bowling a few wide deliveries that the captain at this moment cannot afford. They cannot afford to give away runs. They have to have as much wicket-taking deliveries being bowled at the batsmen so as to give themselves an opportunity with a win. As I welcome Colin to the mic.
Thank you, Vincey. Good evening to wherever you are in terms of your time zone. Good night, good morning. Also to wherever you are in terms of your time zone. The Leeward is going to make a bowling change. It's going to be Ashmead Ned, who has so far played 10 list day matches, 14 wickets, an average of 16.72, an economy rate of 3.63, and a best of 4 for 29. Not bad figures at all, Vincey.
No, not bad figures. And I think Ashmead Ned is one of the young players of the tournament that I've had my eye on. Him along with there from Guyana, I think it's Kevin Sinclair. Both of them showing that they are up to the task and they have been quite effective for their respective teams.
What about Larry Edward?
Larry Edward, well, because I've not been on when the Windwards have played and I've been listening, he has sounded good, but I haven't seen him physically. But he certainly is one also that has had some success, and he's one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament also. Speaking
to the venerable veteran commentator Red Sparrow today, Larry Edward actually spent some time in England, and this first delivery from the bowler Ashmead Ned is a loosener, and he's been punched away into the offside. is it 2 or 3 runs for the batsmen?
2 runs.
2 runs for them. Well pulled back there inside the boundary by Sheena Berridge, and 2 runs to the Archibald was the fielder. 2 runs to the total 42, and we're in the 9th over. So good going by the Trinidad and Tobago team, although they lost the wicket of the opening batsman Evan Lewis in the previous over. Ned, left arm, over the wicket to Mohammed, and that one is going down the onside. Coming off the pad, 42 for 1, the score remains. Trinidad and Tobago with a relatively easy target of 130 after the Leewards were dismissed for 129 in their innings. Rain interrupted innings, we might add, as this delivery is played defensively by Mohammed. He remains on 3. With him is Otley. He's on 6 from 19 balls. As Ned again. Bowling from the northern end to Jason Mohammed, a centurion in the last game, and he's coming quietly forward, plays that one back along the track on the onside. The bowler fields to his own bowling. Overcast condition here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A strong breeze blowing from the east to west direction. As Ned again doing some gardening and taking some of the dust from off the crease. No doubt the ball is a little bit slippery because it has been raining off and on here. The court appeal for a leg before decision. Not out, says the umpire, as Trinidad and Tobago remains on 42 for 1, and we're in the 9th over of the innings.
Yeah, to be drifting in the arm as Mohammed strode out. A good question. I think it was a good call.
There was the bat was close to the ball.
Yes, and may have been drifting away towards the leg side.
So the last delivery brings a single up for Mohammed. He moves on. He will be the non-striker at the start of the next over. And Trinidad and Tobago tracing 130 for 43 for 1 after 9 overs, Vinci.
Yes, it would be interesting if, for some of these matches, if the technology could have come into play where the players could challenge the call sometimes, because that delivery there, that appeal for LBW, I believe that the bowler had a chance there, to tell the truth. It was going on with the arm. It hit the batsman about middle. And yes, even though it was following a trajectory leg stump, I got the impression that it could have hit the leg stump.
Well, it's a regional game, and there is no obligation on the part of Cricket West Indies to have the third umpire in vogue.
True, but it gives an opportunity for your umpires to get a bit of a handle with the technology.
Boatswain down the onside, a wide signaled by the umpire. As a run to the Trinidad and Tobago total, it moves on to 44 and an extra delivery. And while I understand that Cricket West Indies may not have the resources to employ the third umpire and also the third umpire situation at the Coolidge Cricket Ground and at the Savannah University Ground, the point you're making is well noted. Boatswain again to Mohammed, and Mohammed is driving. This is one through the offside for 4.
Well, that a great shot there by Jason Mohammed, just playing over the top, and I think Boatswain is losing it here. Is he getting a bit tired? But I mean, the captain has given him some measure of support, and now he has sort of lost it. Kind of flaying all around, bowling wide up the offside, off the off stump, going down the leg side. But just to get back to the point in terms of the technology is there, but the technology is there, and so they have employed it in the use of determining the run out and the tram line in terms of the whether the ball has pitched in line. So it's still something that can be utilized.
48-1 Trinidad and Tobago. This delivery is again going down leg side. And Boatswain has been so inconsistent that even Vinci Boyne is getting frustrated here in the commentary position. That one going down the onside and through to the wicketkeeper Devon Thomas, and another run to the Trinidad and Tobago total. They're on to 49 for 1, and we're in the 10th over of the innings.
Yeah, see, I mean, you certainly challenge. Okay, yes, you put a low score up, but you want to see a challenge in terms of giving the batsmen a difficult time in getting those runs, and that's the reason for frustration.
Well, boats went off for a short run up, hitting the deck hard in that delivery, and almost forcing to play a foul shot, but he took the bottom hand away, and the ball just going out into the onside. No close in fielder, and no run result.
The ball had a bit of pace, and as Vernon has been saying early, it was a heavy ball. Looked like it pushed the bat back as it hit the bat. So, every day.
Boats win again. Very strong lad, and down the leg side, and the keeper, Devon Thomas, the captain of Leeward, and his team taking over from Amit Jangdo. He collects, but nonetheless, a single. So the Trinidad Tobago 50 is up, 50 for 1 after 9.2 overs. Certainly, Boatswain is strong in the arm holders, and he can really, put some pressure on the batsman if he gets it online.
If he gets it online, and he's certainly been struggling in the last 2 overs getting the ball online, and it's something that he needs to correct.
He's getting additional
immediately
support with a shortish gully delivery. Mohammed is driving down to the mid-off fielder, and no run resulting. They had moved the man from the backward of square into a short third man. There's a slip, a third man, a point, a cover, a man on a mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a man on the long leg boundary, and a man on the third man boundary. That's the field for Boatswain. Let's see what he will do with this delivery. He moves in off a short run, and this delivery is having Mohammed driving outside of Austin, but it was so wide that the umpire has to call a wide.
Actually, Mohammed it didn't appear to me like he was playing at it. They just played inside the ball, recognizing that it was wide, and just played inside, allowing the ball to go through on its line.
4 wides so far in this over by Boatswain, and a 4 as well.
Yeah, not good enough at all by Boatswain. He needs to get his radar right, and as I say, correct it immediately.
So let's see what he will do with the fourth legitimate delivery of this over. In this delivery, Mohammed is standing up and playing it back down to the mid-off fielder. Single nonetheless. Oh, and there's going to be overthrow. This is very ill-disciplined cricket by the Leeward Islands. There was no need for that throw to come in the manner that it came. It went over the head of the wicketkeeper, Devon Thomas, and backed up in the outfield by Sheena Berridge. But nonetheless, and for the batsman, 2 runs from a shot that should have only given the Trinidad Tobago batsman only a single.
Yes, it should have been thrown with a flatter trajectory. It was a bit too high. The keeper lost it in the lights, but poor cricket on the long leg fielder because he wasn't backing up.
Boatswain, Mohammed, and this one is keeping low. And how many times have we said, Vinci, that some deliveries from the bowling from the southern end, it's keeping a bit low?
Yes, we always talked about utilizing what the pitch is giving you. Use it to your advantage. And even Vernon alluded to that earlier, that they need to bowl a line that is wicket on wicket. And you can see there that it can bring dividends for you.
Let's see what Boatswain will do with this delivery between wicket and wicket, and presently through the offside for 4. I don't think anyone will get there for the Leeward Highlands. Into the boundary it goes now, hitting the Betway side, and 4 good-looking ones from Jason Mohammed. He moves on to 14, and the Trinidad Tobago score up to 57 for 1 after 10 over number 1.
Yes, a very well executed shot there by Jason Mohammed. Full length delivery. Outside off stump, giving the batsman some width and over pitch, and he just leaned into that. Very confident after his innings there at the Sir Vivian Richards ground when he scored that century, and that was almost for Jason Mohammed. That's a gift for him. But again, getting back to the whole idea of using what the pitch is giving you. What I've noticed for the fast bowlers at this end, anytime they've elected to be short or wide of the off stump, the batsmen have used that to relieve the pressure. But as soon as you are bang on target, wicket and wicket line, the batsmen usually are more they're not as assertive in their stroke play. And you could see the one bowler that I've seen utilize the pitch to his effect is Niall Smith. He has gotten quite a couple of batsmen bowled and employing the pitch and its variable bounce.
The first ball of the second over being bowled by Ashminda is played defensively into the offside. Vince, I want you to explain to our listeners about the power play situation, because we're into the second power play, Ned. to Utley, and he's driving this one down to the shortish mid-off position.
Well, the power play situation really allows the batting only a number of fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
How many?
2.
And this delivery is eased into the onside by Utley. He gets a single, takes the score up to 58. Only 1 wicket would have been lost by the Trinidad Tobago team, and they're chasing 134 victories. So the red force for their 4th successive victory in this CG Super 50 Cup.
Actually, it looks like, well, we said 2. I can't say if it's 2 or 3.
There's a mid-wicket.
Yes.
Let's see if there's another field.
There's a long off.
And there's a man on the mid-wicket boundary. So there's a cover point on the boundary, a mid-wicket, and a long off. So 3 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
Right. And so that the team to be in a more attacking mode during the power play.
And who is responsible for calling the power play? The field batting captain?
Well, it is both.
Here's a delivery played quietly back along the track on the onside. Ned fields to his own bowling. Trinidad Tobago remains on 58 for 1. We're in the 11th over of the reply, chasing 134 victory. Why am I keep on saying 200? Such a paltry total. It's unbelievable.
I think you were hoping that they would have given you 200 and given you an opportunity to see.
Am I a praying guy?
Pardon me? I don't know. You tell me.
I must have. That brings up the end of the 11th over as we saw a photo, well, not a photo, of Ravi Rampal on the physio table inside the Trinidad Tobago dressing room. He bowled well in the Trinidad Tobago innings, and at the end of the 11th over, Trinidad Tobago 58 for 1, chasing 134 victory. Vinci.
Yes, and you would certainly see Ravi Rampal on that table quite often, because at his age, he needs to ensure that the muscles are relaxed and the blood is circulating well within those muscles so that he can recuperate after some hard work in the middle of the field. But again, good going so far by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They have batted 11 overs, going at a very good run rate, 5.27. They're still not at a point in the game where you can determine that it is a game. I think that is at the 20th over mark. However, they're certainly going good. They're ahead of the run rate, and they're expecting more positive returns.
Terence Watt comes back into the attack. He has so far bowled 4 overs, none for 22. He's into his 5th over. The target's still 130. That won't change. Trinidad Tobago 58 for 1. Mohammed is on 11. Utley is on 7. Leeward is winning the toss and batting first, being restricted to 129. Oh, that's a good delivery there from Ward, spinning past the bat of the left-handed Utley and wicketkeeper Devon Thomas.
Yes, and look at that. There's some drift into the batsman. He came forward and then it turned away from him, beating the outside edge.
Ward spinner, so it means that he's spinning the ball away from. Here's a chance to run out. No, thrown to the wrong end, and then the overthrow will come into effect. Would it? No. Well. The Leeward certainly not really concentrated, not thinking. The ball was played intentionally into the onside. The batsmen were off to a run certain about taking. The throw to the wicket keepers then should have gone to the non-strikers then. Had it been done so, I think Trinidad and Tobago would have lost their 2nd wicket.
But they almost compounded the keeper threw the ball towards the bowler's end, and the bowler just stood up there and watched the ball pass him going into the deep. And had the batsmen been a little more alert, they would have gotten an extra run.
Mohammed on 14 from 17 balls. Utley, his partner, on 8 from 25 balls, 59 for 1. We're in the 12th over. 2nd power play of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. They're chasing 134 victory. This is Ward around the wicket now to the right-handed Mohammed, and he's driving powerfully and stopped in the mid-on position. We can't see who the fielder is because there's a right screen in front of us, but yes. Vinci Boyne is convinced it's Colin
Archibald stopped, not cleanly, but didn't allow for one to be taken by the batsman.
Score moves on by 1 to 160 for 1.
To 60.
Right. 60 for 1 as this delivery is hammered over the top of the closing mid-off fielder. A single to... he moves on to 9, brings Mohammed, who is on 15 on to strike, 61 for 1.
Yes, and the body language of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes players is not necessarily the most positive. They're not alert in some instances, and it's almost like they've resigned themselves to accepting a loss.
Overcast going here at the Cottage Cricket Ground on the northern side of Antigua and Barbuda. A delivery is into the onside. As the batsman attempted to take a single, but they decided against it. That brings up the end of the 12th over. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 130 for victory, 61 for 1 after 12 overs.
Yes, rightfully not taking the chance or the risk there for that single. It was the live wire Hayden Walsh Jr. who has shown that he not only can pick up and cover a lot of ground, but he also can get some accurate throws in that can affect some run out. So again, no reason for taking a chance. You're well ahead of the run rate, and you're not in any jeopardy of losing the game as it stands here. So no reason to take on any risk at this point of the game.
So there's some dark, ominous clouds hovering cricket ground. There's a strong breeze blowing from the easterly direction. I won't be surprised if we get some more rain. We have already 2 interruptions during the Trinidad Tobago innings, during the Leeward's innings, and 1 during the Trinidad Tobago innings.
Well, Colin, I would say this, and again, it's not something that you want to see, but if the Leeward Islands want to come out of this game somewhat unscathed, they have to send out their rain dancers.
Who are they? Who are these people, Vincey?
I don't know.
I don't know who they are. You need to tell me.
I don't know who they are.
Here's a delivery from Ned. It's second delivery of a new over, cramping the batsman. Ned so far, he has bowled 2.2 overs, 4 runs, no wicket. Come on, Vincey, you must know who these rain dancers are.
I don't know who they are, but I'm just saying if they need to send them out, because that's the only way I think the Leewards can come out of this game somewhat unscathed after such a poor batting performance.
Ned, let's stick to reality, because Vincey's speaking fiction. And this delivery is played into the offside by Otley.
Okay, well, they don't have to send out their rain dancers. They're hoping that maybe some element of showers come in before the 20 overs are bowled.
Vince, you don't tell me you're a superstitious guy.
No, this is not about superstition.
I've never known you to be that kind of person.
This is not about superstition. This is about what is happening around the grounds and the possibility, the realms of possibility that can occur.
Ned, with his 5th delivery of this over, is banged away. This is
shot.
a good shot. Into the boundary, it goes for 4. Otley onto the back foot and in a flash, banging that away for the point, and into the boundary, it goes for 4.
Yes, 4 well-played runs. And look at that. If you look, Ned did not even approach. He delivered that from behind the stumps. I don't know if that was to mix it up, give the batsman a different look, but he delivered that from behind the stump.
65 for 1 Trinidad and Tobago, as Ned bowls the final delivery of his 3rd over, played back down the onside by Otley. He gets another single, and this is easy peasy by the Trinidad and Tobago batsman. 66 for 1 after 13 overs. Power point number 2, and Trinidad and Tobago needs another 64 runs from 222 balls.
Yes, and obviously with 222 balls required for those 66 runs, you would think that easy walk in the park for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But I think from the dressing room, there are instructions that if you can get on with it and get those runs quickly, it better serves their purpose, because the atmospheric conditions are unpredictable and it can come into play.
So they will be asked to get on with it in a hurry. Ward to Otley. Otley's easing this one into the onside. Between cover and extra cover, brings the man off the extra cover boundary in Berridge. A single to Otley. He moves on to 14, brings Mohammed on 15. How impressed with the batting of Mohammed so far in this tournament?
So far, well, I've only seen him in 2 innings. The first match, he did not really get off. But the second match, the 3rd match, at the stadium, he really glued the innings together, especially when wickets were falling around them, and he stayed there and provided impetus for them to push for victory at the end. As a matter of fact, there was one point where the balls required was less than the runs, or the runs required was more than the balls that they needed. And he executed some shots that really allowed them to bring down that scoring rate and give them an opportunity and bring them into position to win the game.
Ward floating a delivery, and Mohammed turned it into a half volley and spanking it down the ground for 4. Straight down to the mid-off boundary for 4. 4 good-looking ones for Jason Mohammed, and he has really been batting well so far in this tournament. He's on 19 from 20 ball. Another delivery is coming forward and using his feet, and the score remains on 71 for 1 in the 14th over. Would you have Mohammed in your ODI squad to face Sri Lanka?
Really had an opportunity to analyze a lot of things, so I can't say who I would have and who I would not have.
Vinci, are you evading my question?
No, I'm not. I'm just being honest with you that I haven't been able to analyze the players that are available, and so...
Come on, Vinci, you saw the team in Bangladesh, you saw the West Indies team in New Zealand, in England. How are you going to convince me that you're not analyzing these players?
Well, if I'm going to go off of their performances in Bangladesh, obviously they were a failing team in Bangladesh, and you have to consider that Kieran Pollard as the captain and others who Evan
You're
Lewis.
talking about Evan Lewis and Puran.
Well, yeah, those players have
and
to be.
Hetmeyer.
They have to be considered because.
You think so?
I believe so. I think so because the ones who were chosen did not really show themselves up to the task in Bangladesh for that 3-match series.
All right. Let's remain with reality. It's 71 for 1 at the end of 14 overs. We're in point number 4.2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force need another 59 runs on 216 balls. Mohammed is on 9 on 15. And to give his thoughts on on this over, which has just been concluded, is Vinci Boyne. Vernon Springer will take over from me in a short.
Colin, I'm being a realist here, and if players were chosen and they stood up to the task and they had performed the task that they were asked to perform, then you could say, hey, yes, they certainly have to be considered. But at the end of the day, you have to look at, we're just completing a 50-over tournament, and you have to look at the top performers coming out of that tournament and consider who are up to the task of performing the job.
71 for 1. They need 59 from 215 balls. Kajan Otley getting himself in a little tangle. Ever thought about getting into politics, Vinci?
No.
Okay.
No. I think politics is something...
Just wanted to make sure.
No, politics is something that, to me, it tends to enhance certain vices that you have, and I don't want those vices that I have to be enhanced in a position like that.
Ned, the ball to Otley. Otley stands up straight. Quiet time here for Kajan Otley. For 6, Mohammed 90 from 24. They need 59 from 213 balls. This game could be over in inside 30 overs. Here comes Ned as he comes in now. The ball to Otley. Otley comes quietly forward, gets an easy single. Down the long off. And so they're just coasting along, Vinci. The wind has just picked up here, Vinci,
yes.
at the Coolidge ground.
Yes, it has. And
almost like we have to walk with some sweaters. I thought I was at Lord's for a little while.
Yes, the wind is certainly coming through. But tell the truth, if I went home and analyzed everything and I come back tomorrow and ask me that same questions, I probably would have, Colin, I probably would have some...
You're talking about the
politics?
politics?
Not the politician.
Oh, you're talking
I
about
probably have some answers for him in terms of what. But at this moment, having not analyzed...
Don't rush, Vinci.
Exactly.
We got a lot of time.
Exactly.
We still have semi-final to come.
Yes, he's trying to put pressure on me unnecessarily.
72 for 1. Ned is going to bowl to Jason Mohammed, who's in good form. He's back and pulling this one. There's no mid-wicket, down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, one bounce into the boundary, and that was a bad delivery, just letting up the pressure. Well, there's not really much pressure, but again, giving them more options for scoring and scoring quickly. You don't want them scoring quickly. You want to also give yourself a chance to, that if possibly the elements can help you, they come in and help you.
Well, Vinci, the Leeward Islands at the end of 15, they were 42 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 76 for 1, and they need 54 more runs for 10 balls. They're on their way.
Yes, they're certainly on their way, and I just believe that this is a plan also. They're not just leaving it for granted that they can just work it around. They want to win it, and not only win it convincingly because net run rate can come into play, but also they want that they win it before any threat of the elements come in.
Well, I think the tactic by the Trinidad and Tobago management is that they've calculated that they have 7 games, including the semi-final and the final. Pollard doesn't want to let up, and so they want to make sure that they've got some depth in their powerhouse team. And by all standards, you heard from Tony Gray that if Trinidad and Tobago does not win this, then it could be the end of the careers for a number of players. 54 from 210 balls. Ward is still continuing. Not for 30. When is Colin Archibald going to bowl? Maybe. Somebody needs to be able to tell me that. And I've not been able to see that. So, somebody who's looking for something. What are they doing? I say, we wait for a little while. The onside looking for a single that's certainly not on.
And Utley has been just trying to prod. Seems also to be trying to play himself in. Seems to be struggling a bit out there.
Well, this could be his last game. If Lender Simmons is fit the next game, I think Utley can consider himself lucky to get 2 games. He's choking this one up to cover, getting a single. Had Hayden Walsh picked up, he could have been in trouble. But Jason Mohammed is very quick. He got across the fleet-footed.
Well, Hayden Walsh did pick up, but they responded positively to that singles call. And when the ball was thrown back in, I think the batsman wasn't in danger of being run out. As you could see, he was well into his ground before the throw came in. So yes, Hayden Walsh was very quick to that ball play side, but the batsman responded positively and were in no danger.
Would you have gone for Ward or Walsh? We'll come back to that, Vincey. Ward is in now to bowl to Jason Mohammed. Is looking to punch that past short mid-wicket fielder of Hayden Walsh. No runs, score remains on 77 for 1.
I think the captain took option following Walsh's performance so far in the tournament.
But this is a new day.
True.
Here is Jason Mohammed stroking this down to long off and getting an easy single. Score goes up to 78. He goes to 24. Utley 17. He comes in to strike. They need 52 from 206 balls.
Yes, it's certainly a new day, and the captain could have said, you know what, I'm going to take my chances here. He's a wicket taker. Let me take my chances. But maybe he wanted to go with the safer option.
Here comes Terence Ward, none for 32. He's in now to bowl to Utley. Utley's paddling this one around. The keeper, Devon Thomas, will have a lot of work to do going down to the fine leg fielder. And if they chance, they can come back for 3. No, they're just contented to get 2. So Utley sneaks away very quietly. And the score goes up very easily, Vincey. Just motoring around. He didn't really go right down, but did enough. Utley to 19. Score is 80 for 1. They need 50 runs from 205 balls. That's what the Trinidad Force would need. They'll go 4-0 in this competition with 3 games to go, including the semi-final and final. Utley is looking to go for an expansive drive. Had to block a delivery right there. Completion of over number 16. 80 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. Mohammed is 24, Utley is 19.
Yes, and Utley playing quite intelligently there. The ball that was the penultimate delivery of the over. He just eased himself into a position where he could paddle it away into the leg side. A lot of real estate in that area. He was in no danger of a fielder being in position to take the catch, and he knew that he would get a few runs in that area. So very intelligently played by the batsman.
Now, you can't have 3 fast bowlers in the lineup and only 2 bowl, and Colin Archibald is not coming to the attack with some 50 runs in from 204 balls. So I would have got a different tactic, Vincey. I would have attacked from one end with spin and from the other end with pace. Boatswain, I thought, lost his radar. And the partnership between these two has been 43 from 57 balls. But Colin Archibald certainly got to be getting into the attack at some point in time soon.
At some point. You can't bring him into the squad and then have him out there not being utilized.
Here is a punch drive, a flat back cut down to Kyron Powell at long on. And the Leewards are almost just going through the motion, Vincey. 49 falls.
Yes, as I said, the body language out there just suggests that they have already resorted or accepted defeat without any real fight.
And like I said, you got Kesron Archibald in the lineup. From the time you pull Boatswain, you should be thinking about getting Archibald into the attack. Ned is into bowl to Kesron Utley. He's back and cracking that.
4 runs.
Pass Carty, down to the boundary for 4. Wide delivery, Ned has not bowled well. in this game. I don't know, his rhythm, his body language, doesn't look himself. He not a relaxed player today at all.
Well, he certainly has not shown himself to be a mark as he has earlier in the tournament. And I don't know if he's one of them who have resigned to defeat in this game, considering the performance of the batting earlier in the game. But again, as you said, if the bowlers are not really doing anything effective, it's an opportunity to bring someone else and try something.
There is Utley looking again to crack that one. When he does, is 4 more. So the Leewards have given up because why is Nidish come out slip?
But not only that, the ball was punched away into the offside, and the extra cover fielder did not even move. And then after he realized what was happening, then he started to chase the ball. Again, defeatist attitude being the players are acting very defeated on the field of play, and not really good for Leeward's cricket. You see, what I'm concerned about is that this body language goes over into the next game.
Utley coming quietly forward. One of the things, Vincy, observation, the outfield is very fast here at the Coolidge ground. And most of the players are starting at least 15 meters inside. You really need to go back, give yourself some room, because once the ball hit the practice areas, it's going to race away. That fielder was Ross Powell. What I'm saying, at Powell and Carty's yard circle, give yourself some room so you can be able to see the ball once the batsman hits it. Here is Utley driving, and Utley is a sort of player that he's looking to stroke the ball. He's not somebody who's just going to come and look to get a single. He's a power player, and he wants to get the ball. He likes to hear the sound onto his bat. So give yourself some room so at least you can be able to see the ball. Terence Ward's body language has not been impressive at all in this tournament.
Yes. And you see, even though we consider that, well, we see the end of the over here, but even though you may consider that what you put on the board was not enough for victory, you still want to go out with an attitude, because that attitude carries you over into the next game. You don't want to resort to a defeat so early game. You want to fight to the end, because you want to carry that same attitude into the next games that you have to play. You have to consider that I still am in with a chance to qualify. This is not the end all for the tournament. It is only for this game. I still have an opportunity, so I need to continue playing with some passion. Need to continue playing. That attitude not only stays here, but continues into the next game.
Ward is into his 8th over. They're looking to flick that one around. This partnership has yielded some 52 runs off 63 balls. And at this period of play, the Leeward Islands were 52 for 2. They need 41 from 197 balls, Vincy. Here is Jason Mohammed hitting inside out, and the sweeper comes around, and the only running should have been a little bit more urgent there, Vincy.
Yes, I believe so.
Casey Carty coming around there, sweeping on the boundary.
Yes, Carty doing a very good job of running around. I believe there were 2 runs easily within that shot. We could see again Jason Mohammed hitting over the top. I think he was looking for maximum there, or at least, but didn't get it, and they just settled for a single.
Here comes Ward, is into both to Kedron Utley, comes quietly forward, batting back close together, can't beat Hayden Walsh. When is Kedron Archibald going to bowl? You can't play 3 seamers and then just bowl 2 and leave 1 on the bench. Comes quietly forward looking for a single. Kyron Powell coming in very quickly there from cover, can't score. 40 from 190. Ward is into his 8th over. Here comes Terence Ward around the wicket to bowl to the left-hander Utley, and Utley's boss is coming hard at it. He's got to play with soft hands.
Yes, not only it stopped, but he had a little extra bounce there. It seemed to hit him very high, close to the shoulder of the bat.
For the West Indies in the one-day series, Kedron Utley comes quietly forward, looking for a single, not on. Hayden Walsh cuts that off very quickly. Completion of over number 18. The score is 90 for 1. They need 40 from 192 balls. Mohammed is 26, Utley is 27.
Yes, good decision there by the batsman not to chance that single. Hayden Walsh was around very quickly, picked up cleanly, and got a very good throw into the keeper. Had they attempted that single, it could have been a goner for the non-batsman that would have been backing up.
So Ward has been none for 30. None for 35, Ned, none for 23 from 5. So even though Ned has bowled a couple of bad deliveries, he still looks good, Vince.
Yes, his bowling figures still look quite well. In the context of the game, it's not that great, but overall, in a regularly contested game, it would have been fairly good figures.
Good learning experience for the young man. He too is, you were talking about spinners. Larry Edwards looks good. Kevin Sinclair.
Yes.
I like the look of Jamie Merchant also.
Yes, a very
from Jamaica.
Tall, big fella, yes.
Hayden Walsh, 3 for 79, 3 for 75, no wickets in the last game. Consideration as to whether he's going to bowl tonight or not doesn't look so. And Captain Devon Thomas's attitude and his method of thinking. 40 from 190 balls. Ned is into bowl to Mohammed. Is driving, but he can't get past the big Ned. And when I say big, I don't mean in terms of I'm just meaning that he's a tall man, and he got down there very quickly.
Yes.
40 from 189 balls. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That's what they need. 90 for 1. Ned is into bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is on driving, and he will get a. Was trying to get a single.
Very good work there.
Good work there.
Let me see who's the fielder. Powell, is that Powell?
No, it's Casey Cardi, I think.
No, Casey Cardi
is on the boundary still.
Yes,
so it might be Ross Powell who got across and saved that one. Impressive save there by the young man. Let's wait and see. He's flashing that, beat in, and once that got past Hayden Walsh, then you know that he really couldn't stop that at all.
Because, he's one of the few fielders on the field that
in fact, that one is not Ross Powell, so we're not going to get him in. It's Terrence Ward, wearing the number 45.
Okay. I'm so accustomed to Terrence wearing the Broadwin hat.
Here comes Ned. Quite period of play here, not for 24. Ned is into bowl to Otley. Ned makes a big effort. That's a big save. Big save.
Yes,
in the context of the over. Over number 19 completed. Trinidad and Tobago are 91 for 1. 91 is a water break. They're going to brush up for the meantime. The latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they on both batsmen in Jason Mohammed on 27. Kejon Otley is on 27 for 51. Mohammed 27 from 36. Vinzi, we look like we'll have an early night tonight.
Yes, certainly. And the obviously early night because it was a very low scoring affair. And the Trinidadans are proving themselves to be a continued force of nature, and they are now motoring along quite comfortably towards the winning total. But I was speaking about the players looking quite defeated, and I've accepted defeat, but one player sure who doesn't seem as if he's affected by this condition or the situation of the game is Hayden Walsh Jr. He's still moving around quite sharply, around fielding the ball cleanly and trying to get it back into the keeper and hoping that, him being sharp in the field could probably bring some positive results.
So the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, 91 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, with the target being 130. We'll pay some respects to our sponsors and then we'll come back with the live ball by ball from the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
This is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our garden. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot spring, idyllic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservation 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
Is Middle Stump on Vibe Radio, the champion station.
Well, Welcome back, Colin, after 19 overs, Vincy. 91 for 1, and finally, the Leeward Islands captain in Devon Thomas has gone for Colin Archibald, the left-arm spinner. The points table, net run rate, Ghana Jaguars 1.37, 0.56, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Windward Island Volcanoes 0.68 with 8 points, Leeward Islands Hurricane 0.25 with 4 points, Barbados Pride 0.54, no points, Jamaica Scorpions 1.69 with no points yet. Top 4 teams qualify for the CG Insurance semi-final. Trinidad and Tobago and the Ghana Jaguars, they have qualified already and they need 39 from 186 balls. Archibald comes in to bowl to Mohammed. Bang on targets, looking for a single, certainly not on. And the score remains at 91 for 1. Nidish Kumar picking up delivery and lobbing it back to the captain in Devon Thomas. So finally, this young man has played some 4 matches, 3 wickets, 36, and made his debut in St. Kitts the last time around. Nidish Kumar coming up and speaking to him. He's a wonderful talent, one for the future. I think he can go all the way. I give him at least 3 years, Vincy.
Who's that? Kumar?
No, Colin Archibald.
Okay.
He called to Jason Mohammed, hustling him, beat Hayden Walsh, and the fielder down the short third man looks like Ned. He's coming around, and they pick up 2 runs quite easily. So the score goes up to 93 for 1. 93 for 1. They need 37 from 184 balls. Mohammed is 29.
Yeah, so far Archibald has looked like he's keeping a steady line, nice little fluid rhythm approaching the wicket. Doesn't seem just a shade over medium. Maybe he does bowl quicker, but just getting into stride.
Pitched up. Can't beat past the cover fielder. Jason Mohammed is very upset with himself. This time Terence Ward got down. I think there has to be some soul searching in this team. The Leeward Islands over the years, they had a strong, powerful team. Without Raheem Cornwall, Jamal Hamilton got them to the final this last championship against in Trinidad and Tobago. And then this team now, they need to get into the semi-final also. Here comes Archibald in now to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is driving beautifully. The sweeper will have to come around Casey Carty. That's a beautiful piece of work there.
Yes.
And good throw-in. There's good cricket all around.
Good cricket indeed. And Casey Carty also has shown a bit of a fight in the outfield, having done a couple of good saves out there in this. So at least there's a bit of positive where you see a number of players showing some fight. Casey Carty being one, and also Hayden Walsh Jr. I
like my fielders to be coming around 2 hands. Casey Carty came around there with 1 hand. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. 35 from 182 balls. Archibald is Mohammed. Mohammed is half yorking himself. He really didn't get out to the pitch of the ball. He was playing more or less from the crease rather than stepping out and stroking out. He looks at the bottom of his bat. And good work by Casey Carty, who scored a century in this CG Insurance Championship. He maybe just needs 1 more to nudge the selectors' contention. All of the other players who played along with Casey Carty, Kima Paul, Shimonette Meyer, they've all gone ahead of him. Maybe this is his season. Casey Carty, 35 from 181 balls. Kesson Archibald, he's got a bright future ahead of him also.
Yes, I would like to see Casey Carty become a bit more consistent, though, and a little more tighter in terms of when he's playing his shots.
Here comes Archibald in now to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is back and just whipping this out to the fielder, deep backward square. Off the boundary comes Sheena Berridge. He's almost like a lost man. He's out there by himself.
A lot of real estate he has to cover for anything played away in that region.
Mohammed goes to 32. Trinidad and Tobago need 34 from 180 balls. And at that time, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were 65 for 3 off 20 overs, Vincy. Now Trinidad and Tobago 96 for 1. 96 for 1.
I'm motoring along easily and quite effectively. I see there a bit of a discussion between
Nidish Kumar.
Actually, it's Kyron Powell and the captain.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the discussion between Kumar and Archibald.
No,
that's the one that I was looking on.
Oh, okay.
I think he just walked across just to kind of give him some assurance.
Right. Devon Thomas and Powell were having a bit of a conversation. It seems like he was trying to tell him something, maybe planning some sort of a strategic move as far as what can happen.
Well, he's a former captain of the Leeward Islands team, former captain of the West Indies A team. On the offside, can't score. In the context of the game, it is not bowl bad, Vinci.
Not bad, but you know, again,
I would have started with him.
I think that was on the card. They should have started.
I really would have started with him with the new ball. 96 for 1. Is in now to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is driving past Hayden Walsh. Down to long off. Who's that down there? Looks like Quinton Boatswain.
Quinton, yes.
One bounce in. 33 from 178 balls. Ned not for 25 so far. Is Vinci of Stanford T20 that you would have remembered?
Oh yeah, quite a bit of them. I remember bringing my daughter to one of the games and her dancing to the music here. And I remember she was featured on the big screen, so that's one memory.
We break as Ned comes in now to bowl to Utley. Utley's driving down the ground. Gets an easy single.
I could bring to mind a few other memories. One of them with Kyron Powell, his innings against the Antigua and Barbuda team in the first version of the tournament. I think he was 17 at the time. He just stamped his authority on the tournament at that time. Another memory was the match-winning 6 by the Guyanese to win the first tournament.
Tickled onto the offside is Jason Mohammed. They get another. Score goes up to 99 for 1. Mohammed goes to 33. 33 is Mohammed. 99 for 1.
It's also a tournament where individuals like Pollard, and also Kelbert Walters, introduced the international arena.
At least 28, playing down the onside. 100 up for Trinidad and Tobago. So the 100 has come up Trinidad and Tobago. 30 from 175 balls. 30 from 175 balls. And their second 50 came off 69 balls. Their first off 56. So just coasting along, no need to try anything rash. Mohammed, who's 34, he comes into strike. Mohammed waits for Ned, turning down the onside, and he will pick up a couple of runs here. Is he interested in a couple? No, I think he's contented to get one. Nedish Kumar moving from slip, picked him up, so they got back onto that. He goes up to 35, and the score is 101 for 1 at the completion of over number 21. Well, let me just tell you, Vinci, what I really would have remembered about in the T20 tournament. He gave an opportunity to a number of players from entirely around the Caribbean. What I think might have happened, Vinci, is that the administrators didn't really feed off of the success of what was taking place. And had the administrators maybe just energize that energy.
Looked at the formula.
Yeah, and just use. They didn't have to be extravagant like that. West Indies could have had their own T20 own model with support from what was established by Alan Stanford.
I believe so. I believe that there was room for all 3 formats of the 2020 competition, which is the CPL, the West Indies tournament, and the Stanford 2020 format.
Bang on target here is a delivery from Kezwan Archibald. And just for a moment, Mohammed was looking to try to sneak outside, but Ross Powell made good work and restricted the score. So the score remains at 101 for 1. They need 29 from 173 deliveries. And, had maybe Stanford maybe received maybe more support, we maybe might have had an Indian Premier League. Here comes Archibald. Is in now to bowl to Mohammed, who comes quietly forward, and the score remains at 101 for 1. Terence Ward coming around there in the cover area, trying to cut that one off. Archibald is a natural athlete, would have represented the Carifta Games.
In what discipline?
I think it might have been the javelin, one of the events. I'll get back that to you, Vinci, but still also a little while. We wait for a while. In now to bowl to Mohammed is back and just turning this down to mid-on. Kyron Powell comes in, can't stop the single. And Trinidad and Tobago here, 28 from 71 balls. Mohammed goes to 36, at least 29.
Yes, and Mohammed might be in a position to start challenging for the leadership or in the top batsmen in terms of leading run scores for the tournament. Having scored at 122 not out, 122, and now 30-yard runs.
He got a couple of runs right here.
Yes.
So we're almost getting down to the business end of the tournament, Vinci. So tomorrow's games at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is going to be critical.
extremely.
Archibald in now to bowl to Kejan Otley, gets a sutter, and he couldn't do anything about that. There was no pace on it. They need 28 from 170 balls. Trinidad and Tobago 102 for 1.
Well, it looked like the batsman was looking on to him, and so he was over a bit unbalanced, so he couldn't take advantage of that slow delivery and work it away into the onside, or even pull it away, because it was certainly short enough for the pull shot.
So we're seeing McSween, we're seeing Obed McCoy, and now we're seeing Kezon Archibald. So we've got some variety, for sure. We need into our attack. Archibald is in now to bowl to Kezon Otley. Missed out there on a full toss. He should have been able to complete execution better with that full toss. The head sort of fell away there. And he missed it completely.
It looked like a gift, but I think Kezron can probably put on another 2 yards of pace if he works on his technique. Coaching.
If he's challenged.
Yes, I'm watching that right foot.
Should be braced a little bit more.
It's not
braced.
Coming out braced.
Collapsing,
yes.
more or less.
It should be collapsing.
Here is it. It's driving. Big effort to be able to stop that. Oh, that's a lovely piece of work there. Looks like his partner and his roommate, Nidish Kumar, diving across there mid-on and keeping the score just down to 1. The completion of over number 22. Trinidad and Tobago, 103 for 1. They need 27 for 168 balls. Jason Mohammed is 36 and Kezon Otley is 30.
Yes, I think as I was mentioning, Kezron Archibald looks like if he puts in the work and he gets proper coaching and he's willing to put in the work and follow those instructions, he's one that could probably get a little extra 2 or 3 yards on his deliveries. And as you said, if he represented St. Kitts Nevis in the javelin, he already should have the strength in his shoulders for the putting in the extra effort from his shoulders.
Colin said that the rain clouds. Who called the rain clouds? You or Colin?
I didn't. I just said that the Leewards would be hoping that they that can come in to assist them. But I think they've already gone past the Duckworth-Lewis stage of the game.
Well, the rains are coming down here, but the umpires have not yet called for the groundsmen. But the groundsmen are alerting the umpires that this one looks a little bit serious. We can't see over there, but we know that the rains are coming across. The groundsmen are moving into position and see what's going to be happening, Vincy Boyne. They're not looking into the groundsman direction at this time. The wind is very strong here.
Yes.
As Boatswain comes out to bowl to Otley. Otley is going at a wide delivery. There was really no feet movement at all there from Kezon Otley. His left foot got nowhere close to the ball, only his arms and his bat. And they need 27 for 167 balls. The groundsmen have moved into position here, but the wind has been extremely strong here at the Coolidge ground.
I think the bowler was very fortunate to get away with the wide there.
No, the reason why he was fortunate is because Otley never got anywhere close there. He didn't move his feet. Here's Otley driving inside out, over cover, down to the boundary.
6
gone
runs.
all the way for 6. Wow. Pitched up, and no Hayden Walsh tonight. Can somebody, Vincy?
Again, I believe that the whole idea here is that the captain may have lost a bit of confidence in Hayden Walsh.
You can't lose confidence. This is a new day.
Yes, I'm just looking at what is playing out here. And so he has elected not to go with Hayden Walsh. But again, at this stage, with the game as it is, you have to try everything in your resources to see which one of them is going to work in your favor.
Boatswain is into his 4th over, 1 for 24. He's picked up 9 wickets so far for the Leeward Islands. He's in now to bowl to Otley. Otley's back and cracking that square. Down to the boundary for 4. And if Hayden Walsh can't stop that, then I don't know if Casey Carty can.
And again, a bit of urgency there by the Trinidad and Tobago team. I think they're not in danger of this whole issue with the Duckworth-Lewis, but again, they want to finish this job off before the rains come in.
So the pressure continues here. Trinidad and Tobago, they need 17 for 106 balls. They're 113 for 1. 40 dot balls in Kezon Otley's 40 not out to date. Tobago needs 17. Kyron Powell coming up and saying to Quinton Boatswain, you can't give him any room. What about those Yorkers that you bowl me in practice? Come on. He's in out the bowl to Kezon Otley, back of a length, can't score. And the score remains at 113 for 1. It remains at 113 for 1. They need 64 balls. We're into over number 23.
Yes, 17 runs. They're hoping that they could get that, but you can see a light, a number of. You could see the rain just blowing across the field. Not very heavy yet, but I believe if it continues, the umpires will be calling the groundsmen to bring the covers on.
Well, I think that Leslie Reef has had enough, and is he going to groundsman? He's getting a little heavier here, but I think they maybe just want to play out this one and maybe just get it over with. They don't want to maybe risk the chance of going on. And the difficulty is that you can't see, but let's wait and see in terms of what's happening. The wind is strong here, so it's blowing it, and we just maybe might be able to complete this game. Yes. Will we? We don't know.
Moving across the ground like ghosts.
Yeah, certainly 114 for one. They need 16 from 163 balls. Both winning to Bolton Mohammed. Gets a bumper to get under that one. No, the umpires have decided, no, that's a little bit too heavy. The groundsmen, they're being called on. I think Kadim was indicated to the umpires for a very long time. Let's look at our friend. He's going to get out there.
Oh, yes. Oh, certainly sprinting, trying to beat the
this is always
the man. And this is always
the highlight.
Yes. But he's made it out before the groundsman, and so he has picked up those expensive piece of equipment that he's certainly trying to protect. He's gotten out there, and you could hear the laughter among the individuals here that are working on.
There's a passing show here. We have to wait. Rain has stopped play temporarily. And umpire Leslie Reef indicate to the groundsmen to let's get back off quickly so we can have the completion of the game. There we go. They go back off. But boy, it's a cat and mouse game, Vinci.
Yes, a cat and mouse game.
This is the time, Vinci, when rain would normally come in Antigua and Barbuda?
Well, what I've noticed is that sometimes just after dusk, you find that, you know, maybe the transition from the heat to the cooler temperatures brings a bit of condensation, and so you might have a little bit of rain. Me not being a weatherman, I'm not going to try and explain the whole aspect of things, but we've certainly seen that this is a time period where, especially in the day-night matches, those that have been affected by rain, this is around the time period where they are around the time where there's a bit of condensation and the rain comes in and affects the games.
All right, so we are just about near completion. The groundsmen are just quietly just getting it back off. And again, it's a cat and mouse situation, Vinci. They got to wait a while. Another drizzle is coming across again. So they're going to be tested tonight, Vinci. They're going to be tested. What we think is going to be happening here. Let's see what's going to be happening. Is this a little heavier this time, Vinci? No, they have to come back on this time, Vinci.
Yes, they have to come back.
No, it's getting a little heavier. So we're going to be tested here, ourselves as commentators, just when the players were coming back out and the groundsmen were taking out. And again, it's playing a little cat and mouse game. It's winding down again. You've called out the rain gods, Vinci. You were suggesting that, you know, the Leewards might maybe need the rain gods. They're trying to call in the rain gods, but I don't think the rain will save them tonight.
No, it's a bit too late. It's a bit too late. Duckworth-Lewis shows that the pass score, that Trinidad and Tobago is way ahead of the pass score, so that does not come into play at all. And certainly Trinidad and Tobago, if you were just going to go by the pace of the game, they're certainly ahead of the pace that they are required to win the game. And then there are 23 overs that have been bowled already.
I think people have to understand, right, that the umpires have a responsibility, and it's a touch-and-go situation, you know. Because you can't see, you know, you just never know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And so Travis is trying to work out his magic. I think they're going to be, for safety, they're going to just cover the square.
Yes, they certainly need to, because there's another issue here, the safety of the play, so the protection of the pitches. All of these things have to be considered. If the pitches get too wet, there are players that the play is still in the area of the pitches, and if the pitches get too wet because they're not as protected as the outfield, players can get injured on the wet surfaces, and also the pitches can be damaged by the spikes and so forth of the players.
So 114 for one. The partnership between Utley and Mohammed is worth some 77 runs from 99 balls. The Leewards have been very disciplined. 10 extras, 6 wides from Quinton Bolt. 23 overs have been bowled. And as we speak right now, the square is entirely covered. Just for the safety, as Vinci was talking about, the safety of the players. But the groundsmen have done an excellent job here. Words are not enough for them.
Yes.
I just wish that I could compensate them big way, but I really have to give them their credit. They've really done an excellent job here. And normally, you know, we talk about everything else. We talk about the umpires, we talk about the players, you know, the commentators, but we don't take time out to be able to talk about the groundsmen. And I'll say to you, Travis and Kadim and those guys here, they've done an excellent job, including those at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Anthony Merrick-led team. They've also done an excellent job under the trying circumstances. And the good thing for the guys at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is that they don't have any night games.
Yes, certainly. And outside of the fact that they have been able to, you know, respond quite efficiently to when the weather or the rain comes in, they also are responsible for keeping the grounds on that they are, you know, well grassed, well manicured, and also preparing the pitches. So their work is not just about, you know, moving the cupboard when the rains come in, but their work also involves the preparation of the field, the manicuring of the field, and ensuring that when the games are being played, that the players have a very good surface on which they can play.
So we just need to let folks know that the Guyana Jaguars and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have qualified insurance 2021 semi-final to date. It now leaves Windward Island Volcanoes, Leeward Islands Hurricane, Barbados Pride, and Jamaica Scorpions final 2 spots. So that is going to be key in terms of what is going to be happening. So we got to pay attention to the day games tomorrow. There are 2 day games linking up tomorrow, and that they're going to be crucial. Vinci was talking about some players that he is admiring so far. He's glad that Jaden Seals is playing. I like Niall Smith. I continue to keep talking about Niall Smith. Anderson Phillip is one for the future. We just seen Kezon Archibald, so I'll put you under any pressure like Colin to tell me what you think about Colin Archibald. We'll have to see him in another game before you suit up your own self. In terms of the spinners, Larry Edwards for sure, Ashwin Ned, Kevin Sinclair. I like the look of Jamie Merchant. I saw a little bit of Ramal Lewis, so I've got to see him again. You know, get some conclusion into him. But there's been some good talent coming through quietly. What I want to see now is the consistency from the batsmen. That's the period. I don't want somebody to just get 100 and just be contented to get 100. I really want to see them go on and get a big 100, 170.
Right.
You know, that.
I want to see some batsmen with hunger. What I've noticed mostly with our regional batsmen is most of them are content with the start. A lot of them are not content with finishing, and when they get a start, finish big, you know. And I would want to see more hunger among our batsmen. Again, most of the younger players that have stood up and put their hands up are bowlers. I think out of the bowlers that I've seen, that Kevin Sinclair might be a little ahead of the other spinners, and that's just my personal point of view. But Niall Smith certainly is one. He has recognized the conditions here, especially the pitch, and he has utilized that with good effect to have success out there in terms of taking wickets. But Jaden Seals, what I was impressed with coming on to the late stages of the innings is his ability to bowl Yorkers and full-length deliveries, a lot of them beating the batsman and going through. Some may have missed the leg stump, but again, it shows the ability to bowl Yorkers, and at this level of, you need to be able to bowl Yorkers, especially at the death.
Well, let me tell you something. Giddish Moti doesn't look bad. But I saw a little small impressive spell last night from the Spice Man, Andrew Fletcher.
Yes, I was listening last night, and
he
you
surprised
guys were excited.
He really surprised me. I can't wait to see him bowl again, because he bowled a lot better than Karan Katoy.
Well, you see, the interesting thing is that when you're behind the stumps, individuals don't get to see the full the full spectrum of your game, and sometimes you may also have ability in certain areas, but you may just be drafted into a particular area, and that is where people to see you and know you have to have great ability in. But he has certainly shown last night that he has some ability in tweaking the ball and getting it to turn and bounce, and also has some wicket-taking ability.
Well, Vinci, he took some incredible catches in the Big Bash, the Spice Man. Be 1/2 century. But during the time while he was in Australia, he took some spectacular catches, which shows that, you know, he's a man who's worked entirely because he's now taking this as his job.
Right.
He's not contracted by the Leeward Island, by the Windward Island Volcanoes. So you
and
know,
neither by the CWI.
Right. So he knows what he has to do. He took some spectacular catches, and last night I was very much impressed, and I can't wait to see Andrew Fletcher bowl again.
Well, I mean, maybe he'll get another opportunity to do so during the tournament.
I can't wait to see him bowl again.
I guess the reason why he had the opportunity to bowl is because they were winning comfortably, and so there was no pressure on him to come and make me turn the tide of the game per se, and so they were having a bit of fun by allowing him to bowl. But maybe he's also saying, hey skipper, this ain't no fun thing, you know, I could do better in more important stages.
Well, you sound like you were here, because last night he was indicating to Sonny Lambris, I want to bowl. I thought it was like a joke thing, so when I saw him went up to the CIUN, I was like, Fletcher? When he bowled the first delivery, it was like, wow.
Yeah.
He really woke me up.
I was to you guys, and you and Jamila were on at the time. Shamila were on at the time.
Oh my gosh, trust me.
And
Andrew
you guys
Fletcher
were having some fun.
You know, the good thing about this man is that from characters, right?
And celebrations.
Yes, man. You see Larry Edwards.
Yes, I saw there.
And then, you know, I find out the one there. Javin Glenn has also got a little. I saw one in the CPL.
Yes, and then Sinclair.
Fabian Allen, he's also got one too. I've got to talk to him to find out. Tell me what that one is about there.
And then Sinclair, his audition for the Olympics.
Oh, trust me.
And,
I think he's going to represent Ghana.
And then, obviously, you know, the regular one, the salute from the military man.
Sheldon Cardwell, he's out for the last game. Good cricket action, Vincey. The umpires are now calling it. And once again, we're looking to complete this game very quickly.
You remember this one from Trinidad who used
You're talking about Dave Mohammed?
Yes, dial the number on his cricket boots. I remember him from the stand for 2020.
Serious. Here we go. Archibald is in down to bowl.
That's
so
a great
Kejon Hartley is appeal for a leg before. That's going down.
Okay,
Yes,
was a very good delivery.
Was doing much. It really was going down. They need 16 from 161 balls. Well, you know, Shamsi would have come and played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots.
Yes.
Shamsi himself, you know, he created some magic around the form. We're looking at the delivery right there.
Yes,
and
certainly would have gone
umpire got it right there. So Colin Archibald almost picked up his first wicket for the 2021 CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. They need 16 from 161 balls. Utley is looking around and maybe figuring out where he's going to score from. He's 40 from 62. Mohammed is 36 from 50. Utley maybe can get a half century here. It'll be inspiring for him.
Exists.
Possibility does. He made his debut for the West Indies team. He will not be in contention if we have all the big boys back for the one-day team. Archibald is in now to bowl to Utley. And Utley, the left foot is not moving, Fincy.
Yes, but I one of the shots that I see that is lacking in this region presently is that cut shot. That ball was there, perfect for the cut shot, and he didn't execute it at all.
We maybe need to go and look for Alfred Luther Shotgun Kelly from St. Kitts.
Gordon Greenwich.
Richie
Richardson.
Yeah, just to name a few that can maybe show them in terms of what is. Here comes Archibald. Is in now to bowl. Oh, gosh. And he apologized quickly. That's gone past. He apologized quickly. It's a no ball, and it's gone past Devon Thomas into the boundary for 4. So that'll be about 5 runs off the over.
Yes, that'd be 5 runs so
Archibald,
far, along with a free hit, and I think
slipped out of his hand.
He might from the wet grass.
Yes,
the ball might be a little damp, and so the control might not be as precise as he would like.
Good sportsmanship so far. Free hit comes into play. 119 for one. 119 for one.
Yes, and I see that
no
the
ball
umpire
being called.
Not only has the no ball being called,
it's also
but the
free
umpire
hit.
also gave the free hit and the warning.
And he also won it, yes. So, you know, if he bowls another one, then, you know, he's off.
Yes.
So Archibald will have to get his bearings right. He comes in now to bowl to Kejon Hartley. Full toss again. I think that might be another no ball again, Vince. You think he might get away with that?
It looks like a no ball, but I don't know. It might, maybe they're considering that it's marginal, and so he would have gotten away with that one.
That one there. So they would need 10 runs, Vince, from 159 balls. 10 runs from 59 balls.
We played 0.36 runs per over.
And Hartley maybe will be disappointed in himself that he maybe didn't hit that one into the pool. He got into position, And I would
Yes,
say
I
that
think-
Archibald is pretty lucky
Yes, I
to
think
get away with that.
He's fairly lucky.
Nigel Duguid didn't really put out his hand there.
I think they
There's been some
looked at the
leniency
consideration for
of
the
the
stage of the game and so forth.
You
and
just never
figured,
know.
You know what? You know, give the young man a chance. We understand that he may have some difficulties out there.
10 from 159 balls. Short delivery. Here's Mohamed on top of it and cracking it down to the sweeper. Casey Carty trolling on the offside. Berridge is on the leg side. And Hayden Walsh has not bowled today. 121 for 1.
Yes, and you know, I was talking about the cut shot, but I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the way how the game has evolved. Here we have a lot of spinners. We don't have as much fast bowlers of high quality, where the batsmen have to learn to play those type of shots with proficiency.
9 from 158 balls. Archibald to Utley was 41. He's back and looking to crack that. He bowled him a slow off cutter off the sweeper boundary. On the offside comes Sheena Berridge weighing the number 77. And to Devon Thomas, the wicketkeeper today for the Hurricanes. Archibald none for 11 from 3. And in this over, he's been expensive so far because bowled a no ball. And it went for 4 byes also. So there was 7 runs off the over. 122 for 1. They need 8 from 157 balls. And the Leewards, in a game when they really should have been winning, it's now down to their final game. Mohamed gets a short delivery and just pulling this. Berridge and Quinton Boatswain will have some work to do. Boatswain gets there first, and he underarms a return into Devon Thomas. And completion of over number 24 finally. They need 6 from 156 balls. Kajan Utley is 42 from 66. Jason Mohamed is 39 from 52. Trinidad and Tobago, their target is 130. They need 6 from 156 balls, 124 for 1.
Yes, 124 for 1. And I think the fat lady is actually singing already.
But there's no fat lady.
There's no fat lady.
No, not tonight.
Not tonight. No Tanti Merle.
No Tanti Merle, no fat lady. It's just in here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just, they're on a mission, and they're executing their mission in grand style.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are a force of nature in this tournament, and they have certainly stamped their authority on this game.
Here is Utley back and pulling this out to Berridge. Get an easy single. Boatswain is back for his 5th over. 1 for 29.
And Utley is certainly looking more and more comfortable as the innings progresses. And obviously there has not been really any undue amount of pressure on him. So, you know, he didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary to build his scoring in the middle.
5 runs from 155 balls. It's almost there. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to go 4-0. Mohamed waits for Boatswain. He's back and looking to turn it. That hit the bat very hard.
Yes.
And Mohamed was a little bit surprised. It's like he's got that amount of pace.
Yes, crashed into his bat.
I could never understand why Boatswain does not bowl that Yorker. He's got a deadly Yorker. When he gets it right.
Yeah. I've seen him a couple of times in the Stanford, in the Cool and Smooth 2020, the local tournament, and he has been quite effective for the teams that he has come out and played for. I think it's the Pickets.
Here, Boatswain with a short delivery, but he's giving Mohamed some extra space. Don't know. I mean, you know, when they go to practice, right, Vince, most of the Leeward's top batsmen don't want to face Boatswain in the nets because when he gets that Yorker going, you bet your life that you got to get your toes out of the way.
But it's also an opportunity to learn to play the delivery.
They'll be scampering. Boatswain comes in now to bowl to Mohamed. Back of a length and punch it up to Ned, and they get a single up to mid-off. They need 4 from 152 balls. Utley is 43. Mohamed is 40 off 55. 126 for 1.
And it's funny how you would execute a delivery like that in practice, but when you come out into the match, you're almost afraid to do it.
I don't know if it's a lack of confidence or whatever, but whenever Quinton Boatswain gets that Yorker right, trust me, he has everybody scrabbling. Boatswain comes in now to bowl to Kajan Utley. Short delivery. In that short delivery. Game over. Trinidad and Tobago have won the game by 9 wickets. Kajan Utley just easily putting away a dispatch on Quinton Boatswain. It's game, set, and match. Trinidad and Tobago go, Red Force go 4-0, and Kyron Pollard although they are already into the semi-final, they're motoring on here, and they don't want to lose any games at all here, Vincey Boyne.
No, they want to certainly make a statement with this team because they wanted to play cat and mouse with any other team. They wanted to show that they are a force of nature in this tournament, and they want to show that they certainly want to take this with them. As the game has been completed, any thoughts as to who could be the man of the match in this game?
Well, there'll be a lot of people to think about, and if I know the commentators, they would want to tend to go for Sunil Narayan. So I might tell you that Sunil Narayan, I think, might be the man of the match.
He might be the leading one in the game because he would have certainly caused a disruption in the batting for the Leewards, having taken those 3 wickets early and really made a dent in the middle order of the Leewards batting. So he certainly would be the leading person in terms of the vote for man of the match. But I guess you could also say that well, I guess there's no outstanding batting performance per se by the Trinidad and Tobago team because Utley and Mohammed pretty much look even-steven out there in the middle. So it would possibly most likely go to a bowler.
So congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the team in Midway, and they've been able to have a little chat right there. Kyron Pollard, 4-0. 4-0. That's what the big word is here. And the Leewards really never turned up today, Vincey. Never turned up in this game.
No, they didn't. Neither on any aspect of the game. Batting, they just seem out of it. They seem lost in terms of the game plan. They seem lost in terms of how they're going to approach the defense. The runs that they put on the board, they just seem lost overall. And again, the force of nature could be because of the force of nature, or maybe intimidated by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel. Whatever it is, the Leewards have to go back to camp. They have to do a reality check. They have to check their confidence, check their approach, their body language. There are a lot of things that they need to check when they go back into meeting and determine how they're going to approach the next few games that are remaining in the tournament.
Well, Vincey, we will give our listeners an update in terms of what's happening. Ward 8-135 knot, Berridge 2 knot 14 knot, Quinton Boatswain 4.5 134 1, Ashmin Ned 7 knot 29 knot, Colin Archibald 3 knot 13 knot, extras 15. Trinidad and Tobago lost Evan Lewis. The first wicket of 37, and the bowling figures by the Lions, nothing to shout about. Vincey, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning by 9 wickets. Kejan Otley 47 off 68, Jason Mohammed 40 off 55, Emma Lewis got 28, Quinton Boatswain 1 for 34, the only wicket taker so far in the game.
Yes, the only wicket taker for the Leewards, but again, was pretty much set up from the first innings when Trinidad and Tobago bowled out the Leewards, and you could see the bowling figures for Rampal: 3 for 17, Narayan 3 for 36, Imran Khan 2 for 16, Jason Mohammed 1 for 15. And look, we are saying that Narayan might be the man of the match, but it could be Paul also.
You've called it right, Vincey. So Ravi Rampal has been named the player of the match for this important game with 3 for 17. So we'll give you an idea in terms of what happened. So you could get a break. Devon Thomas, leading the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, won the toss, and it was good news for the man himself, Kyron Pollard, because easily, without Lendl Simmons and also Darren Bravo, gave him an opportunity to try 2 new players. Akil Hussain and Anderson Phillip was rested today, and in came Jaden Seals and Carrie Pear. In the end, the Leeward Islands were bowled out for 129 in 46.1 overs. LBW to Narayan for 29. Ross Powell caught Jason Mohammed, bowled Ravi Rampal for 4. Casey Carty bowled Ravi Rampal for 1. Nidish Kumar caught Dinesh Ramdin, bowled Carrie Pear for 24. Devon Thomas, the Leeward Islands Hurricane captain, LBW to Sunil Narayan for 14. Bowled by Sunil Narayan for 1. Hayden Watts Jr. caught Kyron Pollard, bowled Ravi Rampal for 26. Colin Archibald giving, as we would say, Jaden Seals his first list A catch, bowled Imran Khan for 5. Ashmin Ned, it was LBW to Mohammed for 5. Sheena Berridge, Nicholas Puran, bowled Imran Khan for 1. Quinton Boatswain was left not out on 12. The wickets: Ross Powell 14 for 1. Casey Carty 16 for 2. Kyron Powell 55 for 3. Nidish Kumar 67 for 4. Terrence Ward, 73 for 5. Devon Thomas, 80 for 6. Colin Archibald, 85 for 7. Ashmin Ned, 96 for 8. Hayden Walsh Jr., 127 for 9. And in the end, Sheena Barrage, 120 out. We look now at the bowling figures, and we would see Carrie Pear, 10 not 10, 22 1. Ravi Rampal, 7 17 3 game. Jaden Seals, 6 17 not. Sunil Narayan, 10 36 3. Imran Khan, 7.1, 16 2. Jason Mohammed, 6 15 1. But it was the turn now of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they would have at least had 130 to score of 300 deliveries. And they sort of made light work, Vinci, of the action. The second innings would have seen Trinidad and Tobago losing their first wicket, the wicket of Evan Lewis, 37 for 1. He was caught brilliantly by Casey Carty of Quinton Boatswain for 28, a leaning edge there, played around the ball. Kejon Otley was left not out on 47 of 68 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 boundary. Coming back to Evan Lewis, he hit fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 103.70. Kejon Otley's strike rate was 69.12, and Jason Mohammed continues his excellent form here, not out 40 of 55 deliveries, 4 boundaries, a strike rate of 72.73. Trinidad and Tobago winning by some 9 wickets. The bowling figures for the Leewards, not impressive at all. Not impressive at all. 2 maidens, first bowled by Terrence Ward and Quinton Boatswain, 8-1, 30, economy rate of 4.38, 32 dot balls by Terrence Ward. Sheena Berridge, 2-0, 14-0, economy rate of 7.00, 9 dot balls. Quinton Boatswain, he's now picked up 9 wickets in the championship so far, 4.5 overs, 34 runs, 1 wicket, economy rate of 7.03, 19 dot balls. Ashmin Ned, 7 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, no wickets, economy rate of 4.14, 26 dot balls. And Colin Archibald, 3 not 17 not, 5.67 dot balls, 10. No Hayden Walsh tonight. Vincy Boyne, your thoughts?
Well, what's there to say? The Leewards performed very, very poorly. The batting obviously was terrible. There's no other way to describe it. But I also think that they could have switched up the strategy. Trinidad and Tobago has shown from the start of the tournament that the difference is in chasing. And most of the teams batting second have won. You have the one odd game, the 1 or 2 games, the team would have lost chasing, right? Last night was 1 game. There's also the first game that the Leewards played, right? And in addition to that, the game between Guyana and Barbados. However, generally speaking, the team chasing would have won. Leewards won their first game, and they were certainly in it to win the first game that they played against Windwards when they were chasing. And I thought, since the Trinidad and Tobago team is more comfortable, and that's what they want to do, why not switch it up and have them bat first and then give yourself an opportunity, maybe limit them or give them a sense of doing something different where they have to put a score on the board. You know, they may pace themselves differently than when they're chasing.
Do you think the Leewards prefer to chase than bat first? What do you think?
I don't know, because given what they did in this game
against the Barbados Pride, Vincy, they chased.
Yes.
I think if my mindset, over the years, I always feel that Leewards is a better chasing team.
But look at it. The first game, Kumar made a century when they were chasing. They won the game against Barbados with Casey Carty scoring a century chasing. So why not give yourself an opportunity where your batsmen can understand how they need to pace themselves, chasing a score, and switch it up a bit from Trinidad and Tobago, who certainly have shown they have the firepower to chase, and they are more comfortable with the idea of chasing.
I kind of like that analogy, Vincy. And as we look around here, folks are wondering what's happening. We're just about to just wrap up. Trinidad and Tobago have won by 9 wickets. Lendl Simmons is going through his paces, and maybe just figuring out if he's going to be ready. He's struggling a little bit, but he's going to make an effort because they're going to need him, especially for the business end of this tournament.
I think they're going to need him for the business end, and I don't think they're going to too early in the tournament. Yes, they want to make a statement against Guyana, but I have this opinion. It's better to win a tournament having lost a game that gives you an idea of what you need to work on than to go through a tournament, get to the final, and then final.
Well, Vincey, I want to say thanks to Garfield Burford, Shamila Connell, Colin James, and yourself for sharing the spotlight here today in this day-night encounter game. Trinidad and Tobago, 4-0, winning over the Leeward Islands Hurricane, the home team, by 9 wickets. Tomorrow we journey up to the Sir Vivian Richards scene tomorrow, Vincey. I know for sure that the Windward Island Volcanoes will be on show tomorrow, and I think the Jamaica Scorpions.
I think those are the two teams that will be...
So that is going to be a big game tomorrow. It's a day game starting at 9 a.m. Our ball-by-ball coverage team will be right there in living color from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So the next 2 days, we'll be living at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. This is Vernon A. Springer saying, hey, bye, and thanks to all the fans all over the world who've been listening to us. We'll be back tomorrow live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup action.
You've just heard commentaries of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup, a production of Vibes Radio Station in association with ABS Radio in Antigua.